Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the July MARRS, as well as round number 5 of the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship, presented by Belmont Classic Cars here at Summit Point Motorsports Park, Summit Point Raceway. It is day number 2. It is feature race day. I'm Greg Ginsburg. That's Brian Donati. We've got Spencer Gaynor with us. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, Greg.
Beautiful day here at the racetrack.
I tell you what, we went from cloudy skies yesterday to a little bit of a slight shower here and there to now we've got not a cloud in the sky except for a few of nimbulous clouds that are out there. So, again, that's the weather side coming out.
Nimbus.
It's one of those.
I'm not a weather guesser.
Anyway, this track is going to completely change from yesterday to today, going from, again, cloudy skies yesterday, a little bit of a breeze here and there, to today we're going to get a little warm. And so what's going to end up happening is that is actually going to really change the way this track is going to handle. Now, early on, it's not going to be too bad. Our bracket racers are going to have a pretty good race. When we get Group 1 out there, you could see some pretty good speeds and some times. But I think that as the day progresses and gets on, it's going to slow down a little bit.
Indeed. All right, Brian, we can see here that the pace car is up at the top of the pit lane along with, trying to see who our starter. There you go.
That's Miss Shirley
Miss
down
Shirley
there.
Thompson is our splitter here this morning for our very first race, and I think our starter will be Dave Sterling. First up this morning is the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series, Brian, for their second of 3 races this weekend. This morning, it is going to be a 10-lap race. But let's do this. Before they head out on track, Brian, and we run down the starting order, let's just quickly take a look at the schedule of what we got coming up. If you take a look at the right-hand side of the screen there, we've got 10-lap bracket race. We're then going to have MARRS feature races for our production and small bore groups, as well as our open wheel and prototype racers. We will then come back to the bracket racers. They'll have their final 10-lap race of the day. We'll have one more race before lunch. That is going to be Spec Miata. And if it's anything like yesterday's Spec Miata race, should be very exciting all the way to the end. And then we have 4 more MARRS feature races in the afternoon after we have lunch.
You'll need that lunch to catch your breath.
All right, so now looks like the pace car heading out onto the racetrack. Brian, let's run down the starting order here for our bracket racers heading out on track.
All right, looks like we're scheduled to have 17 drivers here. I know some of them may or may not have shown up for this morning, but let's start 17th from Hillsborough, Virginia. That's the 88 of Terry James Davis. Starting in the 16th position from Hampstead, Maryland, that's the 42 of Robert Garrett. Starting in the 15th from Ellicott City, Maryland, that's the 181 of Lawrence Slavinsky. Starting in the 14th position from Tacoma Park, Maryland, that's the 68 of Jed Prentice. Starting in the 13th position from Severna Park, Maryland, now calls Ohio home, that's the 134 of Chuck Edmondson. Starting in the 12th position from Fredericksburg, Virginia, that's the 186 of Jennifer Romes. Starting in the 11th position from Jefferson, Maryland, that's the 55 of Murphy Nichols. Starting in the 10th position from Gum Springs, Virginia, that's the 83 of Nick Shively. Hope he changed his front tires from yesterday. In the 9th position from Thurmont, Maryland, that is the 127, that's Jeff Liller. Starting in the 8th position from Hillsborough, Virginia, that's the 74 of Avery Davis. Starting in the 7th position from Scottsville, Virginia, that's the 43 of Frank Alessi. Starting in the 6th position from Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania, that's the 98 of Brian McRae. Starting in the 5th position, in the number 5 from Westchester, Pennsylvania, that's the 5 of Mike Kosut. Starting in the 4th position from Annapolis, Maryland, that's the 7 of Keith Frazier. Starting in the 3rd position from Chesapeake, Virginia, that's the 174 of Joe Blanks. And starting on the front row and starting in the 2nd position from Gainesville, Georgia, that's the 17 of Trey Ayers. And on the pole from Hedgeville, West Virginia, that's the 20 of Christopher Graham and that BMW 328i.
All right, there you go. That is your starting order. Of course, that is based on qualifying times. Brian, we'll talk a little bit more this morning about what bracket racing is in SCCA road racing. Here as we've got the pace car now on the pit lane, turning things over to our pole sitter this morning, Christopher Graham, in the BMW he lovingly calls Casper the Ghost. and starter looking over the field, and the green flag is in the air, and we are once again racing here at Summit Point. Sports Car Club of America Racing going down into turn 1, Brian.
Tell you what, Christopher Graham gets a great start in the old Casper the Ghost machine as he heads down into turn 1. But I tell you what, Greg, we've talked about this all day long. Yesterday, we've talked about it every event that we've had. Keep an eye on those Spec Racer Fords. Those four drivers, they will team up and they will try to run him down as they come out of turn 2. Christopher Graham's got about a 5-6 second lead. And again, it's not only about getting out and leading, it's about making sure your consistency in this bracket. We're going to talk about that here momentarily.
Exactly. We'll talk about how we divide our racers up into different brackets here. If you want to go and see the timing and scoring for this bracket race, I've got the link pinned to the YouTube chat for you, as it is at the MARRSpoints.com website. And I think yesterday, Brian, the talk of the bracket race was actually the battle between the two college roommates, Trey Ayers and Joe Blanks, the 17 car, the 174 car, as they spent a number of laps side by side. I'm guessing that Joe Blanks probably getting a little bit of coaching from Trey Ayers this weekend. Trey Ayers, a former national champion in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, and they picked it up again at the very end of the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 race yesterday as well.
Yeah, spent a lot of time together yesterday, both on and off the
and off the track.
On and off the racetrack. You can see as they come out of turn 10, head down the front stretch, you can see where that 328i really starts to pull away. But then you've got Trey Ayers and you've got Joe Blanks. They'll start to run him down, especially when we get to the backside of this racetrack, anywhere from turn 5 all the way through turn 9. Those two will look to team up once again. We'll wait for the timing and scoring here with the link that you had sent out regarding bracket racing. They'll get put into different brackets, and so it's almost like, as we've talked about consistently, it's like drag racing, but you won't get disqualified. You will just move to another bracket.
Move to the next higher bracket. You don't break out and then automatically get disqualified. What we do, Brian, is we divide up the class into a maximum of 10 different brackets. Each bracket spans 2 seconds of a lap time. And so we start off with bracket A1, which will be for our fastest drivers that are running a minute 17 lap times and faster. We didn't have any drivers in the A1 bracket yesterday. Then A2, which is a minute 17 to a minute 19. A3, a minute 19 to a minute 21. And on, all the way up to bracket B5, which is for racers a minute 33 and higher. And again, what you want to do is you do want to be consistent. You want to stay in the bracket that you are running. If you break out of your bracket and move up to the next higher bracket, you might find that those faster cars could be quite a bit further up the road and be very difficult to make up positions.
Greg, we've got a car sitting down in turn 1.
Okay.
Just off to our, basically, not near our camera. You can't see it from there. I'm going to look through the binoculars and see if I can see who it is. There's a standing yellow down there. We'll have to see when we get a call on who that is. But we've got a standing yellow down in turn 1. That has now since been dropped, so we'll be able to pick that car as it comes out. It looks like that may have been Keith Frazier in the 7 machine. And just as that was happening, I saw Trey Ayers come down pit road and make that right-hand turn. So this portion of his race is now finished. So that leaves Joe Blanks, Mike Kosuth is the only two out there. It looks like Frazier's going to continue. We'll see how long he continues to run around. He was able to come out of turn 2, headed down the hill now in turn 5. There you see him. Looks like we may have had some maybe a little bit of contact. Yeah.
Yep.
So it looks like
between Keith
we've got
Frazier and Joe Blank.
Yeah.
Apparently got together down there over at turn 1 and obviously negatively impacted both racers as they have fallen back through the field now. Of course, we still have Chris Graham up at the front. Then we've got the next car in line is the 5 of Mike Kosuth and then Brian McRae in his Scion.
Yeah, we'll see if both of them pull in. Like I said, last time they came out of turn 10, Keith Frazier was going side by side with Joe Blanks like he was going to make that pass. Doesn't obviously look like that was finished. Both of them are now on pit road, so they'll both come in, get things looked over. Looks like Joe Blanks is going to make that right-hand turn as well. So looks like his morning is going to be done. They'll take that car back. They'll look at it, get it ready for this afternoon, maybe even for the next race here when we come back with our bracket racers. So that's going to put Christopher Graham up there. Let's take a look at some of these brackets. Right now, Christopher Graham is the only one in the A4 bracket. That's the time 121 flat, basically to 123. Everybody else pretty much is going to be in the A5 bracket. There's a few outside of that. We'll get to that momentarily. Mike Kosich leads that along with Brian McRae, Terry James Davis, Keith Frazier, again, only completing 2 laps. He's on pit road. Joe Blanks and Trey Ayers, both of them are behind the wall back in the paddock. When we look at our B1 bracket, you've got 43 of Frank Alessi. That's a time of 125 flat to 127. Then you've got 127 for the B2 bracket. That's Avery Davis there all by himself. And that goes to 129. Bracket B3 is 129 to 131. You've got Jeffrey Liller in that. Murphy Nichols, Nick Shively in that along with Chuck Edmondson. And just as I say that, Greg, I look here. Now you have Terry James Davis in that 88 in the...
and I think that he is not in the S2000 today.
No,
remember, he had
right.
the S2000 issues yesterday. He's come out in his Porsche GT4 Club Sport,
right.
a Porsche Cayman,
right.
and having a good run, obviously, in this new chassis. Interesting note about him, Brian, is we also have Avery Davis in the field. Avery is still in an S2000. That's his daughter.
Ah.
And he was telling me last night when he said he was going to be switching to the other car that he considers this to be able to share the track with her 110% epic, is the way he put it.
He's coming out now, coming out of turn number 10 and heading down into, that is a beautiful car, painted almost the exact painted exactly the same as his S2000.
Yes.
We've reached the halfway point of this race here. So let's go ahead and make a call to the grid for our race group 1.
Indeed. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 1. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT Pinto, Legends Car, Spec Arc 7 STL, and T4. Please head to the grid. Race group number 1, please head to the grid.
Got a couple good battles going on the racetrack right now. We talked about that B3 bracket. They're just now going into turn 1. There you go. Spencer's got it on there. You've got Jeff Liller over Murphy Nichols in that 55 machine. Then you've got Nick Shively right behind them. Nick Shively putting a lot of pressure on the 55 there, Murphy Nichols. So not only is that the battle on the racetrack, that would be for 8th and 9th overall. That actually puts it in there for 2nd and 3rd in our B3 bracket. Remember, we have seen this time and time again where you're running a pretty decent lap. You're racing somebody within your bracket. Next thing you know, you run out of the bracket. So you run faster, and then next thing you know, you move up to the next bracket where they're pretty close to running out of that B3 bracket and putting it into the B2. So if you get a good little pull down the straightaway or out of turn 9 all the way up the hill into the bridge turn 10, get a good run there, that could end up putting you in another bracket. So now you've got to figure out where the next car is.
Exactly.
Up in there. So if any one of those 3 or 4, we'll throw Chuck Edmondson in there. There's a little bit of a gap there between, there's 3 seconds back between that. If they run out and get into that B2 bracket, they'll be racing against Avery Davis. And she is all the way up right now, I believe, going into turn 1 right now. So there's a pretty big gap that they would have to catch Avery Davis to battle for that lead in the B2 bracket. So now it looks like our bracket timing has just gone down, Greg. So the only one I see, so evidently they must be having some technical difficulties, except when you look at it, Murphy Nichols. So I think that's a planned. I think Murphy Nichols hit the button in the car.
Well, you know, he's been looking for a win after yesterday. I guess that's the way to do it. Just eliminate all of your competition.
That's it. It was actually kind of funny. The only one that showed up, and this goes back to you and I doing, the online stuff.
Right.
Murphy always had problems with the internet.
Internet connectivity. Now it's the other way around.
The other way around.
The one common thread in all the internet connectivity issues in Frederick County, Western Montgomery County, and apparently here in Jefferson County, West Virginia, it's Murphy Nichols.
Murphy says, "I'll fix you guys today." So,
interesting. We were just talking about Terry Davis and his daughter Avery a few moments ago. Interesting thing here that apparently, and maybe this is where driving the Porsche GT4 Club Sport comes into play, Brian, is his company, Davis Infrastructure, actually sponsors Jordan Wallace, who drives in Porsche Carrera Cup North America, which is typically a support series for Formula One. I know they raced at Miami. I think we'll see them again at COTA this year as well. So look up Jordan. He's the only African American driver in the series and drives the number 23 machine. So look him up.
Tell you what, we're starting to wind down this race. I'm going to go back, if we can, Spencer. It'll be just coming out of turn 4, or coming out of turn 3, heading up over the hill there. You're going to see that's the Jeff Liller and the Nick Shively machine. Again, those two ran nose to tail pretty much the entire event yesterday in our sprint race, where these drivers went 15 laps. They're doing it again, heading down into turn 5. There you go. And now Murphy Nichols is going to get right on the back bumper of Nick Shively. So move Murphy Nichols down to 3rd in that B3 bracket. And as you start to battle, you're not going to go any faster, right? So looks like our leader, Christopher Grant, is working, getting ready to work his last lap.
All right, Brian, real quick, because we only have one lap remaining in this bracket race, and I don't see any of our Group 1 drivers on the grid. Let's hit the annoying tones. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Race Group 1 small bore, please head to the grid. You're going to be on track in just a few moments. Race Group number 1, please head to the grid now.
Looks like Christopher Graham coming out of turn 10 now, heading down the front stretch here. He's going to be completing his last lap. So it looks like the battle there in the B3 bracket, as we've been talking about, with Jeff Liller, Nick Shively, Murphy Nichols. They're going to get another lap, Greg. That's unless he can catch up to them, which I don't believe he's going to.
I think he's far enough back that probably isn't going to be an issue there. Although, Nichols right at the tail end of that train looks like he might be getting held up a little bit. Now, somebody who is likely going to lose a lap, that is Chuck Edmondson in the number 134 white Honda CRX that Casper is about ready to pass there, coming down into turn 5. And indeed,
it's going to be like the Magic Man. Now you see him, now you don't. So, I think those 3 will probably get through. They're just now coming through the carousel there. You see Murphy Nichols dropping back a little bit further in that 55 machine. Here comes Christopher Graham. He's now coming. It's going to be close. I think they're going to get that lap, so Murphy's going to have to work hard in order to get that one last lap where he can help get himself around Shively and Liller as they start to bat it. So it looks like they're going to get that extra lap, so they'll have one more to go.
And Liller getting somewhat defensive here, coming down the front straight, Brian, as Liller moves just a little bit to the inside, driver's right. And again, though he is currently leading the B3 bracket over Shively and Nichols and Edmondson as well. So he's got a lot to play for. Now, if we take a look, the bracket that they're in, that is the B3 bracket. That's for drivers 1:29 to 1:31. And Liller's fastest lap is at 1:29.6. So he's, he doesn't have to pick up a lot of pace. The drivers right behind him, like Shively and also Nichols that are in the high 29s, low 30s. Even if they were to manage to get around Lillard, I don't think they'd run the risk of breaking out of their existing bracket.
Yeah, when they're starting to battle right now, the lap times are going to go, up, basically, right? They're not going to get faster when they're trying to battle. Again, this is the last lap. When you look now, looks like Shively's going to go side by side, run over that curbing right there on the driver's right, coming out of really 7, heading up into 8. That upset the car a little bit. That allowed Jeff Lillard to get up there. But now look at Murphy Nichols. Murphy Nichols is going to go 4-wheeling out of turn 9. He's going to go side by side.
Well,
they're go very far drivers left.
You carry more speed through the grass, Brian.
Well, so, I know we haven't had any rain, but a lot of rain here. But you can definitely see on your camera that really did hurt Murphy Nichols trying to make a pass drivers left coming out of turn 9. I don't think I've ever tried to see that before.
No, it was a very creative passing maneuver there.
Yeah.
I'm sure the folks in the turn 9 flag stand there probably weren't too appreciative of the dust and grit in their teeth, but so be it. All right, so Chris Graham already coming down the pit lane. He takes the overall win. Let's go, and we'll try and break these down by the different brackets. In bracket A4, that's for drivers a minute 21 to a minute 23. Christopher Graham in his BMW takes the win. Terry James Davis, who finished second on track, second overall, also put himself into bracket A4, so he comes in second in class in his Porsche GT4 Club Sport. Then in bracket A5, for drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25, Mike Kosu takes the win in his Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 over Brian McRae's Scion FRS. Keith Frazier will come home in third, with Blanks and Airs finishing fourth and fifth. In bracket B1, Frank Alessi takes the win over Avery Davis, the two Hondas, the Prelude and the Honda S2000. And then in bracket B3, we just saw the finish there. Jeff Lillard taking the win over Nick Shively, Murphy Nichols finishing third, and then Chuck Edmondson fourth. In bracket B4, drivers a minute 31 to a minute 33, Jed Prentice in his Mazda Miata, Robert Garrett in his Chevrolet Corvette, Larry Slavinsky in his Ford Fiesta. Talk about an odd combination of cars in that particular bracket.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right, well, Brian, that's going to wrap things up for our first of 2 bracket races today. Let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, because I understand they've already given the 5-minute warning.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a very short break after this. Attention in the paddock. Final call for race group number 1. That's small bore production, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT Pinto, Legends cars, SPU, Spec Arc 7, STL, and T4. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in less than 5 minutes. Race group number 1, please head to the grid for your feature race. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in, probably less than 5 minutes with our first MARRS feature race of the day.
Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody. It is the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars, which is also part of the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, after we just wrapped up our first of two bracket races today, we switch over to the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series feature races. We've got our pace car, driven by Graham Taylor, on the top of the pit lane. And next up, small bore production classes, Super Touring Light, T4. I think hopefully we've got our one Legends car is going to make it out for today's race. Spec RX-7 as well. Why don't we run down the starting order? Starting 28th, driving the number 26 H Production Toyota MR2 from Fairmont, West Virginia, it's Elazar Mann. Robert Connor is driving the number 9 Legends car. It's a 1934 Ford, for those of you wondering. He's from Stafford, Virginia. Bob Rapley will start 26th today. He's driving the number 14 Ford Pinto. He's out of Cascade, Maryland. Rick Ricker, driving the number 12 Spec RX-7 from Waterford, Virginia, will start 25th. Paul Beofist is driving the number 86 H Production Volkswagen Golf, representing the Susquehanna region. He starts 24th. Larry Slavinsky starts 23rd today. He's in the number 181 H Production Ford Fiesta. We just saw him out a few moments ago in the bracket race. Drew Erie is going to start 22nd today. Looking for a little redemption after having some mechanical issues. That sounded like it was a distributor issue yesterday for the Ford Pinto driver. Again, he starts 22nd. Stephen Hyatt's going to start 21st today. He's driving the number 31 F Production Dodge Neon ACR, representing the Susquehanna region of the SCCA. Troy McBain is in his Honda Fit. That's an H Production machine. The Stevenson, Virginia driver starts 20th. Miranda Price is driving the 08 STL Mazda Miata. She will start 19th today. Your pole sitter in GT Pinto, and your winner yesterday, driving the number 11 machine from Strasburg, Virginia. It is Bruce Shelton. Pardon me, from Charlestown, West Virginia. It's Bruce Shelton. Alex Cumming is going to start 17th today. We may talk to Alex a little bit later in the booth here today. I've invited him up. He is in the Touring 4 Mazda RX-8, starting 16th. Driving the number 27 H Production MG Midget from University Park, Maryland, it's Michael McQueen. John Turris is from Massapequa, Pennsylvania, driving his Ford Mustang. And actually, it's a Massapequa Park, New York. My mistake. Representing the New York region, he starts 15th. Starting 14th today, Jennifer Romes. She's driving the number 186 Touring for Scion FRS. Al Syme is going to start 12th today. Probably 13th today. Lucky 13, he's in the number 35, H Production Volkswagen Scirocco. Your pole sitter in H Production starts 12th. He is Chuck Allard. He is driving the number 50, Porsche 924. Robert Cahall. Bobby Cahall is starting 11th today. He's driving the number 178 STL Mazda Miata, while Kevin Conlon, also racing in STL, he's in the number 4 Mazda Miata, and he will start 10th, starting 9th. driving the number 97 E-Production Mazda RX-7 from Avon Park, Florida, representing the Central Florida region, Joseph Smoot. John Jenkins will start 8th today. John's driving the number 195 STL Mazda Miata, and he hails from New York City. Stephen Clark is starting on the pole in F production. He's starting 7th overall in the number 13 Mazda Miata. Mark Liller is starting 6th today. He's your pole sitter in Touring 4. He's in the number 127 Mazda MX-5. Deacon Greenfield driving the number 32 STL Honda CRX, yesterday's winner in the class, starts 5th. And your 2 front rows starting 4th, driving the number 17 Nissan 240SX from Falling Waters, Maryland. It's Mark Johnston starting 3rd. Ted K. Hall from Christiansburg, Virginia. It is the 182 car, Mazda Miata. And your front row today, starting 2nd, driving the number 83 Honda S2000. It's Michael Unger with your pole sitter, hailing from Highland, Maryland, in his Acura Integra Type R, the number 48 machine, driven by Paul Marcones.
Greg, no Paul Marcones up there. That's actually going to move Michael Unger and Ted Cahall up on the front row. So move everybody up a little bit in there. So no Paul Marcones in that Acura Integra.
All right, pace car is on the pit lane, turning the field over to Michael Unger, driver of the E-Production Honda S2000, and the green flag is in the air. And that Honda, it got one heck of a jump.
Yes,
already about 6 car lengths up just as they get to the start-finish line. And he is the first driver heading down into turn 1. Back behind, it is Mark Johnston's E-Production Nissan 240SX, getting ahead of Ted Cahall's STL Mazda Miata, then Deacon Greenfield, Mark Liller, Stephen Clark, as the field still towards the back of the pack, 2 by 2, coming out of turn 2, heading down into turn 3. A little drop of the wheel by one of our NC Mazdas, one of our STL cars. I think that was Kevin Conlon.
Yeah, I tell you what. As you just said, what a start by that Honda as we went down. Remember, Ted Cahill had a problem on the very first lap yesterday in our sprint race, so we're going to have to see whether or not he's going to be able to hold off Deacon Greenfield. Deacon picking up that win yesterday in STL. We'll see whether or not that 182 machine has been fixed up and ready to go for today. Looks like right now it is, because he's gotten further than he did yesterday. He only got to turn 7 yesterday, and now he's coming up through turn 8. So that overall jump by Michael Unger is now going to be under heavy fire there from Ted Cahall in that 182, and then now throw Mark Johnston in there. So that's going to be the battle for E-Production. And then you've got the 2 STLs a little bit further back. Deacon not getting a good jump on this start here, Greg. He's going to drop all the way back. He's in 4th, but he's dropped back a little bit further than that now as we start to cross the start-finish line and complete lap 1 here.
All right, a little bit of brake lock-up going down into turn number 1, and I believe that was from John Jenkins in the number 195 STL Mazda Miata. Driver that's making up for a little bit of lost time. We focused on him a little bit yesterday, Brian. Joe Smoot in the number 97 Mazda RX-7, the orange with yellow stripes down the hood. We can see there as he's caught up right behind Deacon Greenfield. Now, that is an E-Production car. He's probably got a good 20 horsepower on Greenfield, and maybe Liller up ahead. Of course, you know, as he's trying to make his way up to E-Production leaders Michael Unger as well as Mark Johnston.
Yep. Pretty good racing going on right now. You can see here, if you're watching the stream, if you're at home or even you're in the paddock, you can see here, and we talked about it a little bit this yesterday, we'll talk about it again early, you can see all the different colors over on the timing ticker. You've got the different layouts here. The red, obviously, is our E-Production. You've got the white there. That is going to be our T4 class. Then you've got your F production. Looks like that's going to be in blue. Your green is going to be your STL. And then yellow is H production. Our legend car gets the peach color, rightfully so for Bob. So Bob gets the peach color on the timing ticker. But what that does is it's able to show you where your favorite driver or where your driver is and where they're racing against others in class. If you're not really sure who you're actually racing or who they're actually racing against, you can see. So you can see who's leading the class based off their color in there. And
Right.
as the ticker goes along, you'll see the classes next to it along with the time.
All right, now what you'll also see there, if you look at the very bottom of the ticker, two drivers that did not take the green flag today. We mentioned Paul Marcones, who was scheduled to be our pole sitter. Elazar Mann in his H production Toyota MR2 does not appear to have taken the green either.
Yeah, and he went out, we'll have to look, because he went out for warm-ups this morning and got out there, and I do believe he went out for the pace lap, so we'll have to see. Maybe he came in and we didn't see it. Maybe having a transponder issue or something like that, but yeah, it looks like, he may not have taken the lap. Greg, one of the things I'm noticing today early on, and Spencer had that in the last shot there, is coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3, drivers staying very far driver's left, running over the rumble strips. It's kicking a lot of dirt and a lot of grass and everything on that racetrack. So that's going to get trickier as the day goes on. Again, not a lot of rain out here at all in the last really month and a half. I think we had a couple last week.
And a couple of drops for about 5 minutes yesterday.
Right.
As well. And we saw, we had that very short, not delay, but very short period between our bracket race and this race. And in that time, some of our corner workers over at turn 3, they ran out with some brooms to try and get that gravel and dirt back off the track because, yes, certainly right at the apex, it's going to cause an issue.
Yeah. Tell you what, looking through the field here, we talked about Bob Connor in that Legend car, and that looks like Bob is pretty much starting shotgun on the field here. It moved all the way up, really now to 9th overall. So Bob's got that 1250 motor going. I asked him, when are you going to put the new motor in there, the MZ09s, and he goes, I'm not.
He's happy with how it's working right now.
He's happy, right.
Exactly. So our overall leader, Michael Unger, in his Honda S2000, Brian, not only was he fast at the start, he is still putting down fast lap times. Just reset fastest lap of the race at a 125 flat. That is a full 1.1 seconds faster than Mark Johnston, who is running second in class, and Johnston currently running third overall behind Ted Cahall. Also, if we take a look at those times, it is about 3 seconds faster than Joe Smoot is turning right now in his Mazda RX-7.
And Greg, we talked about the temperature this morning where it was cloudy yesterday, and especially when this group went out, it was a little cooler in the morning. Mm-hmm. We talked about one of the drivers that's struggling right now, looking at yesterday's times. His fastest lap during the race yesterday was in that 126 mark, and that is Deacon Greenfield.
Right.
Went his fastest lap on lap 4 just there, down to a 128, still 2 seconds off the pace. And again, he's battling with Ted Cahall in that STL battle. To do it again. Ted having that problem early on yesterday, which enabled Deacon Greenfield to pick up that win. Deacon's got a lot of work to do if he wants to get back. Right now, battling with Stephen Clark on the racetrack here
in the F production Mazda, exactly. And this might help Deacon quite a bit as far as learning, possibly learning some additional racecraft and how to work against some of those Mazda Miatas. Stefan, very accomplished both in ITA as well as F production, had put the car, I believe, in the top 10 at the National Championship runoffs this year, and as he was running on DOT tires. As we've got one of our Pintos, Brian.
Actually, it wasn't a Pinto; it was the Miata that was in front of Bruce Shelton.
Okay.
In that going around in turn 5, that actually I believe is going to be the 178 of Robert Cahall. Yeah, Bob's going to go around there in turn 5. You can see on your camera here. Here comes Bruce Shelton with a whole host of drivers behind that.
Checked up as they were all checking up for the off-lap. So I immediately looked up and I saw the Pinto off pace. He was trying to avoid the spin directly ahead of him. Yeah, matter of fact, just getting word from the corner that Shelton actually drove the car based on where Bob Cahall's car was located. Shelton actually had to go into the gravel on the outside of turn 5 to avoid, and we could see here now as the entire field had to check up behind him. Now, what this also does, Brian, is we look at that GT Pinto battle right now. It now has allowed our second place runner in GT Pinto, Drew Erie, to make up quite a bit of ground on Bruce Shelton. He's in that pack that's locked behind the number 11 car. He is, I believe, the fourth or fifth car, although already we're starting to see where Erie may be dropping off the pack. They're right behind Bruce Shelton. We had Alex Cumming in that Touring 4 Mazda RX-8, Miranda Price in her STL Miata, and also looks like Robert Cahall was able to recover. He's in that group as well. He actually only lost 3 positions.
Yeah, he lost 3 positions, but he was right on the back bumper there of Alex Cumming in that 24 machine. He's going to drop a little bit back further from that now, because now he's going to have Alex there and he's going to have Miranda Price. So those 3 are going to battle. So Robert's going to try to battle to get back where he was, which fortunately didn't lose that many positions actually on the racetrack.
All right, and Brian, this is not a good sign.
Yep.
And I hate to say this with Sherry Mack, his aunt, sitting in the chat right now, but we are getting word from a couple of our corners that the Honda CRX at Deacon Greenfield is putting out a little bit of white smoke from the tailpipe. So we'll have to continue to watch that. And again, if that motor is getting a little soft, Brian, could also explain why he's so much off the pace of where he was yesterday.
Yeah, it looks like he's a little bit there coming out of turn 3, headed up over the hill. I did notice a little bit, so looks like we may have somebody there. You can see it definitely going down into turn 5,
quite a bit
coming down in there.
Yeah, and it's a shame because he had finally cleared the F production Miata of Stephen Clark. He had also cleared Kevin Conlon and John Jenkins there as well. And so it looks like Clark is actually losing a couple positions. And he was starting to move up and get a little bit closer to Ted Cahall.
Looks like Deacon Greenfield now is going to pull it off. You see there on your camera.
Driver's right.
Looks like he's going to come down pit road here.
Exactly. Let's see if we can pick him up and see if he comes down the pit lane. Yeah, and there he is on the apron coming down the pit lane. Looks like Deacon Greenfield not going to repeat as a race winner this weekend.
What that does is that brings John Jenkins back up. Now that puts him in second in STL and move Kevin Conlon in that 4 machine up to third, and they're nose to tail on the racetrack. So that is going to be the battle for second place in STL, with Ted Cahall leading that and a pretty big sizable gap between those 3 cars.
All right, Brian, I'd like to shift back a little bit. We have a very large H production field here this weekend, and we've been watching the battle for the lead in H production between Chuck Allard, yesterday's winner, in the blue and white number 50 Porsche 924, and then we've got Al Simon, his first generation Volkswagen Scirocco. And they are now going through turn 3 and heading. They're going to be heading down the hill into turn 5.
Yeah, pretty big, decent sized gap there, Allard and Simon. But you know what? We saw this yesterday where there started out to be a big gap for the 15-lap sprint race, and then all of a sudden, Al gets right on the back bumper of Chuck Allard.
Yeah, with like traffic. 4 laps to go, there was I think a 3.5 second gap between the two. And when they crossed the line, it was down to 3/10.
Yeah,
they were within about a car length and a half of one another. And as they start to come through traffic, and of course with H production, Brian, where it is on general pace and general lap times, not one of the faster classes that is on this track here. Mm-hmm. There are 2 things that they have to contend with. Well, certainly if they come up on some faster cars ahead of them, but they are going to be constantly having to worry about faster cars coming up behind and when to allow those cars to make passes on them. And, I think a lot of that dealing with that traffic yesterday, we saw where Chuck Allard got caught out a number of times.
Yeah.
And, we'll have to see how things play out here today.
Yep. Yeah, when you look at that, between those 2, right now it's 1.3 seconds, but then you got to go all the way back. And we talked about him yesterday, Michael McQueen. He was battling up there with Alsheim, early on in the race yesterday, and before he ended up dropping back. But, that's 14 seconds back from that. Then you've got another 8 seconds back to the 7 of Troy McBain, and then Lawrence Slavinsky, who really going to put a lot of laps today, because he's going to go. He went 10 in the first group. He's going to go 20 in this group here, and he's going to come right back and do another 10. So he's going to go 40 laps this week, or today only. Throw that in with the 15. He's got 55 laps on 55 racing laps.
That's right.
A lot of brake lock up heading down, and it looks like we're going to have again. It looks like the 178 of Robert Cahill. He's going to spin again, going down in there. He was right behind Alex Cumming in that 24 machine, and he got really, really sideways going through. You see he's going to continue out of the carousel there, but he's got Bruce Shelton on the back bumper of him again. So where he worked to get back in front of Bruce, now he spins again in front of Bruce.
And now it starts the whole game one more time as they're now side by side coming up the hill. And underneath the bridge. Let's see what happens when they come through turn 10. If one of them gets it figured out, it looks like K-Hall manages to get around Shelton going into 10, and I think probably more than anything, because you can imagine right now K-Hall running a little bit hot. Shelton, who has, I think close to 40-plus years racing experience. Yeah, I think this is the 40th season, multiple MARRS championships, probably said, you know what, Bobby, go through turn 10. I'll follow you through. That way I don't slow both of us down.
And that's exactly what he did, and he got right on the back bumper. And I can tell you what, the bumper on a Pinto and a rear bumper on a Miata, they don't match up real well.
No, they do not.
That Pinto bumper is going to be a little bit higher. So Bruce got right in there behind him, but, Robert not getting a full spin in turn 5 last time really got sideways, kind of drifting, right?
Yes.
We talked about this last week when we were up in New Jersey. We picked a new DK up there. I think we got a new DK here right now, and that's Bob Cahill.
Exactly. So interestingly, there as we were watching Shelton follow Bobby Cahill down through turn 1, he managed to put Bob Rapley, who's back for his very first race, I think since like 2013 or so, puts Rapley a lap down there. Rapley currently running in third, but good to see Bob back behind the wheel. I know that he had been working on building up a GT Light car, a Honda CRX, for a number of years. Didn't get it out, hasn't gotten it out, but I think the fact that he's behind the wheel, next best thing.
Yeah, coming out here running this Pinto, get it back, and who knows? He may do it. It looks like we've got Bob Cahill now is coming in on pit road right there.
Well, not only that, Al Syme, Brian, who was running second in H production, he brought the car in at where cars normally leave the pit lane. He entered in, so that fight between he and Chuck Allard, that is now done.
Yep.
And then, as you mentioned, sitting on the pit lane right now, Ted Cahill on the pit road, had his crew take a quick look at the car, and not Ted Cahill, pardon me, Bobby Cahill.
Right.
And Bobby Cahill now taking his Mazda Miata back to the paddock. So, it's not like 3 strikes you're out. It's in this game, it's 2 strikes you're out, and his crew sent them back. He might have a suspension issue.
Big John down there told him, just go ahead and pull it in there. Let's just save the car.
He never told that to me when Big John looked after my car. But so Bobby Cahill, driver of the 178 car, he retires. That is going to move Miranda Price up to 4th in class. Kevin Conlon 3rd. As you mentioned, John Jenkins running 2nd. And a nice drive so far. I don't want to jinx it for Ted Cahill, who started on the front row yesterday, retired the car on the very first lap.
Turn 7.
Yeah, exactly. And so far, the car looks a lot more reliable today.
Yeah. Again, we're getting into that 80-degree mark, too, here, right? So it's getting a lot harder, as we've gone up through halfway. Tell you what, Greg, let's go ahead and make a call for the next group.
Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. That is our open wheel and prototypes and sports racers. ASR, Club Ford, CFC, Formula 6, Formula A, Formula Continental, Formula E, and Formula E2, Formula Enterprises, and Formula Enterprises 2, Formula F, Formula S, FST, Formula V, Formula X, Prototype 1, Prototype 2, Sports Racer 1, and Sports Racer 2. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2, is it so much? Should I just say open wheel and prototypes?
Yep.
Please come to the grid. Your feature race is next.
Greg, while you were making that announcement, I was watching here on the cameras down into turn 5, and John Jenkins, who is 2nd in STL. Let's keep an eye on that car. He started to make a pass on Stephen Hyatt in that number 31 machine and locked the brakes up. Next time we go to turn 5 camera, you're going to be able to see the mark that he has put down on the racetrack, driver's left, basically starts from the top of the hill coming out of turn 4 all the way down. You can see it right there, just to the right there.
Oh, yes.
He locked it up from the top of the hill all the way down. And I now know we now have a new DK because that car got completely sideways.
Oh, my.
And that car was actually looking into the side view. I talked about Stephen Hyatt now. He has now pulled that car back behind the wall and back into the paddock as well. John Jenkins was looking at Stephen Hyatt's car just dead stick straight on, going through there, able to control
Were they able to wave to one another?
He may have gone out there and looked to ask him if he had any Grey Poupon out the window because that's how close he got with zero contact, able to continue. But I would be a little bit worried if I'm John Jenkins. You may want to change that right front tire before the next time you come out on the track.
So I'm sure Hyatt was ready for this. I think so. Hyatt spent years as the SCCA's National Rallycross Board chairman, and was also chief steward for the SCCA's Rallycross Nationals. I'm sure he was ready to go off-roading at a moment's notice.
Right.
But now the only off-roading he's going to be doing is, it's off track back into the paddock there. And I'm sure that that puts a tear in the eye of his daughter, Taylor Hyatt, who's actually flagging here this afternoon.
So we'll have to see whether or not that John Jenkins is able to hold on to that second in STL for basically Kevin Conlon. That's the next car that's going to be close, and I think it's like only a 1.4 second lead there for between second and third. So definitely got a lot of cars pushing the limit. You can see there as Spencer's got it on our turn 9 camera there. A lot of cars really pushing the issue coming up that hill, getting all the way out into driver's left. They're really letting it track out a little bit too much.
Well, we just saw actually down in the carousel where Bruce Shelton, who is just now being passed by our overall leader, Michael Unger, was getting the blue flags to alert him that faster traffic was coming up behind. Both Shelton and also John Turris in his Ford Mustang had just been passed by Michael Unger. Michael Unger had just reset fastest lap of the race, brings his E-Production car down to 1:24.427 as he put those racers down, and so he's now lapped the field up to 13th position.
Greg, we now have car number 8 there. That Mustang you were just talking about.
Turris,
he just pulled off. John Turris, he just pulled off. Looks like there may be some type of an oil leak or some type of a leak. He went down into turn 1 and just nothing but a big puff of smoke coming out of that. Moved over to driver's left and then cut back across and took our cutout there.
Yeah.
He is in the middle between our front stretch and turn 3, but looks like a lot of smoke underneath the hood. I think it looks like it could be from overheating.
Yeah, and that's probably not something that our good friend Chris Childs from Angry Sheep Motorsports is going to enjoy hearing. Of course, he's up at the Cat Majors at Road America this weekend, but Chris takes care of that Ford Mustang. Tur is a 30-year racer in the SCCA. He was the pit marshal of the year for the New York region, Brian, in 1978. So we will continue to monitor that. So we do have the local caution down at that portion of the course. And I think we're going to have some of our emergency services teams going and responding to that now as we've got 5 laps to go. Brian, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 2. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few minutes.
And Greg, that looks like that may be an expired motor, so it looks like
that's a shame.
Looks like Mr. Childs has got some work to do when he comes back.
Yeah, it's definitely rough there. Tur is such a we said he was a quarter marshal of the year in the late 70s. Started racing with the SCCA back in 1972, and. Yeah, that's so unfortunate. He had a great race yesterday here as we now have 5 laps remaining. Let's quickly break down things here by class. Where in E-Production, it is still Michael Unger in his Honda S2000 leading Mark Johnston and Joseph Smoot in GT Pinto. It's still Bruce Shelton and Drew Erie with Bob Rapley running in third. In STL, Ted Cahall leads this race as he has from the start. John Jenkins, a little bit of vibration in the front there, Brian. In the 195 car running second. Kevin Conlon third. Miranda Price sitting just off the podium right now in fourth position. In H Production, it's Chuck Allard with Michael McQueen second. Troy McBain moves up to third. Good run for Troy in that Honda Fit. And Larry Slavinsky currently in fourth. In F Production, Stephen Clark, only driver still left on course as Stephen Hyatt had gone and retired. Bob Connor, still having a good run in his 1934 Ford sedan Legends car.
He went Irish.
Exactly. In Touring 4, it's Mark Liller with Alex Cumming and Jennifer Romes. That's your top 3. And, of course, John Turr is just retired. And our sole Spec RX-7 racer today is Rick Ricker. And I should mention this, Brian, because I thought he might be out racing here today. Both Brian and I and the rest of the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA want to wish Joe Manowski, our region chief of tech, a happy birthday today.
18 years old, I heard.
That's what I heard. Just cracked 18. Legal to vote, not legal to drink, and he is down in tech working here. It is a working vacation for him today, and so congratulations, Joe. Glad. I'll personally wish you a happy birthday a little bit later today.
We got a few good battles on the racetrack here. A lot of it is coming down into traffic, but we talked about Stephen Clark, we talked about John Jenkins. Those two have been kind of at the hip the entire race.
They have.
Not neither one of them getting that much further away from each other. Again, different class. Stephen in that F production machine and John Jenkins in that STL machine. I could just see if somebody called John on the radio and said, "How's your car?" "It's doing okay." It's got a little bit of a vibration there, but those two kind of stuck at the hip. Have been nose to tail. Haven't been more than maybe a car length and a half apart. You talked about Bob Connor in that Legend car again, starting basically shotgun on field, starting 27th, moved all the way up, 6th overall. I looked at his lap times. He is consistent. He was within a tenth to 2/10 every single lap. So that Yamaha 1250 still hanging in there. That motor's been in that car for several years. Bob took some time off working on his business. He owns a crab place down in Stafford, Virginia. So good to see Bob back out here running again. He's been out here pretty much all year. I don't think he ran April, but he definitely ran June. Had some problems, bounced back and forth a little bit. Had some problems yesterday, and then back out here running again. Like I said, pretty consistent times in that 1250.
All right, so Michael Unger crosses the line as he does. He puts Bob Rapley another lap down, and Unger now with 2 laps remaining. Next time he comes by, he will get that 1 to go warning here, or board. No, not a warning. 1 to go. Warning, Will Robbins. Warning, Michael Unger. You have 1 lap remaining. But no, he'll get the 1 to go board, which we use here on the starter stand as opposed to a waving white flag here in the Washington, D.C. region. Ted Cahall running 2nd overall, currently about 9 seconds back. And then Mark Johnston, 3rd overall, 2nd in E-Production to Michael Unger, currently about a half minute in arrears of the Honda S2000 driver. And again, this is the first weekend that we have seen that Nissan race in E-Production. It started off as an ITS car, right? Mark had raced it for a number of years in STU, and now, of course, we're seeing it in E-Production. And each one of these different classes, they've got different vagaries, for the different prep levels that you have to adhere to, and he plans to continue running this car in E-Production. We'll have to see. He's probably going to have to make some changes to run with the big dogs, like an Unger or like a Paul Marconi.
Right.
And the reason why I find this so interesting, we saw him run this car in ITS, Brian, just at the June MARRS, where he had that great race with Jeff Lucas and also Chris Childs, who was running in the Mazda MX-5.
Yep.
All right, so Unger now working his very last lap.
Right there, coming out of turn 3, headed up the hill over turn 4. So just a handful of laps left, or a handful of turns left.
Yes.
That he's going to
Warning.
have to make. Yeah, talk about warning. Warning, you have a handful of turns left. So, yeah, most definitely he'll be winding up this race as we get ready to finish our Group 1. But, couple good battles going on the racetrack. We talked about Jenkins. We talked about Stephen Clark. That has now dissipated. Stephen Clark has gotten around, like I said, that vibration. I would truly say that is a lot of tire degradation with Jenkins after that big lockup. That was one of the biggest ones I've seen there in a very long time.
All right, our leader, Michael Unger, driver of the number 83 Honda S2000. He comes out of turn number 10. Brian, second car in the line here. He's going to be right behind the number 14 machine and taking the checkered flag. There it is, Michael Unger, your winner in E-Production. Ted Cahall now coming out of turn 10 and onto the front straight. The 182 machine, he runs 20 laps today. He will finish as your winner in STL. And look at this coming out of turn 10, Brian, here for the very last time. A little bit further back in the pack. This is a heck of a battle here at T4 with Alex Cumming and Jennifer Rome. And that was for the win in Touring 4.
That would be for second. Mark Lillard.
Oh, Mark Lillard took the win in T4.
He's going to get that win.
The battle then for second in Touring 4, Alex Cumming and his Mazda RX-8 beats out Jennifer Rome to the line.
Go ahead.
10/100ths of a second.
Kind of a little math inside joke up here.
I may not be able to count to 10.
That's because you took your shoes off. That's how you got that.
I'm wearing slides today, so I've got toes. I can actually count to 20. All right, as the rest of our racers come across the line. So in Touring 4, Lillard, Cumming, Romes, John Turres retired after 13 laps. In F Production, Stephen Clark takes the win over Stephen Hyatt, who retired after 10. In H Production, Chuck Allard, your winner. Michael McQueen finishing second. Troy McBain will finish third with Larry Silvinsky fourth. In GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton takes the win over Drew Erie. Bob Rapley finishing in third. In STL, Ted Cahall, your winner. John Jenkins second. Kevin Conlon third. Great run for Miranda Price. She finishes fourth in class. And who am I forgetting? There must be some folks I'm forgetting. We've got Bob Connor, our sole racer in Legends. He comes home and finishes the race, and Connor worked his way all the way up to sixth after starting 27th. And Rick Ricker, our sole racer in Spec RX-7. All right, Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. Open wheel prototypes and sports racers. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2. Open wheel sports racers and prototypes. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. And as we do, I want to let everybody know about some interesting things, some charitable things that we've got coming up at Labor Day.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and Charity event, the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd, are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated. So make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. Planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It is the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars and the Washington, D.C. region of the Sports Car Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, with Spencer Gaynor here as well. And we are getting ready for MARRS race number 2 on the day. These are our open wheel racers, prototypes, and I don't believe we've got any of the new sports racer classes, which were just initiated from the Sports Car Club of America for to allow some of the racers in the National Pro Radical Series to come race with SCCA. But Brian, we had 13 drivers set qualifying times over the course of the weekend. Why don't we run down the starting order as that pace lap is getting underway?
All right, looks like we're scheduled to have 13 drivers here in this. So starting 13th from Laurel, Maryland, that's going to be 31 of David Gomberg. Starting in the 12th position from Gloucester, Virginia, that's the 62 of Harrison Southworth. Supposed to start 11th from Powhatan, Virginia, that's the 70 of Ken Van Horn. Starting in the 10th position from Herndon, Virginia, the 44 of Dan Carney. Starting in the 9th position from Winchester, Virginia, that's the 61 of Edward Eller. Starting in the 8th position from Henrico, Virginia, that's the 22 of Mark Walthow. Starting in the 7th position from Culpeper, Virginia, that's the 28 of John Vidovich. Starting in the 6th position from Cockeysville, Maryland, that's the 2 of Wayne Nicolette. Starting in the 5th position, and your pole sitter in our Club Ford from Franklinville, New Jersey, that's the 27 of Jacob King. Starting in the 4th position from Midlothian, Virginia, that's the 14 of Carl Lennox Barbrew. Starting in the 3rd position from Oakton, Virginia, the 45 of Chuck Moran. And starting on the front row and starting in the 2nd position in that FE2 machine from Herndon, Virginia, that's the 11 of Justin Huffman. And starting on the pole in that Formula S, in that Lola T97, that's the 5 of Amber Stevenson.
All right, there you go, Brian. That is the field, and so we were watching Amber Stevenson see if she could break that Formula S record yesterday, Brian. It got a little bit more of a backstory. Before and she's driving a Lola, a 1997 Lola T9720. It is a former Indy Lights car that she has done all the work to get back up and running. They came, and yesterday morning in qualifying, she was, again, underneath the track record. The problem is that in SCCA road racing here at Summit Point Raceway, we have a sound limit that is set that we monitor about 50 feet off the side of the track, and your race car cannot exceed 103 decibels, which I might add is very, very loud. You can't do it more than 3 times. Amber was at 111 decibels, and decibel scale is logarithmic. It's not like a linear line.
Right.
111 decibels is around 40% louder than 103 decibels.
I'm sure her and Serena are like, well, what do we do now?
Right, exactly. Well, they got the car down to 102 decibels for yesterday's race. The problem is it impacted how quickly they could run the car. And, of course, Amber, she ran a very good race, was very, very conscientious and let a lot of the other racers that had multiple cars in class run their races. She worked her way slowly to the front of the field. But, again, was about a second off the track record. Now we got the pace car on the pit lane. We're going to be turning things over to Amber Stevenson, who is our pole sitter there with Justin Huffman to her left in his FE2 machine. Green flag is in the air, and we are underway. Now, at the end of yesterday's race, Brian, Amber Stevenson was lapping 4 seconds faster than Justin Huffman, who we know was probably looking to get the track record in FE2 back after losing it last season to his son, Jamison Huffman. But Amber came up very quickly on Justin Huffman on the very last lap of the race to take the overall win after having started at the very back of the pack. Now we'll watch here as once again we've got a nice Formula Continental battle between Lennox Barbrew and Chuck Moran, and once again a very large Club Ford fight here. We've got 5 Club Ford racers.
Yeah, Jacob King, Wayne Nicolette, Mark Walthow, and then John Vidovich along with Edward Eller. Pretty good battle, pretty much with Jacob King and Wayne Nicolette. We see that pretty much every event here that Jacob and them come down. So, Wayne's got to really like that. But, you talked about Justin Huffman right there again, right on the back gearbox of Amber Stevenson as they come up out of turn 9. We'll see what the difference is here as she starts to open that up, get all the way over to far driver's right. Obviously, that is by plan.
Right.
Want to stay away from the sound as much
Exactly.
as possible.
Stay as far away from that microphone as she can.
At 111, though, she probably need to cut the course and cut through the cut
Yeah,
and pick up
exactly.
turn 3 because 111 is that's pretty loud.
Ear splitting, exactly.
Drive through Winchester.
And just to give you an idea, the track record in FE2 I think is down in the 112 range, and Amber was lapping in the 108s.
Right.
So again, about a 4-second difference there, and Stevenson at a 1:16.7 that first time through. Now, good to see we've got one person who made it out today that spent his entire time watching yesterday's sprint race from the pit lane, Brian. That is Ken Van Horn in his Prototype 2 AMAC. Never made it off the pit lane or off the grid yesterday to take the pace lap. He starts from the back of the field. Car looking a little bit off the pace currently, but I think he's probably going to be working his way up.
Well, we also had, yesterday Harrison Southworth, who didn't get out, for the green flag as well. Basically missed the first lap, and then came out with that Formula 600. And we got a lot of calls yesterday about the car smoking. It was like, I'd be worried if it wasn't. And we've talked about that with several other cars and other groups. You'd want to be you'd want to be worried if it's not smoking. That means there's definitely no oil in it. Take a look here at some early times. We talked about, as you said, that Club Ford group there. They're starting to head down in turn 1. I tell you what, you've got Jacob King and Wayne Nicolette coming out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3. There you go, Greg. That is nose to tail. It doesn't get any closer than that.
Right. But, Brian, more importantly, just ahead of them, had Carl Lennox Barbrew very much off the pace. There, and we can see now here as he's coming down into turn 5, both of the Club Fords, King and Nicolette, get around the number 14 car, and that car now being covered with a white flag to signify a slow-moving vehicle as he goes around the carousel.
And he had problems yesterday. I think he only completed maybe 4 or 5 laps early, and so now you can see that on your camera getting through there. I don't believe he's going to have to probably pull off there because he is going to be in a terrible position if he continues that, unless he can bump start that. And there it is. There you see it. Pulls off near station 7 flag there.
All right. He gets into the grass there. He was going down a hill at one point, probably carried low speed. He would have had to come up the hill to get to the pit lane.
Yeah.
That car was never going to make it. So it looks like now Carl Lennox Barbrew's day is done, and that leaves Chuck Moran in the number 45 Crossley as the only remaining Formula Continental, and he's running 3rd overall. Amber Stevenson now down to a 108.109. And as I was talking to my good friend Roger Troxel last night, we thought that perhaps yesterday, because it was somewhat cooler than today, might be, until we get to, it was probably going to be much warmer at Labor Day also, that yesterday might have been the best opportunity for Amber Stevenson to set a track record. But
she just went 107.7.
107.7, so that puts her underneath the track record. We talked about this yesterday. The former track record in Formula S set by Dennis Henrati, also in a Lola T97-20, and he had set that back in September 2015 at a 108.1.
Well, there it is.
So she has now dropped 0.3 off of that.
That is. So you now have a new track record set here for the July MARRS 2024 with Amber Stevenson.
There you go. So congratulations to her. In that battle in Club Ford, and we'll try and pick that up here once again, Brian, as Wayne Nicolette, he has been really keeping Jake King within his sights.
Wow! Now we're getting word that now Justin Huffman is going over the 103
sign
here.
limit, yeah.
So Again, another car having to let off or stay far driver's right.
Yes.
As he now comes out of turn 10 and headed down. We'll see whether or not he moves over. It doesn't look like he's going to that one, so we'll have to see. He did acknowledge it.
Yeah, so, you've got two options, Brian. You can pull all the way to driver's right, or you can just let your foot off the throttle. Right now, as our sole Formula Enterprise 2 racer in the field, take your choice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you've got room to do whatever.
Exactly.
You can see there on our camera as Spencer's got it going. You could see Barbrew in the tower there.
All right, let's take a look here, Brian. Let's jump back to this battle for the lead in Club 4. Jake King in the number 27 machine, Wayne Nicolette in that yellow number 2 close behind.
Yeah, headed down to turn 1. Greg, I'm sorry. I was listening to what was going on. We potentially have a problem with Ken Van Horn's car.
Okay.
Probably somewhere showing some smoke. We'll have to pick that up on the camera. It looks like he's, definitely going down into turn 5. Camera, we can get out of the carousel here.
There we go.
Wait. Yep.
All right, and we've got waving yellow there at 5, and we just saw one of our corner workers running with the fire bottle.
Yeah, that's Ken Van Horn. Looks like that car may be on fire. He is climbing out of the car. So
yeah, indeed, as the racing is still continuing on, and we are now going to a full course caution, Brian. First time we've gone full course caution all weekend long here, as we'll try and get the field underway, as we're going to have to send some fire equipment down to that portion of the course. And hey, there we go. There's our safety car.
We'll pick the safety car up, and Spencer, we know we got a double yellow here. You got to stay awake now. You got to stay awake back there. So,
all right, as the safety car waiting to deploy is our leader, Amber Stevenson, will be coming out of turn 10 momentarily. Graham Taylor trying to get a head start, and we are going to be now red flagging the race. And, Brian, what that means is that all of our drivers should come to a safe, controlled stop on the surface. A little bit different than what you see, in FIA and Formula One, where a red flag is essentially the equivalent of a black flag here. And if we take a look, if we can go to turn 6, you'll see the smoke there coming off. Unfortunately, we don't have the car in our view, but all of our racers should now be coming to a complete stop on the circuit. You can see if you take a look at the start finish line, the safety car as well has come to a stop as we're rolling now safety equipment out on track here to try and control the situation. Well, Brian, we'll stick with the coverage here for a few moments, and we'll try to get some information as we scan around the track. We'll see. I'm looking to see if we have any other vehicles where we could see race cars at a stop. I think over the turn 2 shot, you can see there all the way at the end, just coming out of turn 2 on driver's left, our right. One of the Club Fords there on the side of the road. What the drivers want to do, Brian, is and actually we've got 2 vehicles over there. I think we've got Jake King
and Wayne Nicolette on opposite sides of the racetrack.
Yeah, we want the drivers to stop as close to a corner station as possible, and that way the corner stations can instruct them what to do and when to go. Exactly. As a matter of fact, we can see here over by our turn 7 flag station there in the carousel that one of the safety workers has walked out to a driver to give them a little additional information.
Yep.
And so what I'm hearing, Brian, and the reason they went to the red flag is that there was a full blockage of the track surface, again, just to the left of this shot here, and there wasn't room for additional vehicles to get around. And so that's why they asked to have the session stopped.
Yep.
So as soon as they can possibly move that car a little bit and open up a lane, we'll see the racers come back to the pit lane, and it sounds like that is going to be given fairly soon. Now, Brian, the stewards have the discretion under a red flag to either stop the clock or it
Yep.
can continue running. The supplemental regulations that are given to the drivers that were given before this event specifically say that the clock may be stopped. It doesn't have to be stopped. To my knowledge, the clock is still running. The request to stop the clock has not yet been given.
Yep. Yeah, what it sounds like, Greg, is they're going to take the drivers that are over beyond the incident there. So through the carousel, you see there now seven, basically our workstation 7, 8, and 9.
Right.
They're actually going to send those cars around, bring them down on pit road, put them in. They're going to go to a black flag all. Once the the situation is clear out in right outside turn 5 and into turn 6, then they'll send the rest of the cars around, send them down into pit road, and go from there.
All right, so we just saw the F6 of the F6 of Harrison Southworth come into the pit lane. All right, and now on past the incident,
Yeah.
those red flags are being withdrawn. They're getting a black flag.
Right.
Before the incident, like we're looking here on the front straight where we've got the safety car and one of our other race cars, and I believe that is, I think that is Mark Walthu in the Club Ford, the 22 car that is right behind the safety car, because he's showing as a lap down from Amber Stevenson, Justin Huffman,
Right.
Chuck Moran, Jake King. He's just hasn't gotten to that start-finish line yet. We can see here if we look at that start-finish camera, he's just short of the start-finish line. As soon as he crosses that, he'll be starting lap number 7.
Right.
But again, all of the racers that are prior to turn 5, they're staying where they are because we don't have a way to put them through.
And I think that looking at the cars that have now just come down out of the shot that Spencer had there coming down on pit road, it looks like the only 3 cars that may not be, able to get around and get on the pit road would be the
3 Club Fords.
Right, exactly. So we'll have to see once they release them. And, Greg, one of the things that, you're kind of taught in school, obviously, as you said, you got to come to a complete and controlled stop, get off to the side so that emergency equipment can get there. One of the things that, you can do is, as you're out here, it's close to 85, almost 90 degrees temperature out there. When you get on the brakes right there and you're sitting there, you can let it roll just a little bit, not too much, just enough to keep your rotors going. Because if not, when it gets hot like that, they can warp, especially after going 6, almost 7 laps.
Indeed.
You've got enough heat in there. So you'll see some guys, they'll probably move a little bit here and there to do that. So that's another good thing, that if, you unfortunately have to come to a red flag, you can let it go roll a little bit just to get your brakes.
Yep, indeed. All right, so Brian, we always say that these are 20 lap feature races. They are actually 20 laps with a possibility of going, I believe it is 40 minutes.
40 or 45? 40
Yeah,
minutes?
we have to
minutes.
double check the timing on it. Actually, I'm looking at it right now, 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And so there are about 25 minutes remaining on the clock. What we will do for this race, and remind me to change it back afterwards, is when we go back to racing, because this now will likely finish based on time, not on laps, I will switch our timing and scoring pylon to show not how many laps are remaining, but how much time is remaining. So I'm going to set that up right now, and who knows, I might have to change it again. But we will try and get that taken care of. Let's see, based on time to go. There we go. And we'll send that config. Tell you what, Spencer, why don't we throw up the ticker right now, and we'll see. Oh, yeah, there we go. I just want to make sure. There we go. See, 24 minutes and 37 seconds remaining. Very good. All right. And
You can see it starting to see it count down.
that's what it should be. If it's counting up, we're all in trouble.
Well, yeah, that's true.
So, all right. So let's, Brian, while we got a couple seconds here, let's go and recap things for our folks here at the track. Amber Stevenson, our sole racer in Formula S, she is currently your overall leader. Justin Huffman, our sole racer in FE2. He runs second overall. Then let's look over at Formula Continental, where Chuck Moran is your leader. Carl Lennox Barbrew had the mechanical issues just before that red flag came out. He is parked in the grass over there in the carousel.
Yeah, he got a bird's eye view of all of it.
Yeah, he was probably pointed straight at whatever happened to Ken Van Horn. In Club 4, Jake King is your leader with Wayne Nicolette second, Mark Walthu, then John Vidovich and Mark Eller. Dan Carney, our sole racer in Formula F today. In Prototype 2, Ken Van Horn. I think it's safe to assume that his race ends on lap number 5. Dave Gomberg, who went and put in a qualifying time yesterday. I haven't seen Dave.
He did not come out today. He did not take the green flag. So.
Exactly. And so that's where we are here with that field. As you see there, I think we've got all 12 racers that have taken the green listed, plus Gomberg there down at the very bottom, listed as in 13th position. All right, and we're getting word now that there is enough clearance down at the bottom of the course that the red flags are now going to be withdrawn. We're going to be going to a black flag condition, and so we'll see Wayne Nicolette and Jake King head into the pits. You see the pace car, now safety car, now back underway, and we will see then the driver right behind, which is Mark Walthu, here, who now crosses the start-finish line and starts lap number 6. He will be heading back to the pits as well. We'll get our drivers gridded back up, and hopefully we'll be back underway here in just a few moments. As I am starting to see, Brian, on some of our other cameras, starting to see some of our emergency services equipment leave the scene there at turn 5.
Yeah, get the last 3 cars there, our Club Fords, and we'll bring them down on pit road and finish cleaning the incident. Clean up a little bit of the track. It looks like they're going to have a little cleanup of the track there. Probably get some sweepers out there and clean up.
Well, I would imagine, Brian, that if the car did catch fire, there were probably some. If we take a look here, we could probably see that vehicle. It just came through turn 8. We're going to see Ken Van Horn's vehicle behind the ambulance. And of course, we rolled these ambulances for precaution. We did hear that the driver was safely out of car, but there is Ken Van Horn's AMAC on the back of that rollback coming onto the pit lane now. We'll just take a look from the side. Doesn't look much worse for wear, Brian. But,
no,
I was going to say, but if there was fire and we saw all the smoke, there was likely some fluid, some oil or something put down on the race course around it. And so our emergency services teams, they're going to be taking a look at that as well.
Yep.
So although our timing scoring is still showing red flag conditions, the red flags have been withdrawn. We are now under black flag conditions, and almost all of the racers on the pit lane. Now, that what they also did, Brian, is they did show a full course caution as well, and that is why the 22 of Walthu has not passed the safety car.
Right.
And there, under flat toe, that is Carl Lennox Barbrew's Formula Continental, the Magali US 99, as that car is going to be coming up onto the pit lane. So they figured, 2 birds, 1 stone, something like that, and get that vehicle out of the way as well.
We'll get those cars down here. Like I said, then they'll redo the lineup, right? They'll redo the lineup down there, and they'll get them out there, and then they'll send them back out.
Exactly. All right, and so, Brian, we are now, based on time, about halfway through this race. Again, only 5 laps into the 20-lap race. Let me do this. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next race group, which will be coming out, and that is actually our bracket racers.
Bracket racers will come back out.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. You can start heading to the grid now for your final race of the weekend. Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series drivers, bracket racers, please head to the grid.
There you can see our safety car there. You can see the Amber Stevenson machine right there. You see the crew chief over there talking to Graham. Graham's probably asking her, please don't run up on me when we go back out.
Don't hurt my camera.
Don't hurt that camera. See the umbrellas out there. No, it is not raining. And Spencer was just like looking at the same thing. Oh, it is not raining out there. Trust me, it is to keep the driver as cool as possible because these cars don't have fans in them that blow, and they more than likely, I'm almost positive, they don't have cool suits. Some of our drivers, especially in our our tin top cars, are definitely in our spec Miatas, will be running some cool suits today to stay cool.
Now, one important thing to note here, Brian, is as we are under black flag conditions, not the drivers, but the crews cannot do any work on the race cars. If there is anything that the driver was experiencing while out on track, they could certainly tell their crew about it. If the crews do any work on the race cars, those cars will have to be pulled out of line and they'll start at the back of the field. We're seeing here where Serena Stevenson bringing Amber Stevenson some fluids to certainly drink. That's not working on the car. That's working on the driver.
Right. Correct.
And obviously
that's what they call the creature comfort of the driver,
that's
right? And that's you can do whatever you need to do there to make them comfortable. So, Greg, and even on the last lap, we talked about the track record in Formula or in FS.
Formula S.
Then she lowered it the lap before we ended up having this incident.
That's
so now it's 107.4 as opposed to 107.7. So again, went faster. Here's the difficulty that she's more than likely. Now you've got this car coming in. The tires I know it's hot, I know it's warm, it's sitting in the sun. The tires will cool down a little bit. The brakes will cool down a little bit. I see that time sticking right there. It's probably going to take 3 or 4 laps to really get going again with that car. It's going to be tough to see if that track record gets lowered. I know that she is going to push every bit of it to try to lower that. But again, when the car comes in after sitting for a little while, it's going to be a little bit difficult to get back out and really try to lower that time.
Indeed.
Stop cheating over there and looking at F1. I see your phone. You're over there looking at F1. Stop cheating.
I'm sorry. It's not over yet, so I won't tell anybody. All right, Brian, we've just been given word on the grid that our racers are going to be heading out on track, back out on track in about 3 minutes. So the warning given to those drivers, they've got them all back in order there. The drivers probably getting their belt buckled back up. And we are going to have a single file restart.
Yep.
Graham Taylor, our safety car driver, is going to bring the field out. We'll be starting then for our leaders. We're going to be starting lap number 7. Mm-hmm. They will go around single file. They'll get the restart. When they get the green flag, they'll be starting lap number 8.
Yeah.
And again, as far as we know, the clock continues to run, and we've got about 15 minutes, a little bit more than 15 minutes remaining.
Yeah, we're going to listen, at 1 minute and 7 seconds or 1 minute and 8 seconds that she's running, we're probably going to end up, again, we're right at the 15-minute mark. Mm-hmm. So give it another, 3.5 minutes off of this, probably 11 minutes. Probably going to get another, 9 laps
9 to 10 laps, exactly.
Yeah, so, and again, that's just a rough guesstimate there. We all know that you and I are not good at math.
No, not at all. All right, so and Brian, so as the cars are going to be heading out real quick here, let me just throw up here on the screen real quick here. Next up is going to be our second 10-lap bracket race of the day. We are then going to have a feature race for race group number 4. and that is
That's our Spec Miata.
Miata. So
Yeah.
that's going to be a great race. And then we're going to take a break for lunch, about an hour for lunch, and then we've got 4 more feature races for you here in the afternoon. If you take a look at the bottom of the screen, you can see groups 5, 6, 7, and 8, and who that is. But let's come back over here and take a look, as we will hopefully get things back underway here in just a few moments. And I want to thank y'all for staying with us. And Brian, I guess this is a great opportunity to thank some of the great partners and sponsors that bring the coverage here for you at every single Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event, at Summit Point Raceway, at New Jersey Motorsports Park as well. We've got our title sponsor this weekend, Belmont Classic Cars. We also want to thank longtime sponsors, RP Performance, Radial Tire Company, and of course, OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmet to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none.
All right.
That kind of queued up,
Yeah, funny how that works.
nicely. Yeah,
Yeah.
It automatically queued it up. But yeah, so look, we're going back out. We are under a double yellow here. The safety car will take the cars around, and then we'll come back and we should go green right after the first lap there. So I'm sure that conversation with Graham and Amber is stay back a little bit. I'll get out of your way.
All right, Brian, I'm getting word now that the clock... Okay, there we go. Okay, there was some confusion there as far as how much time would be remaining and whether or not the clock had stopped. And word came from race control, and confirmation is that the clock did not stop. And so if you're there, take a look at the ticker at the left-hand side of your screen. About 12 minutes remaining this race. When they take the green flag, Brian, it's probably going to be just a little bit more than 11
I'm thinking
minutes.
9, yeah, about 11 minutes. I'm thinking we'll probably get, 9 minutes or 9 more laps probably.
And, Brian, you'll notice here, we take a look at this shot over at Turn 5. The corner workers there are displaying what is known as the debris flag, as, again, there may have been stuff.
Still some remnants of
Mr. Van Horn's little incident there. And they're going to show that probably for 2 laps.
I was going to say, I wouldn't be shocked if they don't show it for another lap, 2 laps,
Right.
under green flag conditions, per se, for that corner, just so that everybody is fully aware kind of what it is. So looks like our pace car will be coming in. They'll be going. Yep. I tell you what, Greg, it's going to be great to watch the start between Wayne Nicolette and Jacob King in that Club Ford battle.
All right, pace cars on the pit lane. Amber Stevenson leads the field, including Justin Huffman, Chuck Moran, Jake King, and Wayne Nicolette onto the front straight, and green flag is in the air. And with just under 11 minutes remaining, we are back to racing. And Brian, look at this. Just on the start, Chuck Moran and his Formula Continental gets around Justin Huffman. And I'm wondering if Justin, worried about breaking that 103 decibel sound limit, maybe just let out of the gas a little bit there.
Actually, Justin Huffman got around Amber Stevenson. It's like she didn't even go. Chuck Moran's back a little bit further, so Huffman's now coming up out of turn 2, headed up into turn 3.
Too many blue race
it
cars.
looked like that she just did not go.
Yeah,
or
well, and we
she
saw
knew
this
where
at the
she's
start.
at.
Yeah.
So we saw that on the start.
Exactly, where it's taken a couple laps to get some heat in the tires.
Yep.
She slow and steady wins the race, and I'm sure we'll start to see her pick up some pace. But as Moran had gotten around then Amber Stevenson, not Huffman,
right.
It looks like now that Formula Continental has actually dropped back behind our Club Ford leaders, Jake King and Wayne Nicolette.
Yeah. Well, still ahead of. He's still ahead of.
Well, he was. He
dropped back.
He was at the line.
Yeah, he dropped
he's
back.
Not there now. There he is now, as that car. Oh no, I take that back. Here he is on the front straight, coming now across the line, and up there is Chuck Moran running third overall. Pardon me, Jake King and Wayne Nicolette. There. Look at this, nose to gearbox as they come down the front straight. Brian, they now go side by side as they come down into turn number 1. And Wayne Nicolette with the inside position on Jake King. A little bit of a rear brake lockup from Jake King. And let's see as they come out from behind the trees, Wayne Nicolette, your new leader in Club Ford.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, this battle is not over as Jacob King's going to turn around, and he's going to go right back there. I wouldn't be surprised, knowing what the time difference, that we're racing on a time, that Jake King's going to really have to work to get back in front of Wayne Nicolette.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 3, Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Please come to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. Race group number 3, Sprint Bracket Road Racers. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Tell you what, Greg, we also got another battle there, and that's between the 22 machine, Mark Walther and John Vidovich. That is actually, the battle for third, and they were nose to tail last time by as well.
I was just watching Amber Stevenson
I did too.
come down the front straight, Brian, and we noted this early, that Stevenson moves as far away from that microphone as possible, all the way driver's right, to the point where it looked like, and those Indy Lights cars have some very wide tires.
Right.
It looked like about half of her front and half of her right front, half of her right rear tires were in the grass, literally using every last inch of the pavement that she could to stay away from those microphones. Is that battle we're watching now for third and Club Ford, Brian, going down into turn 1?
Yeah, I tell you what, again, 22 machine and the 28 machine with John Vidovich. Now throw Edward Eller into that battle as well. And then you've got the car of the 44 of Dan Carney kind of in between that whole entire group. So, again, third through fifth in Club Ford. Tell you what, Greg, it's going to come down to the last lap when it comes to timing. So they've got to stay as close as possible to each other, especially coming down here into turn 5.
Yeah, indeed, as we watch them coming down. So the Club Fords and the Formula Fords, we learned this, Brian, when we were announcing the Jefferson 500 this year. Essentially, the Club Fords are what are the second generation of Formula Fords or Formula Fs that I think were manufactured up through 1982, typically had the outboard suspensions, and the Formula Fs or Formula Fords here in SCCA Road Racing, the third generation, much newer cars, more modern suspensions, usually quite a bit quicker. Also, because of the way those suspensions are built, a little bit more aerodynamic as well than what you see from the older Club Fords. Mm-hmm. All right, so Jake King having gotten back around Wayne Nicolette, but still, Brian, only about 2 car lengths max separating them. But let's watch this battle coming down into turn 1 now here between we've got Walther with Vidovich and Eller with Dan Carney in the Formula F sitting right in between them.
Yeah, so that's the battle with Vidovich and Eller right there. So with Carney in the middle, it looks like 22. Walther, he's pulled away a little bit after the start, so it took about a lap and a half kind of come through. So it looks like he's going to start to pull away for that final podium spot in Club 4, but the battle's definitely still going to stay in the fourth, and we're getting word that they are halfway as far as laps go right now. So we've got just under about 5.5 minutes left, so probably another 5 laps. So we may get 15 out of this total. You talked about Amber Stevenson, Greg. Next time she comes by the start-finish line, you can hear it up here in the tower, how much out of the throttle she gets completely, really from the start-finish line all the way down past, our soundboard. It's like, the car's not even running at that point.
Oh, big brake lockup going down into turn 1. There it is. Look at that big cloud of smoke from Carney, just trying to hold off Ed Eller right behind him, and he slid right into the braking zone. Might have actually made up a little bit of opened up the gap a little bit as he slid down into turn 1, Brian. Yeah.
Again, that's that Formula F and then Club Ford. But I tell you what, after that, as you just mentioned, that lockup again, that's going to be another. That's a John Jenkins slide right there. That
Well, I'm sure that he will be maybe moving the brake balance a little bit further forward after watching the rear. That's so disconcerting when the rear end locks up because you're just waiting for the rear end to come around on you when that happens.
Yeah, I definitely hope you didn't. He didn't flat spot it. Since now you've got. Looks like Eller's going to get around him.
Yeah.
Go through there. So again, hey, look, he may even have a vibration as well, and I think the vibration in these cars would be a lot more substantial than you would see probably in
a softly sprung street car, production-based car.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So where we saw times earlier, and we'd have to check. I think if we can, let's. Yeah, I think you still have it up. What is the FE2 record by Son Jameson? Because
let me see if I can grab that, because what I was looking at on the note to the Washington D.C. region webmaster, the track records that you have currently are not current. So let me see if I can. Let me see if I can track him down here real quick.
I'm sure I'll get a message. Jameson's out there listening, so I'm sure he will.
I'm sure he'll text us.
I'm sure he will text me and tell me what it is.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see if I can grab it.
Just the reason why I asked
lap
that is
records,
because he went Justin went 1:11.6, and I thought that was pretty close to kind of what we had.
All right, I can. I think
year.
I've got it here. Here we go. Track records after the majors in 2024. And then after the April MARRS. So it may not have the last event, but this will definitely have Jameson Huffman on April 23rd, 2023, turn in a 110.770.
That's way off.
Yeah.
That's way off.
Old and slow.
Yep.
Well, we thought that Justin would have gone out on sticker tires yesterday, Brian, given the lower temperatures. He went out on some older scrubs. And I didn't see today whether he went out on new tires or not. But obviously now at a 111.6, he's considerably off the pace that his son set a year ago, April.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, you get the warmer temperatures right now. There's really no reason to go out on stickers here. I just again, you're probably good for 4.5, maybe 5 good laps. Doing that, and then knowing that we had the incident, here this morning, it probably would have just been a waste of tires,
right.
And you're running a set of tires you don't really need to run. Had another little brake lock up there heading over into turn 5. I believe that may have been Amber Stevenson locking up going into turn 5, just a little bit. Nothing as much as we saw from Dan Carney or John Jenkins earlier on. We've got the brake lockup meter going on up in here, so we've got 2 heavy ones there.
All right, so Brian, I have not heard anything come over race control yet. Justin Huffman now, again, your overall leader, with about 1:15 remaining on the clock, and as he goes and clicks off another lap. And I think our starters are trying to get word on whether or not this is ending on time or laps. Okay, there we go. Just got word that our leader, whether it be Justin Huffman, who's our current leader, or Amber Stevenson, who's running second, will receive the 1-to-go board the next time by, as we have just about 40 seconds remaining on the clock. And so, there was, I think some of our starters wanted clarification as to whether or not this was going to go for the full 20 laps or if it was going to go the 40 minutes.
Yeah, I tell you what, let's pick up our Club Ford leader here, Jacob King. We talked about him and Wayne Nicolette with a pretty much nose to tail the first half of this race.
Sure.
That has expanded tremendously. Now that is actually a 5-second
Wow
gap.
Well, much less than 5 seconds now, Brian. crossing the start-finish line to start the final lap. Justin Huffman and Amber Stevenson, 0.6 of a second separating those two cars at the line. We saw where Amber Stevenson coming down into turn one, she got out of the throttle. She moved the car driver's right. She gave up, I don't know, a second to Justin Huffman there as they went into turn number one. I think she's going to be very content to take home a track record.
Yep, absolutely.
Here, as you mentioned, she brought the car down to a 107.424 before the red flag conditions that we had. So Justin Huffman, who is our overall leader, he's our sole racer in FE2, currently working last lap.
And she may try to run him down, a little bit in between, those last couple of turns, but we'll have to see. Definitely, I don't believe she's going to be able to catch him because he is just now coming up out of turn 9 up the hill at turn 10.
Again, we know she's capable of running about 4 seconds faster here, but she's not going to do that on the very last lap here. Checkered flag is out. Justin Huffman takes the overall win. Our sole racer in FE2, Amber Stevenson, our sole racer in Formula S, will finish second overall. Chuck Moran, in his Formula Continental, comes out of turn 10 now and onto the front straight, and Chuck Moran will win Formula Continental. And so the question then becomes here in Club Ford as they come out of turn number 10, Jake King coming across the line. He'll take the win in Club Ford. Wayne Nicolette will finish in second. Then Mark Walthu, John Vidovich, Dan Carney, the sole racer in Formula F, he's going to finish 8th overall, sets his fastest lap on the last lap. And, neat little battle there at the end, Brian, as Edward Eller was right there with them in the Club Ford. They both set their personal best laps here on the last lap. Coming across the line now, Harrison Southworth will finish 10th overall, our sole racer in Formula 6. All right, Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our bracket racers because it looked like, based on the message I just got, Murphy Nichols is getting hungry. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3, Sprint Bracket Road Racing drivers. Please head to the grid. Sprint Bracket Road Racers, please head to the grid. Your race is starting in just a few moments. All right, let's take a quick break. I'm going to thank some of our partners and sponsors here, like RP Performance.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. Planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway. It is the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars. It's also round number 5 of the Northeast Division's Road Racing Championship. Next up, Brian, it is our final bracket race of the weekend. Another 10-lap race, but little monkey wrench thrown in for racers here, Brian, as we do an inverted start for the final race.
Yeah, I tell you what, that was interesting to me. We were just sitting here looking at it. It was like, hey, we got to go back and we're inverting it. So let's go ahead and start. We'll start really from the fastest back all the way up to the top here. But starting 17th in the 88, Terry James Davis. Starting in 16th, the 20 of Christopher Graham. Starting in 15th, the 17 of Trey Ayers. Starting in 14th, the 174 of Joe Blanks. Starting in 13th, the 7 of Keith Frazier. Starting in the 12th, the number 5 of Mike Kosu. Starting 11 is the 98 of Brian McRae. Starting in 10th is the 43 of Frank Alessi. Starting in 9th is the 74 of Avery Davis. Starting in 8th, the 127 of Jeff Liller. Starting in 7th is the 83 of Nick Shively. Starting in 6th is the 55 of Murphy Nichols. We understand Murphy's getting a little hungry. Starting in 5th, the 134 of Chuck Edmonston. Starting in the 4th position, the 186 of Jennifer Romes. Starting in the 3rd position, the 181 of Lawrence Levinsky. Starting on your front row, starting in 2nd is the 68 of Jed Prentice. And starting on the pole in the number 42 in that Chevrolet Corvette, that is Robert Garrett.
All right, there you go. That is the starting order. And Brian, it already looks like some of our cameramen are also, much like Murphy Nichols, pining for some lunch.
That's
yeah,
it.
But they're just hitting the record button, turning it on and off every couple of seconds here.
Good help's hard to find nowadays.
All right, so again, this is going to be a 10-lap race. And then we are going to wrap up the morning with Spec Miata. They will be up next. And actually, probably best, Brian, as we get ready for the pace car to come up, let me make a first call to the grid for our Spec Miata racers. Attention in the paddock. Spec Miata racers, race group number 4. That's SM, SM2, and SMT. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group 4, please head to the grid. All right, pace cars on the pit lane, Brian, and that is going to turn the field over to Robert Garrett in his Chevy Corvette, Jed Prentice in the Mazda Miata, and the green flag is in the air, and we are back underway here at Summit Point Raceway as our racers head down into turn number 1.
Tell you what, Greg, we're 3-4 wide in the back half of this race. With the Terry James Davis really nowhere to go, following all of our spec racer Fords trying to get moved back up to the front. You've got Christopher Graham just kind of stuck, nowhere to go. Robert Garrett, he's like, "Thank you, I'm out, I'm going." He's up by about 10 car lengths over the 68 there of Jed Prentice as they come out of turn 2 and head up into turn 3 again. Then throw in Chuck Edmonston sitting there in 3rd. Murphy Nichols, Nick Shively, and it looks like that may be Trey Ayers that got a really good start, Greg, because he's moved all the way up into 4th as they head over the hill and down into turn 5.
He did, and Keith Frazier in the light blue number 7 machine, we saw him jump to the inside coming out of turn 2, going into turn 3, went all the way driver's left, was able to come underneath Frank Alessi, Brian McRae, and then finally Jeff Liller right at the apex of turn number 3. So, again, these racers trying to find a way around from the back of the field. We see there where Christopher Graham and his BMW goes around the outside of turn number 7 and starts to make the way up the field. And, I think a lot of the challenge of this is, I look at what we do at SCCA competition driving licensing schools where we have these practice starts, and we primarily for instructors' entertainment. We put
play.
where we put some of the faster drivers at the back of the field, and we want to see, this is the challenge for some of the racers that maybe start towards the back of the field, want to see how long they can hold off the faster racers. And so we've got somebody joining us here in the booth, Brian, longtime bracket racer, also longtime instructor. As soon as I start talking about driver school, he's like, "Oh, yep, that's exactly what we do." We've got Marshall Lytle, again, a longtime bracket racer, longtime ITS racer here with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, a longtime Washington, D.C. region member, former board member here of the Washington, D.C. region. Welcome, Marshall.
Yeah, thanks. Happy to be here. Yeah, and you're talking about the inverted start here we do for bid, which is for the entertainment of the racers. But like you said, we do that at Comp School for the entertainment of the instructors. And I've set that grid several times, purely for my entertainment.
I always wondered why when you walked out of the room when it was the end, because it was in the group that I was usually with you, you just started laughing.
I had a big stupid grin on my face from ear to ear. Here we go.
Enjoy. He would come in and say, just enjoy this, fellas.
That's right. All right, we're watching right now is the field coming through the carousel. That is a whole pack of folks back behind Brian McRae, and I think Brian McRae managed to get around Avery Davis's Honda S2000. Also, Jeff Liller here as our poor cameraman over at Turn 9. Thank you very much.
He's getting hot.
Yeah, they're getting hot in here, as they say, and I'll see if I can fix some of that up during lunch. As the not the Honda S2000 now, but the Porsche GT4 Club Sport of Terry James Davis, all the way up into fourth position now. That bright blue, beautiful Porsche, and he's got Christopher Graham following him through as well. It looks like Brian McRae in that group here, letting them through. They just got around Nick Shively's Mazda Miata there as they go into turn number 3, Brian. And so already now, as we're working on lap number 3, some of those drivers who start at the very back of the field, they're starting to make their way through. But remember, this is bracket racing, and the fact that some of our drivers have had to work their way through the back of the pack may throw some of these brackets into a serious disarray. As a matter of fact, right now, the majority of our racers on track are in the B5 bracket. That is the bracket for drivers that are running a minute 33 and higher. And so we'll probably start to see that change now as Graham and Davis, as they start to find some clean air. But Trey Ayers was our sole racer in the A4 bracket. That's for a minute 22 to a minute 23, minute 22, pardon me, to a minute 23. And to see him, who he's now sitting right in the middle of the pack, be the fastest driver on track, a little interesting to see.
Tell you what, though, Greg, what's really going to be interesting is, as this starts to catch up, Terry James Davis now, he just went 121.5, so that's actually going to move him up into that A4 bracket with Trey Ayers. But here's the difference. The difference is Trey Ayers has got a huge lead because he was able to work through the traffic a lot faster early on through the first lap, faster than Davis, along with Christopher Graham. So Christopher Graham's also going to be in that. Now throw in Joe Blanks in there as well. But Trey Ayers, big, huge gap over the next 2 cars with Keith Frazier and Terry Davis.
So Robert Garrett, who was on the pole for this race in his Chevy Corvette, might be the very first time he was ever on the pole. He has now been shuffled back, Brian, into I think 16th position. I don't want to say that this gave him pause, but Robert Garrett, he's only been racing now for 4 years, started when he was 60 years old. So I think one of the elder statesmen in bracket. And he just says that after years of wanting one, he bought a Corvette. It's neat to see that machine is out here and racing now. And he's a mechanical engineer. I'm sure he's going to be looking for ways to build some additions to that car, make it a little bit wider when he starts from the front of the pack the next time.
So, Marshall, talk about this bracket because I've been covering this for years. You've raced in it quite a bit with with your BMW. Does it go through your mind about looking at times, or does it just go, hey, look, I'm just going to go run wherever the times are? The times are.
Yeah, in bracket, it depends on where you're running. Some of the cars are really, really focused on staying in that bracket they're in and running with the same guys they were. Okay. At the point end of the spear, like Terry and Chris out there, they're running for time. Okay. They're not paying attention to bracket. They're racing against each other. This is all out battle.
Mm-hmm. So more time trials and more like your traditional road racing there, and whatever bracket they end up in, they
they end up in.
Right.
Exactly.
All right, so right now in that A4 bracket, it is Trey Ayers who's your overall leader on track with a fast lap time of 121.82, then Terry Davis, then Chris Graham, and then Joe Blanks in that group as well. Blanks now running down in sixth position on track because he's got Brian McRae ahead of him now on track. And again, if you want to take a look at the timing and scoring that we use for the bracket racing, I've got the specific link that you can use pinned to the top of the chat here on YouTube. I know that won't help you folks here at the racetrack itself, but if you click on that, you'll be able to see how we split these racers into their different brackets.
And again, with these two short races, we're already at halfway, right? So it definitely goes quick here, as it looks like Terry James Davis is starting to run Keith Frazier down. And again, so that will be not only within the bracket, that's position overall as well. So kind of the double race there, which makes it very interesting.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Miata, SM2 and SMT. Please head to the grid. Race group 4 to the grid, please.
As I say, it makes it very interesting because, as you know, when we were talking about with Marcia, I was like, "What do you got? What are you into?" And like he said, half the group is really worried about trying to stay in that bracket. They know what their cars are going to run. They're consistent. They've probably got dashes that say what their time is, and they, as we've done this for the last couple of years, they're looking at it. They know where they're at, but then they also know, who you're racing, but then you've got a few of them that are just, it's all about getting everything I can get.
Oh, exactly correct. There's several racers out there that are just in the bracket, and they know who they're racing against, and they go in the paddock, and they talk smack, and they come back out here, and they're looking to win that bracket, and it's all about that.
Well, we were talking earlier after the last race where we had, Larry Slavinsky, who's in, an H-Prod, or actually, I guess likely a B-Spec Ford Fiesta. We had Garrett in his Corvette, and then I think it was Jed Prentice in his Miata, all stacked together at the end of the line. 3 very, very different types of chassis out there, and all making power in very different ways. To see them, grouped together, I'd imagine that probably carries on once they go back to the paddock as well.
Oh, absolutely. And we were down in the carousel yesterday watching the bit race, and that particular grouping of 3 was very entertaining from the spectator point of view to watch those very different cars duking it out in the carousel.
Oh, my gosh.
So, wait, you're saying drivers go in the paddock and they start talking smack to each other?
A shocker to you, right?
I've never
seen that before.
I'm taking that note.
Yeah.
Never heard that.
Thought it was just us talking smack about racers. All right. Here, as crossing the line, Terry James Davis just resets fast lap. He goes a 121.172. That will not break him out of the A4 bracket. He's got about 17 hundredths of a second before he does. 18 hundredths of a second, Brian. And
okay, let me take my shoes off.
Right, but he is still about 9 seconds in arrears of Trey Ayers, who's your overall leader.
Hey, Greg, let me talk about something here. We talk about it, and Marshall, it's the same thing. You talk about trying to get in the bracket. You're racing somebody, there. We've got on screen here, you've got Jeff Liller and Murphy Nichols, and for 2 days now, they've been nothing but, nose to tail. If you look at that, Murphy is behind Jeff Liller in position on the racetrack for the race goes. But he's in a different bracket. So Murphy's gone faster than Jeff. Murphy has actually gone into the B3 bracket where Jeff is staying in that B4 bracket. So basically Jeff is really racing Chuck Edmondson, not Murphy, even though Murphy's behind him.
Correct. And he may not know that Murphy's broken out of that bracket.
Right.
So he doesn't know his competitors now behind him.
Right. So it throws that wrinkle in there. It's like, man, darned if I do, darned if I don't. Do I really try to pass them and, do it even though I've got a shot to get the points in this bracket, win this bracket. And there's points that get collected, throughout all the year. So you're still running in a points battle.
Still running in that. But then, as you know, as racers, it comes down to, hey, I'm out here and I'm talking about brackets, but there's a car in front of me that I want.
And now that I just say that, now you look at the brackets. Now Jeff Liller went the same time as Murphy Nichols. So now Jeff is ahead of Murphy again, right? So now Chuck is leading the B4 bracket as of being second last time by. So you can see where this is where it becomes interesting, and this is why I like it so much. Because not only, you can bring any car out here as long as it meets the safety equipment
Correct.
for the SCCA and bring it out here and run. Because
Run what you brung, all kinds of fun.
Right, yeah.
That's right.
And it's good for, some of these, we talk about Spec Racer Fords, double dipping, learning some stuff, getting more track time involved in it. But, just a fun way to race. And, again, from being up here kind of the whole time, it's fun to watch where, drivers will be leading that bracket, run a faster time because they get a push or a pull down the front stretch. And next thing you know, they're in a different bracket.
All right, our overall leader right now, Trey Ayers, who's again our 2017 Spec Racer Ford 3 national champion, crosses the start-finish line. He gets the 1 to go board, Brian. 10 turns, 2 miles return. As Terry James Davis in his Porsche GT4 Club Sport once again resets fast lap at a 120.960.
Broke out of the bracket.
And he broke out of the bracket, so that'll put him in bracket A3.
Yeah.
Congratulations. He just won his bracket. We'll see here if Trey Ayers breaks out as well. But Trey Ayers, who now has, he's got... about 15 seconds on Christopher Graham. Yeah. Graham is the driver running second to Trey Ayers in the A4 bracket.
Yeah, it is so fun to sit and watch, them go. It looks like we got one car that probably went two wheels, 4 wheels off. It looks like one of our Spec Racer Ford's up there, but that's.
I think that was Kosuth, Mike Kosuth in the yellow with orange number 5 machine. All right, as Trey Ayers now comes up the hill and comes into turn number 10. There he is, all by himself. And congratulations to Trey Ayers, unless he runs, well, I guess even if he does run faster than a minute 20. Trey Ayers, he is going to win bracket A4, and he is your overall winner. Terry Davis crosses the line. He will finish as your winner in bracket A3, finishes second overall, as the rest of our drivers filter through, and we'll go and break things here down by class in just a moment. But before we do, Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next race group, our final race group before lunch. Attention to the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4, Spec Miata, SM2, and SMT. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata, SM2, and SMT racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Keep an eye on this as we wrap this up, especially coming out of turn 10. You end up with Avery Davis and Frank Alessi. Last time I looked, it looked like Avery Davis moved ahead of, thought it was lightning in here. Avery Davis moved ahead of Frank Alessi. So Avery Davis, she's now going to take over that B1 bracket there, Greg. She's going to take that win.
Yeah, there you go. And so 2 wins today for the Davis family. Again, Avery, she is Terry James Davis's daughter. And I'm wondering here, Brian, as we were talking to Terry James Davis about again the switch from the Honda S2000 to the Porsche, and we always ask, do you have a nickname for your race car? And he says to me, he goes, the S2000, a pile of problems. But apparently Avery not having those kind of problems in her chassis, it's run very well all weekend long. All right, so let's go here and break down the brackets. We talked about bracket A3. Terry James Davis, your sole racer in that bracket. In bracket A4, for times a minute 21 to a minute 23, Trey Ayers taking the win. He was your overall winner. Chris Graham finishing second. Joe Blanks, that's Trey Ayers' college roommate, finishing in third. Keith Frazier finishing in fourth. In bracket A5, that's for a minute 23 to a minute 25, Brian McRae taking the win in his Scion FRS, with Mike Kosuth in his Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, finishing in second. Nick Shively, our sole racer today in bracket B2. That's for drivers a minute 27 to a minute 29. In bracket B3, Jeff Liller taking the win over Murphy Nichols. That's for drivers a minute 29 to a minute 31. And then finally in bracket B4, that's for drivers a minute 31 to a minute 33. Chuck Edmondson takes the win in his Honda CRX. Jed Prentice finishes second in his Mazda Miata. Robert Garrett will finish in third, and then Larry Slavinsky finishes in fourth. All right, so we are going to take a quick little break here. I want to thank Marshall Lytle for joining us here for our last bracket race of the day. And, of course, Marshall, you are welcome to come up here and join us anytime you wish.
Thank you. Happy to be up here. It's a fun crowd.
There we go. Even me, I'm part of that fun crowd.
No.
Okay, I'll make exceptions.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we're going to take a quick little break. We've got Spec Miata coming up next. It's our last race before lunch. But first, we're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors like RP Performance.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody. It is the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars. I'm Greg Ginsberg. He's Brian Donati. Spencer Gaynor here is pushing all the buttons, giving you all the great views. He can't control our lazy cameraman, Brian, but he's doing his best over here as our director. Next up is our final MARRS feature race before we break for lunch this morning. It is Spec Miata. And Brian, if it's anything like the finish, if we have a finish anything like yesterday, this is going to be an amazing race. All right, 20 cars set qualifying times over the course of the weekend. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 20th in the number 108 machine from Ellicott City, Maryland, James Mann. Kevin Gaiman is our sole SMT racer here this weekend. He's in the number 113 Mazda. He starts 19th. Ryan Peterman starts 18th in the number 53 machine. He's from Broadview Heights. I think that's Virginia. Dominic Mandiel is going to start 17th. He's in the number 68 Mazda. He's from Ellicott City, Maryland. Dylan Witt is in the number 84 car. He starts 16th today, and he represents the Blue Ridge region of the SCCA. Andrew Wagner will start 15th. He's in the number 39 car. He's from Towson, Maryland. Michael Cohen in the number 54 Mazda. He's from Owings Mills. He starts 14th. Kip Gaynor, who's that guy? He's from Durwood, Maryland. He's in the 44 car. Lucky 13 for Kip. Bob Cahall, assuming that car was able to be repaired, he starts 12th today. He's in the number 178 car. He's from Gurnee, Illinois. David Henderson will start 11th today. He's in the number 28 machine from Falmouth, Virginia. Kevin Conlon starting 10th today. He's in the number 4 machine. He's out of Westminster. Scott Witt starts 9th. He's in the 85 car, with Ted Cahall in the 78 machine starting in 8th. Then we got John Jenkins. Hopefully he changed that tire. He's in the number 195 car. He's from New York, representing the New York region. Starting 6th today in the number 88 car from Oakland, New Jersey, it's Mike LaMena. Ryan Heischmans from Carlisle, Pennsylvania, representing the Susquehanna region. He starts 5th. Then we got Seth Gentry starting 4th. He's in the number 20 car. He's from Hanover, Maryland, with Brian Henderson. Finished 2nd yesterday to his teammate. He starts 3rd on the field today in the number 97 machine. John Hotz in the number 63 car. He's from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland. He will start 2nd. And your pole sitter, your reigning national co-champion in Spec Miata from Arlington, Virginia, Nick Bruni. All right, field's on the front row here. Front straight, green flag is in the air. Must be in the front row, Brian. And Nick Bruni in that inside lane gets the early jump as they head down into turn number 1. John Hotz in that white number 63, about a half a car length back. Back of the field, one of the cars going down into the dirt, trying that looked like Amber Stevenson there for a second, coming down, trying to avoid sound control going into turn 1, gets back in line, and as our racers come out of turn number 2 for the very first time, make the run down the 3. It is Bruni, it's Hotz. doing his usual bob and weave, trying to look for a way by. Brian Henderson sitting in third. Then we got Seth Gentry, Mike LaMena, Ryan Heischman there as they start to make their run down into the chute.
That car that pulled out was the 113 there of Kevin Gaiman. So he made a right-hand turn basically going down into turn one.
There you go. Kevin Gaiman getting a little bit of airtime. Brian, great opportunity to wish and we know she's here at the track today.
Yes, she is.
Wish a happy birthday to Maggie Gaiman. It is her 9th birthday, and Daddy is out on track right now. Kevin Gaiman, she also has her grandfather racing here this weekend, Joe Moyer. We'll see him in SSM a little bit later today.
Well,
so
fantastic.
Congratulations, happy birthday, happy 9th birthday, Maggie.
Yeah. Tell you what, these guys are going to start getting single file here. Nick Bruni going to lead Hots, Brian Henderson, then throw in Seth Gentry, then Michael LaMena. Good running in top 5 right now. We're going to have to wait and see whether or not LaMena's car is going to be able to make it a full 20 laps, Greg, because we sat down last night and had some discussions about what we think they should change. It's changed everything on that car, and it's good for about 12 to 15 laps, and that's about it, and then it just, for whatever reason, cuts off. But trying to stay in line right now in the top 5, Nick Bruni and John Hotz. John Hotz ended up starting on the front row based off of his heat rate yesterday time, right? To not doing qualifying, but now it looks like it is Bruni and Hotz along with Henderson. They are going to go nose to tail again, as you talked about. A lot of bobbing and weaving coming out of turn 2 with that number 63 machine, trying to get into position to make that pass with Bruni. I would want to be content to just run away with him and Brian Henderson and then battle it out towards the end.
All right, so we did see going into turn 1, Seth Gentry, big brake lock up from him just ahead of Mike LaMena. We saw where Seth Gentry was able to hold station with our top racers like Bruni and Hotz and Henderson yesterday. Yeah. Then towards the end of the race, started to really fall off the pack. As you could tell, he had really pushed that car very hard, very early in the race, and I think already we're starting to see where he's trying to keep that car ahead of some faster racers like a Mike LaMena.
Right, yeah. And again, 5 laps longer here today, but again, still an all full-out sprint here with these SM cars. So we'll see whether or not they're going to stay in line. It looks like Henderson now and Hotz, when they come out of turn 10 down the front stretch, looks like Henderson's going to go with John Hotz and push him out to the lead, trying to get back by Nick Bruni. So throw Hotz in the lead right now, going down into turn 1 with Nick Bruni going to tuck in behind. We'll see whether or not Henderson and Bruni start to work together to get around Hotz as the race continues and goes on. What that's doing is that's bringing Seth Gentry, who right now is an island by himself, but he is able to still pull some of the draft. And it looks like Michael LaMena's car is not running very well because he just now went through the start finish. But I think he's spun at 5.
Well, I was going to say, talk about being on an island, Brian. We just had Mike LaMena shortcut the run from turn 5 to turn 7 as he went straight through, and he waited for a lot of those cars that he was with to go by.
Right.
But
he's trying to get it to last that extra last lap.
Well, unfortunately, it looks like his brakes didn't last that well going in the 5. Brian Henderson, who finished second in yesterday's race, just resets fast lap, turns in a 127.6. In talking to Henderson, he's looking for a win today. He finished second in Spec Miata. He finished second in SSM yesterday. He just wants to end up on the top step of the podium, as I'm sure every one of our other racers here does as well today, as our leaders are coming out of turn number 10 and onto the front straight. And Brian, we have a new leader. That is John Hotz. In the white number 63 machine. He gets around Nick Bruni. Now, we saw yesterday where Hotz, every time he was in the draft, he would pull out and lose ground. Now, Nick Bruni and Henderson draft underneath Hotz, and for as long as John Hotz had the lead, which was 2 turns, he now falls back to third again.
Yeah, I tell you what, you're going to see Bruni and Henderson. They did it yesterday. They kind of ran away out a little bit by themselves, but John Hotz not going away right now. But again, John Hotz takes the unorthodox line coming out of turn 2, Greg, where he stays driver's left and then tucks it back into driver's right. And the car seems to pick up some speed a little bit there to get through out of 2 up into 3. We'll see whether or not, as the race goes on, whether or not he's going to be able to do that. We talked about it. He dropped back a little bit, fell back into the clutches of Seth Gentry yesterday in our 15-lap race. Again, a little bit further back, you've got Ryan Heishman, John Jenkins, and Ted Cahall. That's the next kind of group right behind them. That is actually 5th, 6th, and 7th. Again, they're nose to tail as well. Then you got to drop back a little bit more. You've got David Henderson, Scott Witt, Kip Gaynor, who I know had some issues yesterday.
Right.
Went through, hopefully got that car ready to go early this morning. I do know that it was on an alignment machine and getting done, so we'll see whether or not that car runs a little bit better this afternoon.
So having that car on the alignment machine, was that due to something that happened during yesterday's race? Because we know that he had got caught up in some contact over at turn 1 during the June MARRS. And I was just wondering if perhaps it was something that hadn't been completely...
I think it's just a combination of a lot of stuff going through, making some changes and going and then trying to really get it back together.
All right, as we're watching that battle now, that is Mike LaMena, who is currently now running a little bit further back in the pack than he was before after his little off. And LaMena now with, who does he have behind him, Brian?
Well, LaMena doesn't have anybody behind him. He just passed James Mann, so he's just now going into turn 1. But pretty good battle here with Kevin Conlon, Dominic Mandil, and then the 84. That's going to be Dylan Witt. So, throw those 3. That's a pretty good battle all the way around.
As we watch them coming down into turn number 5, and of course we've always had Dominic Mandil up here, one of our announcing partners, and he has got a lot of time behind the wheel autocrossing this same Mazda Miata. He's actually, I think this is the 3rd MARRS weekend in a row that he's raced, though. One of the challenges that he's had is he just hasn't had a lot of seat time in the car. It's so good to see him out here once again.
Yeah, I know they had to do a little bit of repairs between June and here as that car got some door damage during one of the incidents we had. But, Greg, we talk about going back to the overall leaders. You talked about Nick Bruni, Brian Henderson, and I was just mentioning this. Those 2 drivers, they're going to stick nose to tail. They're starting to pull away from John Hotz. John Hotz has fallen all the way back now. So now John Hotz and Seth Gentry, who ran together yesterday, they've got to start working together.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. If you are a rookie racer and you are racing right now on your novice permit, or if you're a novice racer and you're racing on your novice permit, after your final race today, if you'd please come to the 2nd floor of the tower and go see the stewards. They will be happy to return your novice permit to you. Again, if you're racing on a novice permit, once you're finished racing for the day, come to the 2nd floor of the tower to retrieve your novice permit.
Definitely don't want to leave here without getting that.
No,
you
certainly
need to keep that with you at all times. Take it with you, sleep with it, put it under your pillow, get ready for the next event.
Kind of like the tooth fairy. You keep it under your pillow. All right, leaders coming out of turn 10 and onto the front straight now, and it is once again Nick Bruni and Brian Henderson, the 2 East Street Racing teammates, trying to separate themselves out from our 3rd and 4th place racers. That is John Hotz and Seth Gentry. We'll see if Gentry takes a quick little look to the inside of John Hotz going into turn number 1. It was right on the bumper. That would have been the latest late-breaking dive bomb maneuver I would have ever seen. But Seth Gentry just reset his personal best time, and he is running the same pace as our top 2, Brian. He's running 127.6s. Whereas John Hotz about a 10th off of that, and so we'll see how things play out here if Gentry continues to sit behind Hotz as that lead for our top 2 starting to expand out.
Getting a call on the radio. I didn't pick that up. Looks like we had some. Yep. Looks like we may have had some contact down there between Kevin Conlon and Dominic Mandil. I know last time by, Dominic was well off the pace. Definitely continued. But Michael LaMena now coming up on the back bumper of the 68 of Dominic Mandil and Kevin Conlon. So it looks like there may have been some contact down there on the last lap.
Yeah. And I'm going to mention this because Spencer here keeps bringing it up, putting it on the screen for me to see. Looks like Kip Gaynor and Bob Cahall have really now started to separate themselves out from Andrew Wagner and Michael Cohen behind what was a four-car
battle.
fight now is almost certainly only 2 cars as Gaynor and Cahall now with over 2.5 seconds on the number 39 of Wagner.
And if those two stick together, they will turn around and within a few laps here, they will run David Henderson down in that 28. David Henderson out there running by himself right now, nobody around, so he's not getting the effect of any drafting help down the front stretch and through this racetrack, where those two will be a little bit faster. And looking at times, it does look like they will end up catching him at some point, which that'll be a 3-car battle as we get towards the end of this race.
Yeah, indeed. In that group right behind Gaynor and Cahall, Andrew Wagner, Michael Cohen, what I've seen, Brian, the last 2 laps is they have been uncontested, swapping positions going into turn 1, using that draft to their advantage to try to get back up to the Cahall and Gaynor machines. The only problem is that they're running almost a full second off of the pace of the 2 cars ahead.
They ran nose to tail all day yesterday. I talked to Michael after the race was over, and he said, hey, it was a great race, back and forth. Everybody was clean. Both of them, gave each other room where they needed to so that they can continue. So we'll have to see. John, it looks like, Greg, we got 1 car. That's actually Seth Gentry going off in turn 10. You see him there. That's going to drop him well back. So he's going to have to get his tires cleaned off here, get it down the front stretch. But that's going to do is bring Jenkins, Heishman, and Ted Cahall up to him by the time they get through turn 1.
Well, we'll see here because Ted Cahall, for the rear of that pack, he took a look to the inside. The worst thing that could happen at a time like this when Jenkins is off the pace, when Gentry is off the pace, would be for Cahall to go side by side of the one.
Correct.
He recognized what was going on very quickly, got back in line, because I think all 3 of them now realize that they maybe have about a half of a lap before Seth Gentry tries to put that into the back of his head and starts to pick up pace again. But that also now leaves John Hotz all by himself trying to get back up to the top 2 of Bruni and Henderson. Should mention, though, Hotz just reset fastest lap of the session, and he's right there.
Yeah, he's right on the back bumper of Brian Henderson. But I think that product with Seth Gentry is John Hotz went a little bit wide as well. Seth Gentry looking through that window, looking into John Hotz's car, and the car just went driver's left. And as we well know, you're trying to look through and gauge through what the other driver's doing, you're going to go off. And
saw the eyes on the back of John Hotz's head and got confused and got scared.
What really hurts in John Hotz's thing right now is if you get Henderson and Bruni starting to work together, they could end up going away, pulling away from Hotz. Hotz doesn't have any help there as he did with Seth Gentry, just a few laps ago.
All right, so as that group now, led by Seth Gentry, crosses the line, Jenkins, Heishman, Cahall still a little bit less than 2 seconds behind, but Brian, they are definitely making up some ground on the number 20. The fact that the 20 doesn't have John Hotz to pull him around the course, I think is definitely putting him in a very precarious position at this point as the 3 behind. Cahall keeps taking a look to the inside and he keeps getting back in line, which is a good thing, but they are all closing things down on Seth Gentry.
What that's doing, though, is that's slowing that pack down. Yeah. Right? That's not helping the pack. That's actually slowing that pack down.
Every time he gets out of line and Heishman has to determine whether or not Cahall is going to try to get offensive, it's going to slow them down, certainly.
Right. I mean, look, if they stay in nose to tail, they'll have a definite run to make it a 4-car battle for that 4th place position. But the more you keep sticking your nose out there, you're actually slowing the 2 down in front of you. May not look like it, but you are slowing it down based off lap times because you're still competing against each other. During that same predicament in there, you're losing space to the leaders. Seth Gentry able to hold off this group coming out of turn 10 and heading down the start-finish line. And again, that could be a product of Heishman and Cahall trying to pull out and try to get certain positions. That's allowing Seth to stay out in front.
All right, so Bruni and Henderson and everybody behind just completes lap number 10. Now working lap number 11. We're halfway through this Spec Miata battle. And so far, Brian, I don't want to bring out the jinx, but or the announcer's curse. But so far, no attrition in this race.
No, none right now. They're going to get, our leaders are now getting ready to come up on James Mann going down the hill in turn 5. I tell you what, all 3 of those drivers are going to get to the James Mann machine in that 108 in not a spot you want to get to because you've got to get in there. Hopefully he's going to give them enough room. It does look like he's going to. It could be, actually he did. He did really well watching on the screen.
Well, he
even went so far that he went 2 wheels off there.
That's right. We saw the local caution come out as he went 2 wheel. He got it gathered back up and put the car back on course. But he gave our leaders as much room as possible to let them by.
You're going to end up with a 108, 2 wheels off drivers.
That's right.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, Michael Collins, he's there to already. I'm getting the correction as LaMena pulled in and ended. Actually, no, LaMena's still out there. Sure. So, no, Mike Collins. LaMena did not pull in. He's still circulating, and he is working number 11. And I won't respond with all of what I should.
Now our leader's getting ready to coming up on the 68 machine there of Dominic Mandiel. They're getting him coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3. We'll see how much room is given there as Nick Bruni and Dominic Mandiel goes far driver's right, goes out into the gravel to get there. Bruni ended up having to make a hard turn left to get around Nick Bruni. Or Dominic Mandiel.
Yep.
And what that did is that allowed Brian Henderson to go side by side down the hill through with Nick Bruni. As we look through the carousel right now, they are side by side for the lead with John Hotz right there in tow.
That's right. And Henderson now is over driver's right. He's got inside position as they come into turn number 8. Now they have to be careful as they go through their side by side because that is going to allow John Hotz to get a run if there's any space for him to sneak through. Certainly in a momentum car like a Miata, you don't want to be side by side coming through a corner that leads you up a hill. But it looks as though Henderson and Bruni, or Bruni and Henderson, have stemmed the tide here. John Hotz is going to have to stick behind as they come down the front straight. It is Bruni, it is then Henderson, and then John Hotz once again in the draft right behind our top 2.
Yeah. And again, our next pack behind that with Seth Gentry, John Jenkins, along with Heisman and Ted Cahill. They actually came up and passed the James Mann. They actually are coming up on the Dominic Mandiel machine as well. So they're having to pass him down there in turn 1 and up at turn 2.
And I'll tell you, Brian, there is somebody who does not like drama, and that is Victor Bruni. That is Nick Bruni's father. He says, okay, let's just fast forward to the last lap.
Yeah.
Not going to happen, Vic. Sorry.
Well, all of those cars will get through turn 10.
Right. Well, that was the SSM yesterday.
Well, no. Vic's still trying to figure out how to get through turn 10.
Well, that is true, yes. Yeah, I hope Vic is doing okay and hope that car is repairable. He had a little bit of an issue at the last Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series event back in June on the last lap, as a matter of fact.
Let's pick up our leaders here again, or even the second pack. There you can see coming out of turn 8, that's the second pack right there. So they're starting to gain a little bit. Oh, and we've got Brian Henderson off in turn 10. Looks like that is a power issue, Greg.
Indeed.
He has slowed way down now, and now you got Seth Gentry. Ryan Heisman goes 2 off in turn 10. So Brian Henderson with a huge problem.
Yeah, that is, if you look at that shot, as we just had cars on the front straight, Brian Henderson, the car all the way to driver's right, off the pace, as all the drivers ahead go on by. He picks up and is going to pick up the rear of these cars, but now that leaves Nick Bruni and John Hotz there at the front of the pack, and with Henderson going off, Hotz had to check up a lot, Brian, and Bruni now with almost 2 seconds of an advantage over John Hotz. And so there you go, Vic. We're going to skip forward to the last lap for you.
Well, now he's got a bigger gap.
That's right.
Brian Henderson, that car's not at full song right now.
No.
That was definitely coming out of there. That looked like that car may have shut off. Again, I know that some of those VVTs have some problems.
Exactly.
Michael LaMena's got that same problem that they just cannot figure it out. They've gone through left and right on that car. I offered $5 for it last night, but he didn't take
not
it.
a bad offer.
Yeah.
So these are our leaders now coming out of turn 8, heading up the hill. Nick Bruni and then John Hotz. You can see the gap there. The gap is about 15, 20 car lengths. That is a lot for John Hotz to make up. Of course, again, Nick Bruni right now does not have to worry. Well, he doesn't have the benefit of the draft with his teammate. We'll see what that does to his pace. This last time, Brian, Nick Bruni turns in a 128.39. That is almost 9/10 of a second off of his fastest lap of the race. And John Hotz turns in a 128.6, so still lost a little bit of time to Nick Bruni that last time around.
Yeah. You know, we talked about Kip Gaynor. We talked about, Bob Cahall there. They're still nose to tail. Cahall getting around Kip Gaynor. They're going by the James Mann and now the Dominic Mandil machine as they go down into turn 1. Dominic staying very far drivers left. Now you've got Cahall and Gaynor. They're going to make that move to drivers right down underneath. And then a little bit further back, you've got the Andrew Wagner in the 39 machine with Michael Cohen. Again, still nose to tail. They've been doing it for 3 or 4. It looks like Kevin Gaiman may have gone off there in turn 10. He's continued there. Now you've got LaMena and you've got Kevin Conlon in the 4 machine. They're going to come up on the back of them. So it does look like a lot of individuals having some challenges going through turn 10, Greg, in this race.
Well, hopefully newly 9-year-old Maggie Gaiman did not see Dad Kevin go off over at turn 10. He is okay.
Hopefully he's not in the tub down there watching.
Exactly. Prime real estate there as our leaders are coming out of turn 10 now. And let's see if John Hotz has managed to make up any pace here and any ground on our leader, Nick Bruni, as they go and cross the line. Minimal difference
less
there.
Than a tenth.
Yeah, less than a tenth of difference in lap times between Bruni and Hotz. Should also mention, though, this moves Seth Gentry now up into third place, Brian, where he had that early issue. Jenkins and Heishman and Cahall were never able to make up the difference.
Right.
They are still somewhere around 1.8 to 2 seconds back. And I think that's a big gift to Seth Gentry.
Well, I tell you what, Brian Henderson now has got that car back up to full song because he just went by Ted Cahall going down into turn 1, and now you got Jenkins and Heishman along with Brian Henderson. They're going to go up. That dust up right there, that's from Jenkins going 2 wheels off into 3. Then you're going to have Brian Henderson just behind it. You can see that on your screen now. Those 3 with Brian Henderson back in there, they will run Seth Gentry down.
Yeah, absolutely. If Henderson could take the lead and pull some of those cars along with them, they will be able to get back up to the number 20 machine.
Yeah. Again, when our leaders come by the start-finish line next time, there'll be 4 laps to go, so we'll have to see. But it does look like Brian Henderson's got that machine back on. So whatever happened there, that quickly lasted for about just under 2 laps, and now he's made that move on Ted Cahall. We'll see whether or not those 2 are going to be able to run down Seth Gentry, and it does look like that they are starting to make that move. Here comes Henderson now coming out of turn 10, headed down the front stretch. He's going to be side by side with Ryan Heishman. Heishman's going to go back drivers left. Jenkins is going to cut back into Brian Henderson. That may actually help Brian Henderson to get a little bit more speed as they come down into your TV screen. You'll see they're going to be side by side going down in turn 1.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Brian, as they came out of turn 10, about midway down the front straight, as Henderson was coming up alongside Ryan Heishman, Heishman started to make a little move over to the right. I think he was thinking that he might pop out and get around John Jenkins, just to find Brian Henderson right alongside him.
Yeah.
And there might have been just a little brush of the passenger side door of Heishman to the driver's side door of Henderson. Didn't really impact either car, but again, that it's tight running up there.
Yeah. Right now, that is the closest battle on the racetrack. Obviously, we talked about Kip Gaynor. We talked about Bob Cahall. That's kind of stretched out a little bit. Cahall's opened up by about, almost a second over the 44 of Gaynor as they head down the hill. But here comes Seth Gentry up out of 8 or 9, headed up. Then you've got Jenkins. Then you've got Henderson. Henderson's going to work with Jenkins and try to get there as much as they can. Again, 4 laps left to go as they cross the start-finish line. Seth Gentry's really not out of the woods here yet.
No.
You've got Brian Henderson could come in and get that last podium spot.
And there again, Henderson getting the side draft on. That might be actually a planned thing there, Brian, as he came up to within millimeters of John Jenkins' door, then moved over at the last second, just getting a little bit of that side draft.
Yeah, getting that side draft and then moving away to break the side draft, that actually helps him, slows Jenkins down in the 195,
right,
but gives him that speed to get around there. And now he has Seth Gentry in his sights right now as they come up out of 2 and head up into turn 3. It's about 10 car lengths between our 3rd and 4th place drivers.
All right, yep, there you go. A little bit under 2 seconds. So that group still same gap, same distance back to or up to Seth Gentry ahead. But you get the feeling now that Brian Henderson, who definitely has better pace than Seth Gentry that last time by, about a 10th faster, but has been as much as 4/10 faster than Gentry in this race, starting to close things down. And again, he's going to bring Jenkins, Heischman, and K-Hall with him.
Right.
As we do have 3 or actually 2.5 laps remaining here in this race. That the next time, and now they're coming onto the front straight, that Nick Bruni crosses the start-finish line. It'll be 2 laps remaining. Again, this is our very last MARRS feature race before we take a break for lunch. When we come back after lunch, we'll have 4 more feature races for you here. Lots of action left to go here at the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars.
John Hotz gaining 0.3 on that lap over Nick Bruni.
Oh, and got some word from Vic Bruni. He said the car is in good shape, ready to go. He's out west right now on a business trip, so hopefully we'll see him at Labor Day. Yep. And now Kip Gaynor gets back around the Ted K-Hall, or probably not Ted K-Hall, the Bob K-Hall machine. So move Gaynor back up in the 9th position.
Brian Henderson pushing everything he can. Just went to 2 wheels off, or maybe went 4 wheels off into turn 3 and going through as it looks like Michael LeMain is going to come up on the 84 of Dylan Witt. So again, we're starting to work his way back up through the field, but Brian Henderson pushing everything he can last time by to try to catch that 20 of Seth Gentry.
All right, coming out of turn 10 now, it is Nick Bruni, your leader, and he's going to get that 1 to go board. 1 more lap, 10 turns, 2 more miles for the number 6 machine. John Hotz hasn't been able to knock a whole lot out of that gap after Henderson fell back. It is still about 1.6 seconds, but Brian Henderson now is certainly closing things down on Seth Gentry on that last lap. Took a full second out of Gentry's lead here again with 1 lap remaining. Seth Gentry trying to hold on to that last step of the podium.
Yeah, I tell you what, where it was 10 car lengths last time by, it is now 5 car lengths back coming out of turn 2 and heading up into turn 3 from Seth Gentry to Brian Henderson. Then you got to go back another 15, 20 car lengths. But I tell you what, Brian Henderson not giving up. You see, there's the dust again. Every single lap within the last 5 laps, getting as much as he can, running over those rumble strips and pushing the car to the limit to try to get that last podium
That's
spot.
right, getting those wheels straightened out, going in a straight line, trying to cut as much distance and carry as much momentum as he can out of that corner. As our leaders now coming down and out of turn number 8, up the hill, Nick Bruni, John Hotz behind here with just 1 more turn remaining. And Nick Bruni, driver the number 6, Bruni Racing Mazda Miata, comes onto the front straight. And for the 2nd day in a row, Brian, Nick Bruni is your Spec Miata winner here in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. Finishing 2nd will be John Hotz. And now here's the battle for 3rd. Coming to the line, who's it going to be? Seth Gentry beats Brian Henderson to the line by 14/100ths of a second. John Jenkins will finish in 5th. Ryan Heischman, Ted K-Hall, and waiting, we should have David Henderson coming out. That's Brian's father coming out of turn 10 now. All alone, David Henderson will bring his car home in 8th. And in the battle between Bob K-Hall and Kip Gaynor, Bob K-Hall finishes in 9th towards his fastest lap of the race on the last lap. Kip Gator will round out your top 10.
Still got a few more cars that will come around. You've got the Andrew Wagner and the Michael Cohen. They should be coming around. Here comes Andrew Wagner now out of turn 10. Here comes Michael Cohen. That is actually going to be for 11th and then 12th. Those two battled all race long. Now throw in the 85 machine of Scott Witt. Then the next car should be the 88 of Michael LeMay. He was able to get around Dylan Witt. Dylan Witt will come in. Then you've got Kevin Conlon, then Kevin Gurman, and then you'll have Dominic Mandil along with James Mann in that. Ryan Peterman's just already crossed the start-finish line as he was getting lapped again. So looks like that is going to be all of your 20 finishers. And again, Kevin Gaiman in that 113, that is an SMT car, so he will pick up the win in SMT.
All right, and again, and happy birthday to Maggie.
Happy birthday, Maggie. Dad picked up the win.
All right, we're waiting to get word here on when our first race after lunch will start. What we'll do, we'll put that up on the screen for you here in just a minute, but rest assured, it's going to be about an hour from now, most likely right around 1 p.m. We'll let you know, and of course, race group number 5. And that is our improved touring and B-Spec race. We'll let you know when you need to start heading to the grid. So let's do this. Let's take a quick, not so quick break. We're going to take about an hour break, and we'll be back with more MARRS feature racing a little bit later this afternoon. Thanks so much for joining us here from Summit Point Raceway. It is the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars. We'll be back in an hour.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and Charity event, the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd, are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated. So make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic. Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. Planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey Dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. Planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And welcome back, everybody. It is the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars, part of the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. We got Spencer Gaynor here. Brian, is your tummy full?
Not yet, but I'm trying to still figure out why the seal was broken on our
security seal on the cookies that we got from Stephanie Lamena. Yeah, I don't understand that. I heard that she put together a plate of like 30 cookies and we got 3 of them.
Yeah,
so,
it's like, I don't know. Spencer came back, stomach hurts again.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't hire Spencer Gaynor as your
delivery
courier service. Yeah.
That's why he's on mute.
That's why he's on mute, exactly. All right, Brian, we've got 4 more races remaining here today. Next up is Improved Touring along with B-Spec, and they are heading out on track now. Let's run down the starting order.
All right, looks like we got 10 cars probably going to go out here for this one. Well, let's start with the 10th position. From Leesburg, Virginia, in the 36 in that ITB machine, that's Patrick Pegues. Starting in the 9th position in another ITB. From Sterling, Virginia, that's the 05 of Drew Strickland. Starting in the 8th position from Shippensburg, Pennsylvania, another ITB machine, that's the 28 of Matt Small. Starting in the 7th position from Hampstead, Maryland, that's the 100 in an ITA machine, that's Justin Shepard. Starting in the 6th position from Frederick, Maryland, that's the 44. Starting second in ITB, that's Richard Allen. Starting in the 5th position in another ITB and on the pole from Frederick, Maryland, that's the 69 of Scott Holman. Starting in the 4th position in an ITA, starting second in ITA from Richmond, Virginia, that's the 41 of David Lanning. Starting in the 3rd position and starting second in ITS from Centerville, Virginia, that's the 10 of Glenn Evans. And starting on the front row and starting on the pole in ITA from Gainesville, Virginia, that's the one of Daniel Freeman. And starting on the pole and on the pole in ITS from Bowie, Maryland, we've seen this car out here several times already today, Greg. That is the 127 of Mark Liller.
There you go. Mark Liller, your winner yesterday in ITS. Dan Freeman, your winner in ITA, and Scotty Holman, your winner in ITB. And so Brian is the field now behind the safety car. We should see it. We got coming through the carousel here.
Got a different safety car this time.
Yeah, maybe Graham Taylor's Pontiac needed a little time off from the heat, much like our pace car Camry. All right, we've got a guest with us here, as long as we got a little bit of time before we go to the green flag. We've got Alex Cummings, driver this weekend of a Touring 4 Mazda RX-8. He has, for a number of years, been racing in our Spec RX-7 class. Good afternoon, Alex. How you doing? Whoops. How you doing today?
Good, Greg. How are you guys doing?
Too many buttons for me to press. I don't know how Spencer does it all day long. All right, let's do this, Alex. We've got one driver, and that's
Scotty Holman.
Just
now coming up to the grid. He started dead shotgun on the field yesterday, too.
Yep, and it looks like he may do it again as he's coming down the pit lane now as the pace car is on the pit lane. Alex, we'll get back to you here in just a second as the field now turn over to Mark Liller, our pole sitter, and actually not Mark Liller. Don't see the 127 car out there. Dan Freeman starts on the pole today in his ITA Mazda Miata as the green flag is in the air, and the field now starts to head down into turn number 1. It was Dan Freeman and Glenn Evans on the front row. David Lanning starting third. Justin Shepard starting fourth. So 3 ITA Miatas surrounding an ITS Miata. And now indeed Scotty Holman leaves the pit lane, Brian, comes onto the track just as the tail end of the field now heads down into turn number 3.
Maybe now we know why our seal was broken on our cookies. Maybe Scotty was eating the cookies down there that Spencer got tagged with. I tell you what, no Mark Liller. You've got Scotty Holman starting basically really shotgun, giving at least the first 2 or 3 turns to the entire field. You've got Freeman going out there leading this field
like gangbusters there. So a great start for him, and we thought Scotty Holman was going to have it tough yesterday. Very tough today. He's got a lot of ground to make up just to get to the back of the field and get up to Patrick Pegues in his Alfa Romeo. So Alex, we know you're here. We're here this weekend supporting an organization very important and near and dear to your heart. Why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, so No Person Left Behind Outdoors, good group of guys. All it is about wounded veterans and trying to get them outside, trying to get them out, doing things that they wouldn't normally do, new hobbies, trying new stuff, get them out of their element. And it's been a really good time. We've had them out. Brett DePedro at RP Performance has helped us out the past couple of years doing some loaning out some Miatas for the Helmets to Heroes events for No Person Left Behind. And we always have them out at least 1 year, 1 day. One
event per year, and we saw them out here yesterday, enjoying themselves, enjoying the racing, and so again, as you mentioned, it's an organization by and run by veterans, and I think you mentioned obviously as we bring them out to races, but also a lot of different physical activities to keep them. Involved as well. And how did you get involved with this organization?
Well, back in the day when I was working in the government SATCOM industry, I was at a trade show and I met Adam Kozalewski, who runs the group, and he was here yesterday. He was one who built his own motorcycle, the one that he drove over here.
Really?
He's built it twice because he got wrecked on it once.
Oh.
But he's missing an arm and a leg.
Okay.
Lost in Afghanistan in an IED explosion. But the one thing you meet with all these people, and the one thing you learn, the days when you think you've had a bad day, you talk to these guys and you're just like, oh my God, they're so happy. They're
alive.
Yeah. And nothing gets them down. And so it is great to have them out. The region supports them very well. Everybody loves seeing them. So it's a good time.
All right, Brian, let's check in a little bit on our races. We've got 2 laps in the books now, and looks like, yesterday Dan Freeman started to run away from David Lanning pretty early on. Doesn't look like he's had that advantage here this afternoon.
Yeah, it could be just pacing himself too. Daniel Freeman not getting too far out in front of David Lanning. David Lanning just set the fastest lap of the race. Again, still early on, only in lap 2 with that 128.5. Basically shaved off 0.4 of a second to Dan Freeman. The other battle you have on the racetrack, again, not for position in class, but that's the 10 of Glenn Evans in that ITS machine, and Justin Shepard sitting in 4th and in 3rd in ITA. They were nose to tail coming by the start-finish line last time. They're just now getting ready to come through turn 5. Looks like Evans is going to open that up just a little bit. Then to take a little bit further back, we get to our ITB, Richard Allen leading over Drew Strickland and then Matt Small. So right. Matt Small, where you had Richard Allen and Small, were going nose to tail
in the 2 golfs
all day yesterday
yeah.
in the golfs. Now you've got Strickland in between there. So it could be that Matt Small could be just pacing himself a little bit, because then you got Patrick McGee's, and again, as we mentioned at the beginning, Scotty Holman starting really from the pit lane, giving up basically the first 3 corners of this race.
Yeah, indeed. And I should mention that Drew Strickland, that Mazda 2 car that is essentially a B-Spec car, down on power, I think, compared to most of the ITB race cars that are out here. Also, Justin Shepard in that black 100 car, he found himself, I think, by no want of his own, right in the middle of the fight yesterday with Rich Allen and Matt Small in those 2 Volkswagen Golfs. Yeah. At the moment, that 100 car, he's got about 6 seconds on Rich Allen, Drew Strickland, and Matt Small. So hopefully maybe a little less drama for the 100 car today here.
Yeah, I mean, really getting through there again. Like I said, a little shocked Matt Small yesterday, and during the race at some point there was a little bit of contact between both Richard Allen and Matt Small during the race. So again, not sure what went on there, but again, to see Matt Small in that 28 in that Golf falling that far back early on could be one of several things, right? May have a problem from yesterday. Just not getting the pace that he wants, or could be really, really pacing himself, knowing we're going an additional 5 laps. Right. We're going 20 laps in a very hot day out there.
Have the machine corner balance for the long run, and maybe trying to save the equipment to the end. So Alex, we know of late, you've been racing the Spec RX-7s. You're also the class administrator or driver's rep in DC region terms for the Spec RX-7 class. Of late, you've been putting a little time behind the wheel of a new mistress, a new Mazda. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so some of you guys may be familiar with Brent Simonson, and I was able to acquire his RX-8 about 3 weeks ago. We've had it out now. This is the 2nd race, and we've been doing quite well with it. It's very familiar with the rotary, very forgiving, and it is night and day different from driving an RX-7.
I mean, it's only 30 years of technology.
Or almost more than that. Yeah. But,
40, actually, close to 45 years now, think of it.
But, there's a soft spot for the RX-7s, and I am still going to race those and support the group. Okay. And we're making some dramatic changes to that with an overall goal of having, a constant lap time of about a 33. Okay. Put us in the back end of the small board group.
Okay. And Brent Simonson, for those of you listening along, a little bit of a segue. Brent was a longtime ITA racer here,
yes,
raced in Mazda Miatas here, and then moved into Touring 4, started running Touring 4, the RX-8, at the majors level, and had a number of runs at the National Championship runoffs, along with good friend and other ITA racer, Owen Sheffer.
Right.
And of course, Owen migrated from prior to Miatas, was running an ITA RX-7 for a number of years as well. Big difference in prep between an ITA RX-7 and a Spec RX-7. And, when we were talking a little bit before, we went on air, given how long the Spec RX-7 has been around, and, the Spec RX-7 has been around for a number of years as well. Big difference in prep between an ITA RX-7 and a Spec RX-7. And, when we were talking a little bit before we went on air, given how long the Spec RX-7 class has been with the Washington, D.C. region. And I think we're now running on about 25, close to 25 years. A lot of those cars, which I think were first manufactured, these are for first-gen Mazda RX-7s and the old
81 through 85.
Right,
yeah.
80, the 12A rotary motor, the carbureted motors. I mean, we're looking at now 40, at most 40-year-old cars. And I'd imagine getting parts for them now, and especially parts that meet the specs that Spec RX-7 has had for a number of years, getting very difficult.
Exactly. Yeah, it's been difficult. Probably the biggest thing was what we had talked about before with the shocks, as well as engines. And the old rule was you had to use the pieces from the same engine. Now we changed that to you could have 30 broken 12A motors as long as you've got good parts from all of them, throw them together.
A true Frankenstein.
Right.
It's a Frankenstein
exactly.
motor. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because we know, in a lot of places, a lot of areas, I know further down south, we actually had Mazda RX-7 drivers bring up the IT7 drivers, start a class called IT7R, which was basically the old first-gen Mazda RX-7 models with a carbureted version of the Renesis motor that is in your Mazda RX-8.
Right.
Talk about Frankenstein. And just, I don't think, caught on.
No.
Frankly. So I think what you're doing, and again, if you can bring in and make it easy for drivers to keep their cars on the road, and in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, I think Spec RX-7, frankly, has been the most economical production car-based class.
Still is. You can find some of these cars that have been sitting in people's garages, and you'll probably buy a car for $4,500 or something, but I guarantee it's going to come with about $9,000 worth of spares because nobody else can use them.
Right.
But the goal next year, I think, again, same motors, but we're looking at like a 2-barrel fuel injection option, kind of like a Holley EFI type of setup, and doing it kind of the Legends style. Everybody comes out, they've got their ECUs, everybody throws in a bucket at the beginning of the weekend, you pull, and that way everybody stays the same way.
Exactly. You don't have to run the risk of somebody running the cheater motor.
Exactly.
Well, if they have the cheater motor, they won't have the cheater ECU to go along with it.
Exactly.
So, Brian, I heard a little bit earlier, it sounded like Patrick McGee's had some issues down at turn 1. What's going on in our race?
Looks like he may have gone off there. Able to completely continue, but what that's done is that's allowed Scotty Holman to get back in front of him. So now moves Scott Holman into 4th place in that ITB race going on. Should be looking to run down Matt Small. That's about an 8-second gap between 4th and 3rd for that last podium spot. In ITA, and our overall leader, Dan Freeman, he's opened up that gap over David Lanning by about 2 seconds as they head up over the hill out of turn 3, head down into turn 5. So that's kind of maintained a little bit. Then you also have, as I talked about, Richard Allen, Drew Strickland. That's an 8-second lead. Richard Allen over Drew Strickland. That's kind of maintained. Not any worse. Not gaining anywhere. So
well, and indeed, it looks like both Allen and Strickland just ran their fastest laps of the race here on lap number 7, and Allen almost 1.3 seconds faster than Drew Strickland. So that gap continuing to expand. Although it looks now coming into turn 3. Looks as though there is Matt Small. He's starting.
He's starting to reel in Drew Strickland at 05. That's where I was going to go next there. But that's kind of like really the closest battle. Everybody else is pretty much spread out. All our cameras have at least one car in each of the cameras as they go by.
May not be the most compelling television, Brian, but it's television.
But I mean,
we're not winning any Emmys here.
That's right.
No. Well, we were never expected to ever win an Emmy. But Spencer's back there going, yep.
Spencer's going to step up his production game if he thinks he's going to win a big award.
But the closest battle
you'll
there
win
is,
extra cookies, by the way, just so you know.
The closest battle is
no
Matt
seal.
Small. No seal, yeah.
Oh my gosh. So what are the plans now? Now that you've gotten a car that is capable of running national or majors tour races, we saw you last weekend at New Jersey Motorsports Park for the Jersey Devil Majors. Do you plan on still devoting time between the two cars and the regional racing and the majors racing?
Exactly, yes. That's the plan. We will be at Thompson here in the next couple of weeks. It kind of was serendipitous in the fact that we were able to get the car and there was just enough time to be able to do enough races as long as everything went well to make it to make it to runoffs. So that's the goal.
Your plan is this year to go up to Road America and run the runoffs.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent.
So Deacon and I are going to be together hopefully, and the whole Courage Motorsport crew will be up there, and yeah.
And that's what I was going to ask. I know you've been working with Deacon Greenfield. Tell us a little bit about Courage Motorsport, what it is, and what the plans are for it to be.
So Courage Motorsport right now, what we're trying to do is we're helping some of these younger kids get into racing. We're finding that there's a lot of people that either don't know how to start or want to start but don't know the best way to go about it. So that's one of the reasons why I've been really kind of putting a lot of focus into the Spec RX-7 realm now, because it's the perfect learning car. And I tell all of my students, if they want to try something, you need to either start in something like an RX-7 or a Miata.
Right.
So it's we're working with kind of teaching them some business skills.
Okay.
A lot of these guys don't know what to do when they show up to a like PRI, for example.
Right.
Yeah, they walk in a room and they're like, "Oh my God, look at this!"
Well,
you got to have a plan.
And for years, like Brian and I, or you, or we show up and we're at a regional race, and it's basically a hobby for a lot of us,
right?
And a lot of us don't look at it as being any more than a hobby. It's something to do, a way to frit away our time on the weekend. But we have a lot of folks that are coming up through the ranks, whether it be in go-karting, what have you, where years ago the way to make it big in motorsports, if you came up as a hot shoe in a go-kart, you ended up in formula cars, which obviously incredibly expensive and incredibly difficult to find funding for that. But I think what we've seen now is with a lot of younger drivers, they have learned, and social media has certainly helped in this regard, is that they've learned that they need this self-promotion skills more than anything else, that things that aren't going to be handed to them on a silver platter, and they know right away that they need to start off with that information. Brian, as we are now 10 laps in to this 20-lap race, real quick, let me make a first call, if you don't mind, Alex. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. That's SSM. Please head to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid. This is your first call. But I think a lot of, and I know Deacon, having known Deacon for a couple of years through his iRacing exploits with some of the other younger drivers that we see here in the paddock, they know that regional racing is not the last stop for them. It is, as it was for me. Brian, real quick, let's jump into the action here.
Yeah, I was going to say new developments here. Matt Smalls run down Drew Strickland. Last time by, it was 9/10. It actually is a lot closer than that. It looks like he's going to try to make that move coming out of turn 2. You're going to see them side by side now coming up through turn 3. That's the battle for second in ITB as they head up there. Matt Smalls going really far, drivers left. I definitely didn't hit the apex there because he definitely stayed far enough away from Drew Strickland.
Well, we saw Strickland, who, again, that Mazda 2 definitely down on power compared to the Volkswagen. He tried opening up that corner as much as possible. Also, maybe a little bit worse on braking than the Volkswagen as Strickland locks up the rear inside rear wheel. Actually, in a front-wheel drive car, not uncommon to lock up the inside rear wheel. It's got very little weight on it as it comes down the hill there.
And that with, again, 9 laps left to go. Next time by will be 8. Scotty Holman reeling it as well. So
there's that yellow taxi.
Yeah, he has shaven quite a bit of time off of it over the last couple laps. I've been looking the lap times, and he's about a half a second to a second faster than both Small and Drew Strickland in that ITB to move that up there.
Yeah. So given how far back he started this race, that is a very nice run for Scotty Holman. So Alex, going back to this concept of younger drivers being able to promote themselves, being able to promote what is essentially a product, so that they can move up the ladder. I mean, obviously, it still takes funding, but you're talking about, what do they do? What do they say? How do they present themselves when they go to a big trade show like PRI? Big part of the racing industry. If you want to get noticed and if you want to find seats, what types of things does Courage do in order to help them along those travels?
So we've been working along the lines of things like we've been trying with Deacon, which was, hey, Deacon, here you're going to have a Deacon at Courage Motorsport email address. You're going to have an official email address. It's not something like at Gmail or whatever. It looks a little business cards. Okay, you have got a slide deck. Send it over to me. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to start, giving you my insight as to what I think you should be saying. And then, also some of it too is the legality.
Right.
A lot of these kids, they're so excited that they just want to jump right in, and they'll listen, and all of a sudden the next thing you know, you've got somebody taking their money.
It reminds me about like rock stars in the early 70s that they would sign a recording contract.
Right.
In order to sign a recording contract, and they'd be locked in and make no money for 40 years afterwards.
Well, it also helps them get, and I'm assuming you're going down the same path. It helps them get in front of the media once that's all created to learn how to speak. Now, and people look at that and go, well, really, what does that mean? Right? But being able to get in front of a camera, being able to do an interview, just like you're doing here.
Right.
There are a lot of young racers that come up where they have the talent, as Greg said. They don't know how to handle themselves in the media. And if you can't sell yourself, because that's really what you're doing, your on-track performance will sell itself, but you still have to be able to sell yourself to potential sponsors. That's how you're going to make it in this business today, no matter what it is that you're doing. It's all about being able to bring that sponsorship and those dollars. So taking that from Courage Motorsports and able to helping these drivers get in front of and understanding the media side of it and getting them to sell themselves.
Right.
All right, Brian, real quick, let's just jump in here because Scotty Holman now coming right up to the back of Drew Strickland's Mazda 2. He's made up, again, ton of time here. That last lap, Scotty Holman almost 2.5 seconds faster than the Mazda 2 driver just ahead. And if he can get around Drew Strickland, that will move him up to third in ITB.
I'm sure he's got his sights set on Matt Small. But I tell you what, Greg, looking a little bit further, where it was 8.5 seconds between Richard Allen and Matt Small, that gap has also dropped down to 3.6 now. So now as they're coming out of turn 10, there's Matt Small. There's the battle really for third. And now Holman's going to get around Strickland coming up out of 9 up underneath the hill. Our ITB battle is closing in between Matt Small and Richard Allen. We're going to see what that is, but it does look like that it is going to be within a matter of seconds.
Well, we'll have to see here as they come across the stripe because Holman is lapping now about 2 seconds a lap faster than Rich Allen ahead. With now only 6 laps remaining, it'll be 5 when Dan Freeman crosses the start-finish line the next time by. Don't know if there is going to be the time as you see there Matt Small's blue Golf going into turn 3, then Scotty Holman in that yellow Mazda Protege. And, it's certainly wouldn't be a surprise if Holman's able to move up at least in the second.
Well, we'll have to see in timing and scoring whether or not Richard Allen, you see there on your screen, total laps, it only says Richard Allen with 12. I can guarantee that he went by for 13 because I sat right here and watched him go by. So I'm wondering if the transponder just didn't pick that up. Yeah. But again, we have backups down.
And Patrick McGee's over at turn number 1, Brian, if we can jump over there, Spencer. Patrick McGee's rear end stepped out on him under braking, and as he went around, he had right ahead of him. Actually, I think it was Dan Freeman who was getting ready to lap him, and had to avoid the number 1 Mazda getting around, and Pegues now gets that car back underway.
Well, you got Justin Shepard coming up behind him as well. He was saw that waving yellow, slowed down really quite a bit getting in there, and then Patrick spun that thing back around and got going again. So,
all right, so he is now back underway, and again, 6 laps remaining. It'll be 5 laps next time our leader Dan Freeman comes by, and like clockwork, there's Dan Freeman coming across the start-finish line. 15 laps in the books, 5 remaining. Brian, let me make another call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 6, SSM. Please head to the grid now. Your race is next. SSM Racers, race group number 6. Please head to the grid.
And Greg, as you were making that announcement, Scotty Holman within less than a second, almost getting to the back bumper as they start to come down the hill out of turn 4. He is right on as Matt Small locks up the right front there. So, again, you look in that rearview mirror and all you see is yellow. You know who that is coming within your group. So, Matt Small going to try to hold off Scott Holman in that number 69 machine as the laps start to wind down. Next time by, there will be 4 to go, but that will be the battle for second in ITB.
So, Alex, we talk about what you're doing for younger racers, and I think that's incredibly admirable. Now, we talked about you going to the runoffs this year, qualifying for the runoffs. Where do you see yourself racing or in motorsports in, say, 5 years?
That's a good question. That's one of the things that we've been using as kind of a model here is while we're kind of focusing on some of these younger drivers, we're also showing that, hey, listen, you can be an older driver that if you play your cards right and you kind of work on this in the right way, and you can start going up there and doing stuff too. Trans Am, Porsche Carrera Cup America. There's a lot of these guys that have these masters classes that you can start being running in a nationally televised event and have a good season with.
Brian, looks like we got a change here in ITB.
Yeah, looks like we do. So Scotty Holman's going to get around Matt Small for second in ITB and basically is running a full second, almost a second and a half faster than the 44 of Richard Allen. So maybe there is something to starting on pit road and giving up that time frame to be able to run down your competitors in your entire class. Here comes Richard Allen now coming out of turn 6, getting ready to head up into turn 7. There's the battle with Holman and Small. Still closer, but I think that Holman's going to start pulling away here with 4 laps to go. It should be 3 laps to go the next time that Mr. Freeman comes by the start-finish line.
Yeah, and the last time by, Scotty Holman lapping just about a second faster than Rich Allen. Unfortunately, the gap right now, and it's coming down probably around 4 seconds, Brian, with 4 laps to go. He might be awfully close by the time the checkered flag flies.
Yeah. He's probably going to get right up to the back bumper of him. Richard Allen, although the gap, Richard went his fastest lap of the race on lap 16 with a 1:31.8. So maybe he's just toying with Scott.
It could very well be. Of course, fuel loads are coming down as well. So we'll see again how this plays out. But Alex, we're going to jump back to the race action here for the very end, but any last thoughts or things that we should be looking for? Any big things coming up for Labor Day?
Hopefully we'll be running 2 cars on Labor Day. All of those familiar with Alphonse, the Spec RX-7, we're hoping
Jack
to have
Burrow's
him back
old
out.
car,
Yep,
absolutely.
Jack Burrow's, we're going to have him out, as well as the RX-8, so we're hoping for a cool weekend.
Okay.
And, we are working to sell parts and things like that. We've got access to about 700 different product lines.
Right.
See me an email at alex@couragemotorsport.com. Between OG Racing, all my contacts, and everything else, we can definitely try to help you out.
That's
come
wonderful.
by and swing by and say hi. We'll get you a shirt and some stickers for your car, and we help everybody. It's not just Mazdas.
There you go, everybody. That is Alex Cumming, Mazda RX-8 and RX-7 driver, touring 4 and a Spec RX-7. I want to thank you so much for coming by today, Alex.
Thanks, Greg. You guys do a fantastic job. It was a pleasure to be up here with you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Brian, let's jump back to the action.
Yeah, pretty much leveled out here, as we talked about with Matt Small and Scotty Holman gotten around them. They're still kind of the same distance Scotty Holman putting in. I'm not sure with really 2 laps left to go if he's going to be able to catch Richard Allen. As I said, on lap 17 now went his fastest lap. So I think he just kind of took a little bit of that mid-brace off, just tried to stay smooth, save the tires for what he needed towards the end, if and in case Scotty Holman was able to get up to him.
Well, and as Rich Allen now comes through turn 3 and starts to make his way down the hill, Holman just now coming through that corner as well. Next time Dan Freeman comes by the start-finish line, Brian, he's going to get the 1 to go board. So time running very short if Scotty Holman's going to make up that tremendous disadvantage he had at the start of this race. And at the moment, Dan Freeman, he's managed to work himself free of David Lanning by almost 10 seconds. We saw 2 days in a row where Lanning was able to keep pace with the number one car early on. It took a couple of laps of pushing the car, maybe running the tires off a little bit. He falls a little bit further back. Justin Shepard in the number 100 car, about 20 seconds back from there. Glenn Evans, currently your ITS leader, as Dan Freeman comes up out of turn 8 and underneath the bridge. He's going to be the second car we see here, just back behind Scotty Holman and Matt Small. And Dan Freeman now has 2 miles, 10 turns remaining here. Again, leading so far from flag to flag, Brian.
Yeah, pretty much dominating fashion here in this ITA. But you talked about that with David Lanning. We saw it early on where they were able to run with Dan Freeman, and then all of a sudden that gap now is up to almost 12 seconds. Looking at the cameras and not looking at all of the turns and being out all the corners, that 41 machine looks like it gets a little tight there towards the end of the run. So again, maybe some challenges with that setup for today. And again, it is today right now. It's the hottest it's been all weekend long. So
yeah, I
get into that
up to almost 87 degrees here, ambient air temperature. I'd imagine that the track surface now quite hot. Should make things very interesting for our next group, Spec Miata, Brian. And I'm going to make another call to the grid in a second for them. But interestingly, in our chat, we've got Mike Monahan. We were just talking to Alex Cumming, who is the driver's rep for the Spec RX-7 class. Mike Monahan is the driver's rep for the very large SSM class. And he says, okay, guys, get to grid. I can't be there, but I will be watching.
Thought I saw him driving through last night. I saw him drive up through. I think he was able to come out here at the racetrack. I think I saw him last night right around dinner time.
He and his beautiful wife, Michelle, who runs the gear store here at the track and has been here, I think, probably for a good 15 years running that store. And Dan Freeman crossing the line, taking the checkered flag. Oh my gosh, going through turn 3 just as he did. I think that was probably Justin Shepard in the 100. Big tank slapper through turn 3, but Dan Freeman taking the ITA win. David Lanning will come home in second. Glenn Evans, they're still waiting on Mr. Evans, I believe, but when he comes out of turn 10, there is Glenn Evans. He will come out of turn 10. He is going to take the win in ITS, our sole ITS racer here today. There's the number 10 machine coming across the line. Justin Shepard. It was Shepard who went for the tank slapper through 3, so he's just now coming up the hill out of turn 8, coming underneath the bridge here and into turn 10. Justin Shepard will take the final podium position in ITA. And then the question becomes, how far back is Mr. Allen?
Well, I think
he may have been right at the checkered flag.
Well, here he comes now. He's coming up out of here. You've got him, and then you got Scotty Holman. They're going to come up out of turn 8 and up underneath the bridge now. Those should be the last 2 cars to take the checker.
Right, so, because I think Small and Strickland actually crossed the line after Dan Freeman took the checker.
Yep.
And so there you go, coming across the line, Rich Allen, your winner in ITB. Scotty Holman from the back of the pack comes back and was only 3.5 seconds back from Rich Allen at the checkered flag. Holman will finish second. Matt Small will finish in third. Drew Strickland finishes fourth. And Patrick McGee's rounds out your ITB field. All right, so Brian, let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next race group. And Michael corrected me. It's MARRS Monahan, not Michelle. I am sorry, Michael. Thank you. Final call to the grid for Michael's race group. That is race group number 6. SSM, please head to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your race is starting in just a few moments. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. But first, let's thank some of our partners and sponsors like OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track. From driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. Planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1970.
And welcome back, everybody. It is the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars, part of the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. Got Spencer Gaynor here behind the controls, giving you all the great views of today's action. And Brian, next up, I think probably even more so than Spec Miata, the race that everybody waits for here in the Washington, D.C. region, it is SSM. They are heading out for our 1.6-liter Mazda Miata. Is probably the most spec class of spec classes we have here, especially for production cars. No offense to Alex Cumming here a little bit earlier, as our drivers are getting ready to head out onto the track for their pace lap. Let's run down the 30 drivers who put in qualifying time. Starting 30th, driving the number 40 machine from Ashburn, Virginia, John Grayhor. James Roberts is going to start 29th. He's in the number 6 machine. He's from Mount Joy, Pennsylvania, representing the Susquehanna region. Steve Bindrum starting 28th today. He's in the number 07 car. He's out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Ted Cahall is going to start 27th on the field. He's in the number 72 car. He's from Christiansburg, Virginia. Emil DeGaro is going to start 26th today. He's in the number 85 machine from Nokesville, Virginia, with Anthony Pacelli. Here we go. Brian, he raced this Miata in STU yesterday. Finally figured out it might be better served to race it in
back
SSM.
over to SSM?
Yeah, exactly. The Mowertown, Virginia driver is in the number 73 car. He starts 25th. John Moyer is going to start 24th today. He's in the number 113 Mazda Miata. Ben Sarley's in the 199 car. The Millersville, Maryland driver starts 23rd. Jonathan Franklin's in the 23 car and starts 22nd. Chris Tilton from Leesburg, Virginia, will start 21st on the field. He's in the number 36 Mazda Miata, with Mark Rougeau, starter supreme, the starter for IMSA, and many times for the Washington, D.C. region. He's out of Alexandria, Virginia, in the number 172 car. He starts 20th. Starting 19th, driving the number 08 Mazda Miata from Strasburg, Virginia, Miranda Price, with Fairfax, Virginia's Brooks Hunt starting 18th in the 65 car. Adam Volatile is in the number 04 Mazda Miata. He starts 17th, with Jay Bindrum starting 16th. Jay is driving the number 88 car. David Biegert, it's got the number 1 on his door. He's from Warrenton, Virginia, and he starts 15th. Jordan Furman, Jordy Foo, is from Wrightsville, Pennsylvania. The meme lord starts 14th today. He drives the number 8 machine. Ryan Franklin's going to start 12th. Ryan's in the number 37 Mazda MX-5 Miata. Scott Brunk, many-time SSM national champion, many-time MARRS champion in SSM. He drives the number 79 car. He's from Frederick, Maryland, and he starts 12th. Scott O'Rourke's in the 32 car. He's from Baltimore, and he starts 11th today, while Isaac Jordan comes to us all the way from Weehawken, New Jersey, representing the northern New Jersey region. Isaac starts 10th today in the 46 car. Scheduled to start 9th today. Don't know if this car is going to make it out on track, unfortunately, Brian. Dylan Adeli, driver of the number 71 Mazda Miata. Starting 8th, driving the number 63 car from Sparks Glencoe, Maryland, John Hotz, with Dave Weibel starting 7th. Dave is in the number 18 Mazda Miata. Arif Kazem, scheduled to start 6th today. He's in the number 98 Mazda. He's from Silver Spring, Maryland, with Isaac Crandall. Starting in 5th position today, he's in the number 75 car, representing the Central New York region. And you're at the front 2 rows. Starting 4th today, driving the number 121 Mazda Miata from Dayton, Maryland, Ryan Maloney. Jamison Huffman is going to start 3rd today. He's in the number 89 car. He's out of Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. Now to your front row. He finished 2nd yesterday out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, driving the number 197 Mazda Miata. Brian Henderson, and your pole sitter out of Baltimore, Maryland, with a qualifying time of 129.069. Driving the number 06 car, it's Neil O'Rourke.
Greg, big developments. Neil O'Rourke is back in the paddock, never made it off of the grid, went back behind the wall.
Wow.
Now your front row is going to be Brian Henderson and Jamison Huffman. 121 Ryan Maloney, we talked about him yesterday, normally drives the 15, had a small knock on the bottom of the motor yesterday after qualifying, thought better of it, got in the Frank DeBerzi car, moved that thing all the way up to 4th.
All right, green flag is in the air, Brian. The 2 white Mazdas, Henderson and Huffman, on the front row, the 2 H's, as they now head down into turn 1. It looks like the start there pretty even on the left lane and the right lane. Now, as the field, not like our bracket race, Brian, there's still 2x2 all the way back to the rear of the field going into turn 1, not 6 cars wide. As we can see, there are still 2x2 all the way through turn number 1. And as they make the run now down to turn number 3, looks like we finally have somebody who's decided they want to be at the front of the field, and that is Jamison Huffman. And wow, look at that. Looked like Ryan Maloney tried to come underneath Brian Henderson going into 3, Brian.
Yeah, able to make that stick. Brian Henderson goes 4-wheel off out of turn 3 up over the hill. So again, still 7 rows back, 2 by 2, even coming down through turn 5. We have still not settled to get back into single file, Greg. But I tell you what, the Ryan Maloney in that 121, they did some more work to it last night. And this morning, that car is ready to rock and roll. Look for him to be up front with Jamison Huffman and Brian Henderson by the time this race is over.
And what a surprise already, Brian. Turn number 3, calling in the fact that Brian Henderson was 4 wheels off through the gravel going through turn 3. I'm shocked.
You might as well just leave the radio keyed, because that's going to happen more and more as this race goes on. But Jamison Huffman, coming off of turn 10, makes a far move to driver's right, trying to break the rest of the draft. Everybody else is going to try to follow that. And, Greg, we're going to have some 2 wide back here a little bit further. You're going to see it. That's going to be David Biegert and Jordan Furman. They're actually going to go side by side with Scott Brunk in that 79 machine. Biegert tucks in front. Now Furman tucks in front of the Scott Brunk machine as well.
All right, and just wanted to give everybody a heads up that's watching our timing and scoring on the left-hand side of the screen. No, it's not wrong. Well, maybe it is wrong. But it appears as though the transponder on Jamison Huffman's car may not be functioning correctly, as he is your leader currently, and I've just verified that. Ryan Maloney running second, Dave Weibel third, Brian Henderson in the 197 car. He falls back to 4th position.
No, he's actually 3rd.
No, he's actually 4th, because the first place driver is not listed on there, Brian.
Ah, very nice. Okay, gotcha.
That's what I'm trying to tell you,
Just
man.
for telling me.
Shift everybody down 1. There you go. Look, Jamison Huffman now sitting up at the top of the order.
That's because I'm watching the screen. That's why. It's in front of me. I'm watching what's in front of me.
Technology, you can't beat it. All right.
Can't watch it either.
Yeah, that's right. Don't worry, everybody at home. Brian and I are sitting up here with stopwatches tracking every one of these 30-plus race cars.
Check mark every time they go by.
That's right.
Check mark.
That's right.
Which is really what we do down in time and scoring as well, right? So not only is
they call them tapers, exactly.
That's right.
All right, leaders coming out of turn 10, and Brian, the advantage that Jamison Huffman had, which was about 4 car lengths at the end of lap number 1. It is now gone at the end of lap number 2, as Ryan Maloney now right up to the back bumper. They've got Brian Henderson in the 197 car, who just set fastest lap, about a half a car length back from there. Those 3 starting to gap Dave Weibel in the 18 car, Arif Kazem in the number 98 car as well. So we're already starting to see a 3-car breakaway.
And you know what, Greg? We talked about this yesterday, and we talked about it even when we did our Spec Miata race. We got one car that presidentially smoking didn't catch the number there. Those 3 right there, they should try to stay nose to tail, move away, because as we got to the end of the race, you saw where they were going 2 and 3 wide later on in the race as well.
Well, talking about 2 and 3 wide, Brian, a little bit further back in the pack, Dylan Adeli, who had that big wreck on the very last lap yesterday. He's in the number 74 car today instead of the 71 car. Right behind him, and Adeli currently running 21st. He started at the back of the pack because he was in a new car. Had Ben Sarley, Anthony Pacelli, and Ted Cahill 3 wide going into turn 3. So there you go, just as you were mentioning it.
Does he realize that 3 wide, it doesn't work well with carts, let alone 3 Miatas going through there?
Well, I'm just worried with Pacelli there, who's used to driving all-wheel drive Subarus through that corner, that he may try to do a 4-wheel drift through turn 3. I don't know if that's going to work for him.
Is it now? It looks like we've got a potential path for the lead here. Ryan Maloney in that 121 machine getting out in front of 89 of Jamison Huffman as they go down. Jamison's going to try to fight hard to driver's left there, but it looks like Maloney's going to be able to get in there. We'll see if Jamison's be able to stick the over-under coming out of 2 when we shoot that camera over there, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to do that.
No, it looks like he's going to slot in right back behind our new leader, Ryan Maloney. Obviously wants to be able to hold off the 197 car of Brian Henderson, who is trailing right behind. wanted to mitigate the damage there, as Dave Weibel and Arif Kazem, they actually closed up just a little bit on our top three. Even though that pass, Brian, I think probably went as smoothly as you could do. Huffman not really putting up a big fight there this early on in this 20-lap race.
Yeah, early on, not a good time to fight that as hard as you can. Get back single file, get those 3 cars out, and then deal with it at the end, which will hold David Weibel and Arif Kazem back there and 32 of Scott O'Rourke.
All right, a little bit further back in the field, they're right back behind Scott O'Rourke. We then have Isaac Jordan and John Hotz, and then a bit of a gap back to Ryan Franklin running ninth, then Dave Biegert, Jordan Fuhrman, and Scott Brunk. And actually, let's add Adam Volatile and Jay Bindrum into that group as well. Big group right in the middle of the field right now. But it is 3 very similar looking cars, Brian. White cars, white roofs, all coming down the front straight. And now it is the 89 of Jamison Huffman taking a look to the inside on Ryan Maloney. Looks as though the 89 car gets it done, and Brian Henderson is able to sneak by the 121 car as well. So move Brian Henderson up in the second, drop Ryan Maloney back in the third.
Yeah, Huffman able to make that car stick, getting really deep in the back, and Ryan Maloney gets really, really loose coming up into turn 3. You see him hit the gravel there on driver's right, which everybody seems to be hitting that dirt patch on entry, and what that's doing is that kicked the right rear out, got pretty loose right there. Again, a car that he's not used to driving,
right?
But they made some changes to try to, do the same thing as what was in the 15 car.
All right, and I think we got word on the car that we heard earlier that might have been smoking a little bit. That's Steve Bindrum in the 07 car, currently running 27th, and they'll be looking after that car. And Brian, we just saw a couple more cars going a little bit wide coming out of turn 3. Apparently, everybody is trying to emulate Brian Henderson over there. and I'll tell you, when I went out last night after racing had concluded to go pick up our cameras, it was just a field of gravel all the way across the track surface. I had imagined that unless we have some of our teams go to clean that up after this SSM race, it's going to make it very difficult for our next race group, Spec Racer Forward, and for Big Bore.
And you know what? That 89 Jameson Huffman, that car's used to being up front here. Right. That used to belong to Jonathan Evans. That used to be the number 42 machine. So them picking that up late last week or early this week, I think it was, being able to do that. But those two with Brian Henderson Huffman, they're starting to pull away now. As I talked about last time by, the 121 Maloney had a problem getting out of turn 3. That stalled that momentum.
Right.
He's kind of an island by himself.
All right, and more dust clouds coming out of turn 3 going into turn 4 here as we see Henderson once again dropping wheels. And we see there right now the dust is dissipating. But, Brian, when we see Henderson go through that gravel trap lap after lap 4 wide, besides it throwing a lot of gravel on the track, it actually is a very, very dense cloud that you really lose a lot of vision as to what's going on ahead of you down the hill.
Well, as Alex will tell you just as well, sitting up in here, and you well know as well, you get up over that ridge, any type of dust, you can't see anyway because it's an uphill getting ready to come to the top of the hill. So, that just adds a little bit, viewing becomes a little bit more difficult.
All right, coming down now, completing 6 laps. It is Jamison Huffman, your leader. Brian Henderson running in second. Again, apologies, our timing and scoring system not picking up our lead car. That's data that's being fed to us. It's not an issue on our end, but we apologize. Dave Weibel, Arif Kazem, and Weibel, who's sitting back in 4th position. Brian, he's starting to close things down a little bit on Ryan Maloney, as we just had a car come down the pit lane and head back behind the wall, and I believe that might have been Emil DeGaro in the 85 car. We'll check on that in just a moment.
Another good battle is between Isaac Jordan and John Hotz. We saw John in SM. Now we're seeing him in SSM. Here comes your Emil. That is the 85 machine.
Yeah, of DeGaro, and just got word that the 07 car we talked about a little bit earlier, Steve Bindrum, they're covering him with a white flag now because he is a little bit off the pace on track. And my guess is if he can make it to the pit lane, we'll probably see him on the pit lane here momentarily. And a matter of fact, there he is. Yep. There's the green 07 slowly
making its way up the little hill onto pit road. So
I need a push.
Yeah.
And just as our leaders are coming into the shot as well, and Brian, we can see that breakaway now between Jamison Huffman and Brian Henderson. They continue to expand their advantage over the 121 machine. Ryan Maloney now Maloney actually took a little bit off that time. It is just about 1 second separating our top two from Ryan Maloney sitting in third, as Maloney just turned in his fastest lap so far this race.
Yeah. And you know what, Greg, even though that he has dropped back a little bit further, he's, within a second of there, he's still receiving that pull of the draft from the leaders of Henderson and Jamison Huffman. But I tell you what, if he gets back any further, he's going to lose that draft completely, which at that point, you've got to hope that David Weibel and Scott O'Rourke, along with Chasm, can get back to him. That's the only way he's going to have a shot to get up front.
I'm going to need to get the backstory on this. Steve Muller, ITS racer, he's in the chat. He says Team Confetti takes the lead.
That's it. Well, because the reason it's Team Confetti is because that car has got confetti all over.
Gotcha.
All over it.
Okay.
I did confirm Ryan did not dye his hair to get in that car.
Okay, he did not.
He did not have to dye his car, but Team Confetti is doing as best they can to catch up there.
All right, and Troy McBain points out Chris Tilton, who's currently running 15th, had a lot of braking issues yesterday.
Broke a rotor.
Yes.
And then when they took he told me at lunch when they took the brake pads apart, they just fell out.
Oh, my gosh.
In pieces. And it was kind of like, well, now we know what the problem was.
And meanwhile, he still managed to drive that car up to 18th position yesterday. Brian, looks like we got a challenge for the lead here going down the front straight.
Yep, Brian Henderson making the move on Jamison Huffman just past the start-finish line down into turn one. You're going to see this as they come into your living room or wherever you're watching it. Brian Henderson is now going to be your new leader over Jamison Huffman. Ryan Maloney sitting back in third, starting to catch up a little bit. When they went too wide there, he was able to get some of that draft. And then you've got about another 20-25 car length gap between him and David Weibel and Scott O'Rourke.
All right, and if you take a look, everybody, down at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, you're going to see logos for G-Lock Brakes and Toyo Tires, and they are both of those companies sponsoring this SSM race. They have both have great contingency packages available to our SSM racers. G-Lock Brakes, based out of Mooresville, North Carolina, is offering up for first place a $100 gift certificate towards a set of G-Lock pads. Imagine if Chris Tilton had won yesterday. Finish second, you get $75 gift certificate. Third, a $50 gift certificate. And for the highest finisher outside the top three that is already running G-Lock decals and pads, they will get a $100 gift certificate as well. And then, of course, we talked a little bit yesterday about Toyo and the tremendous contingency program, Brian, that they are offering when we have 30 or more starters in an SSM race. And today we had 29. Ooh. So if you have 19 to 29 starters, Brian, in an SSM race, your winner will get 500 Toyo bucks. That's essentially a $500 gift certificate towards the purchase of Toyo tires, $200 for your second place finisher, $150 for third, $100 for fourth, and for the drivers that finish between 10th and 14th position, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th, those 5 drivers will win 75 Toyo bucks towards the purchase of Toyo tires. So we want to thank G-Lock and Toyo for their support of the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series and SSM.
Very nice deal. A little shout out here, Ryan Franklin, and at 37, sitting right now in, I believe that is going to be in 9th place. He was involved, unfortunately, in that incident that we had yesterday towards the end of this race. Down in turn 10, I did see them take that left front fender off, bang that out, so they were able to get that ready to go. But that car looks pretty stout right now, so making some moves to have pretty good battle there with Jordan Fuhrman and Scott Brunk, which, in that case, if you watch Jordan Fuhrman, he's going to have some pretty good videos.
Yeah, exactly. You definitely either want to, well, maybe you don't want to be in his videos, but check him out online on the Jordy Fu YouTube channel. All right, Brian, just had Mike Collins point out to me that somebody who's on a heck of a charge right now. He started 11th. He's now up to 5th. Is Scott O'Rourke in the number 32 machine. So good run for him as he crosses the start-finish line, and he's right behind Dave Weibel in the 18. He's got Arif Kazem right behind him as well. So far, a great run for the 32.
Yeah, pretty big battle between those three. They've been nose to tail the entire race. Scott, his time was set for this starting position based on qualifying, and then you had 6 of the first 7 guys in there was based off the heat race yesterday. So that kind of put him back into that 11th position. But that car's always been fast here, always a top 5 car. So pretty good run there for Scott.
Attention in the paddock, touch of the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
So our front 3 cars now broken away completely from the rest of this field. Again, Jamison Huffman, Brian Henderson, and Ryan Maloney has now caught up to the back bumper there of Jamison Huffman. So again, those 3 starting to pull away from the Scott O'Rourke and the Dave Weibel machine there. So Scott O'Rourke now moving all the way up to 4th place, getting around Weibel. So.
All right, Brian, jumping now over to driver's left. Just as Brian Henderson moved right to defend, coming down the front straight, both Maloney and also Jamison Huffman. Huffman with that push from Maloney going down into turn number 1, and it looks like we have a new leader. Jamison Huffman moving back into the lead. Doesn't look like Maloney has cleared Henderson yet, though. As they come out of turn 2, they are still side by side. Huffman staying center of track to ensure that neither of those cars can get by. And, Brian, we've got a car that has just gone off in 10. We'll get the number on that very quickly. Just came through. You can see it coming through the gravel
That's
trap.
Actually Dylan Adeli on the 74. Yeah. So
rough weekend for him at turn 10.
Yeah.
Rough weekend for Dylan Adeli at turn 10. He was up as high as 6th position yesterday, Brian, going into the final lap of the race. And as we mentioned, it didn't turn out well, had contact with another car and ended up with a hard hit in the back of the gravel trap. Good to see him, 17-year-old, back on the horse and racing today, but it hasn't been easy.
What that's done, Greg, is you look out here through our window, you can see that on the camera view that has brought a lot of gravel from that sand trip out to the exit of turn 10, which these drivers, and you can see here, I believe they're getting a debris flag out there now. You're going to have to make that move to the right to get around that. If not, it could get on those hot, slick tires if you're not careful.
All right, now it is Jamison Huffman with Henderson pushing him down the front straight. Maloney once again dropping a little bit further back as they come down into turn 1. But, Brian, they've now opened up 6 seconds on Scott O'Rourke, who is sitting in 4th position with Dave Weibel and Arif Kazem there. So 4th, 5th, and 6th. John Hott's another 2 seconds back from there all by himself.
Yeah, pretty big gap there between the front 3 back to Scott O'Rourke along with Weibel and Arif Kazem. I tell you what, those 3 have been kind of staying quite a bit. But again, we've got that debris flag up there in 10, Greg, that I was kind of watching as you were talking about the leaders going down into turn 1. A couple of them hit it, moved some of that back, spread it around, but a lot of back ends getting
very loose coming through there. You expect to see a little bit of a slip angle on these Toyo tires. The majority of the SSM racers on the older Toyo RA1 tires that have been shaved down, but we know that now for the first time there's another tire that is allowed in SSM, and that is the Toyo RR tire, a molded tire, maybe has a little bit more grip. Don't know which tires those racers are on, but obviously they're causing some issues for them. Also wanted to mention, Brian, we talked about this earlier, Megan Gaiman 9th birthday today.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit earlier when her father was out in the Spec Miata race. Well, John Moyer driving the number 113 car, currently 15th on the field. That's her grandfather. So she's having a pretty good day today, watching a lot of racing. Happy birthday, Megan.
So it looks like now, since we're not seeing it on the timing and scoring, they have given the transponder sign to Jamison Huffman in that 89 machine.
It's not like he's going to make the transponder miraculously start working. It's essentially
probably a battery probably died or something.
And Brian, we've got a car that's gone around at turn number 1 that is off in the gravel there, gets the car turned around and rejoins. And was that Ryan Franklin in the 37 car possibly? We're going to get the word now from our flaggers at turn 1.
That may have been the 18 of David Weibel.
Air Chasm had gone off. Scott O'Rourke went off, and Dave Weibel all went off drivers left. And it sounds like they've still taken a look to see if they still have the local caution up there, Brian.
No, I don't see anything down there right now in turn 1, looking out the window. But you definitely had David Weibel, Scott O'Rourke. Weibel lost quite a bit amount of time, and Scott O'Rourke is the one who lost a ton of time. He's going to drop all the way back into the mid-20s going back through there.
All right, as we watch those cars now make their way up through the carousel after that early off. At the front of the pack, Brian, and we've got a new leader, and that is Brian Henderson. The 197 car has moved to the lead. Jamison Huffman tucked in right behind as they come through turn 2 now. And as they come onto that short shoot down into turn 3, as he's been for a good portion of this race, about 2 to 2.5 car lengths back from there, Ryan Maloney in the 121.
So actually, Ryan Maloney is now in second. It's Jamison Huffman that has moved back to third. So coming out of turn 10, it looks like Henderson and Maloney got a good run on Jamison. Jamison ended up moving over again, trying to defend, ended up losing that spot. So he's back in third. Again, he's already gotten the transponder board. At this point, you're running out. You're running until the end and let the chips fall where they may.
That's right. For those of you watching at home, even though I got it all screwed up there, we know where he is. We'll keep track of him for you. Just shift everybody else down, down one, depending on where they are.
Shift Hots to fourth.
Right.
After Scott O'Rourke's spin, along with Chasm and with Weibel, move everybody down.
If it helps, I've got a Sharpie. I'm just going to write Jamison Huffman's name in on our monitor. Yeah, and there you go. It is the 197, then the 121, and then the 89, the 3 white cars coming across the start-finish line. They are starting lap number 16 now. Brian, so let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few minutes.
Yeah, Greg, that earlier spin down in one where you had Chasm and Weibel along with O'Rourke, it looks like Chasm's the only one that got out of there unscathed. Even though he dropped back behind John Hotz and Isaac Jordan, Chasm now listed in 5th on our screen, but it's going to be in 6th, but he's able to continue as well. So he's not going to lose as much positions as O'Rourke and Weibel did on that spin about 2 laps ago. And I believe here comes Scott O'Rourke down the pit lane, getting ready to make that turn, and indeed that is Scott O'Rourke. So both of the O'Rourke's done. Neil not making it out to the call here, got on the grid and then ended up having a problem and pulled off there and never been able to get it back going. So Neil O'Rourke not making it, and Scott O'Rourke running 15 laps.
And so Scott O'Rourke, who started in 12th, worked his way all the way up in the 5th position, now done. And now, Brian, I'm thoroughly confused because the 3 white cars at the front of the field, Henderson, Maloney, and Huffman, they're coming up on the number 40 car. John Grayhor, also a white car with a white top. And I don't know what I'm going to do now.
They got by him pretty easily. They made short work of him getting down past the start-finish line down in turn one.
Oh, wait, who added another white car?
Well, I even looked down to see at the start-finish line to see if they were going to give the move over, and I think they were confused because they didn't do anything. So they ended up 4 white cars there, not being able to do it. So, so Brian Henderson, Ryan Maloney, Jameson Huffman got by the 40 machine, continue going. They've opened it up quite a bit. Tell you what, John Haas in that 63, another white machine. He's under very heavy pressure late in this race by 46 of Isaac Jordan. They've been kind of nose to tail a little bit. Haas got out a little bit ahead of Jordan during the spin with Weibel and O'Rourke. But now Isaac Jordan is able to reel him back in.
Yeah, indeed, as they are now closing things down there. Haas running in 5th position, Jordan in 6th currently.
Next time by, there will be 3 laps to go. They're going to come up on the James Roberts machine here momentarily. James Roberts now coming out of turn 10, heading down through the start-finish line. But our overall leaders, they're going to have a little bit of lap traffic as they get down into turn 1. Here they come out of turn 10 down to start-finish line, make that move to the right, then get back to the left. Now it looks like Ryan Maloney in that 121 wanted to peek out, get some air to that car, and get set back up. Maybe it could be to allow Jamison to get back to the rear bumper to help them get around Brian Henderson.
Well, and I think we saw this early on, Brian. I think what they're doing is they're actually waiting for Henderson to maybe make a move to the center of the track. We saw this happen earlier where the 3rd-place car would give the 2nd-place car that shove and try to come down the inside. The question is whether or not there is enough ground for both cars to make it past the 197.
Right. Looks like we got a car really heavy off the pace here, and I believe that's the 73 machine. That's Anthony Pacelli making that right off of turn 10. Yeah, no turbo. Thought better of it. Decided to pull it back. And I know that car pretty well, so they're obviously
been in that car.
I've been in that car. I've been in that car and the 72 blue machine out here.
Oh,
so 2 cars I've been in.
Oh, no. Who's driving the 72? Who should be on high alert now, Brian?
Yeah, right. That would actually be
the
Ted
Cahill, yeah.
Trust me, Ted's running it a heck of a lot better than I am.
Oh, my. All right, leaders now coming out of turn 10. And when they cross the line, Brian, they will be starting their penultimate lap. 2 laps remaining here at Summit Point Raceway in SSM. Your leader is the 197 of Brian Henderson. Ryan Maloney running in 2nd. Jamison Huffman. Hey, look at that. He just reappeared on our timing and scoring. Jamison Huffman running in 3rd, about 3 car lengths back. And as they go under braking in the turn 1, Maloney takes a brief little peek to the inside, but maybe inches, Brian. Not
enough to do anything there, but taking that little peek on that line. He's been doing that the last couple of laps. So maybe setting something up, maybe to show Brian Henderson, hey, here's the nose of the car. This is where I'm going to go. And, when we get to this last lap.
All right, and as they come out of turn 3, Jamison Huffman, who showed such good pace at the start of this race, he has now been hanging about 2 car lengths back. The question is, Brian, with him that far
Greg,
back,
we got a car hard into the wall.
Yeah, we've got a car that is off in turn 10.
That is the 53 machine.
Yeah, the black 53, and that is Ryan Peterman.
Yeah.
And he is nosed into the tire wall. That means there is a local caution. And Brian,
we are going to a double yellow to end this race. Greg.
Full course caution indeed. And so with Brian Henderson, your leader, with a lap and a half for them remaining, looks like Brian Henderson, he's going to come home with the win today in our feature race. We talked about this earlier, Brian. He had 2 second-place finishes. He wanted to come home with a win today, as we've got our leaders coming onto the front straight now, just as our emergency services teams deploy. And so taking the win, it is going to be Brian Henderson, Ryan Maloney, and Jamison Huffman. Again, full course caution out. They did not deploy the checkered flag, but at this point, that is, I think, Brian, more of a what's the word I'm looking for?
Well, they're going to put the safety car out around so that the equipment can go around.
Right.
Even though the other half of the field has gone around and coming, they're going to do it so they can slow all of these cars down.
Right.
Once they get over to that area. Trying to check on the driver now.
Yep. All right, so let's run down the order here, Brian, as things are finishing up here. Brian Henderson, Ryan Maloney, and then Jamison Huffman. That is your top three. John Hotz will finish in fourth. Whoop. That's a great view.
We got a double yellow in turn 8. I can guarantee you that.
Yep, there you go with the camera right in front of our, the flag right in front of our camera. Thank you, turn 8. So John Hotz will finish in fourth position. Isaac Jordan will finish fifth. Arif Kazim will finish sixth. Scott Brunk seventh. David Biegert will finish eighth. Ryan Franklin and Jordan Fuhrman will finish ninth and 10th. Dave Weibel 11th. Adam Volatile 12th. Jade Bindrum, Brooks Hunt, John Moyer 13th, 14th, and 15th. Mark Rougeau will finish 16th. Ben Sarley 17th. Jonathan Franklin 18th. Chris Tilton will finish 19th today. And Miranda Price will round out the top 20. All right, Brian, let's do this. We've got emergency services vehicles responding now over turn 10. Let's get ready for our next race. I'm going to make a final call to the grid for race group number 7. Attention in the paddock. Spec Racer 4, Gen 3, race group number 7. Your race is next. Please head to the grid. This is your final call. Race group 7. Spec Racer 4, Gen 3. This is your final call to the grid. All right, Brian, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our final 2 races of the day as we get this cleaned up here. You are watching the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars, and we'll be right back.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog, Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
All right, everybody, we figured we'd check in again real quick here. As you can see by taking a look at our camera pointing down at turn 10, we've got some repairs underway on the tire walls over there. We've gotten word from our emergency teams and from Summit Point's track maintenance folks that it's probably going to be at least another 25 minutes or so before we're ready to go back up and running and get our race cars out on course here. We'll make sure to let you know when that is going to happen. We apologize to our Spec Racer Ford racers who we just brought up to the grid But as soon as we get more information, we will definitely let you know. For those of you that are in the chat asking if the driver is okay, our understanding is that the driver was out of the car and the driver is okay. I don't have any more information beyond that. But again, we'll keep you updated as soon as we know when we're going to be going back to road racing. Again, next up is going to be Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. And after that, we'll wrap up the day, wrap up our coverage here from Summit Point Raceway for the July MARRS with the ground pounders, with our big bore racers. So thanks for staying with us. And again, we'll update you as soon as we have more information.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. The planning for this.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway. It's the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars, part of the Northeast Divisional Road Racing Championship. And after a bit of a delay, and we apologize for that delay, had a lot of tire wall repairs to do over at Turn 10. I don't know what it is this weekend with SSM cars and Turn 10, Brian, but
they don't like it very much.
Apparently not. Well, the tire walls don't like them either, apparently. We've got next up Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Pace car is now taking to the track. Let's run down the starting order, Brian. We had 16 drivers set qualifying times this weekend, starting 16th. Driving the number 07 car out of Gibson Island, Maryland, it's Amy Gould. Ron Rice is from Fogelsville, Pennsylvania, representing the Philadelphia region. He's driving the number 06 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. He starts 15th. Robert Skinner starts 14th today. He's in the number 23 car. He's from Washington, D.C. Then we got my good buddy, Bruce Kreminga, driving the number 31, the Kermit Frog Green number 31 machine. He's from Millersville, Maryland. He starts 13th. Phil Ackley's from Vienna, Virginia. He's driving the number 41 car. He starts 12th today. Mike Kosuth from Westchester, Pennsylvania, representing the Philadelphia region of the SCCA, driving the number 5 car. He starts 11th. Kevin Silbert's in the 14 car. He's from Columbia. He starts 10th today. John Mielo had a difficult race yesterday, Brian. He was a magnet for almost everything. He is from Pittstown, New Jersey, representing the northern New Jersey region of the SCCA. The driver of the number 75 car starts 9th. Starting 8th today from Annapolis, Maryland, it's Keith Frazier. He's in the number 7 machine, while Mike LaMena is in the 8 car, and he starts 7th. Why the 7 car starts 8th and the 8 car starts 7th, I will never know. But Michael LaMena, he's in the 8 cars from Oakland, New Jersey, represents the South Jersey region. Jisoo Kim from Staunton, Virginia, will start 6th. He's in the number 11 car, with Mike Thomas out of Marlton, New Jersey, representing the South Jersey region. He starts 5th today. Car number 54. Trey Ayers from Gainesville, Georgia, representing the Atlanta region of the SCCA. He's going to start 4th on the field today. He's in the number 17 machine, with Matt Polk out of Gibson Island, Maryland, driving the number 9 car. He will start 3rd. Chesapeake, Virginia's Joe Blanks, representing the North Carolina region of the SCCA, will start on the outside of the front row today. He's in the number 174 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, and your pole sitter, driving the number 30 car. From Washington, D.C., has a qualifying time of 1 minute, 20 seconds, .627. It's Mac Harrison.
Keep an eye on our start here. I don't believe, looking at our cameras, I see Trey Ayers out there, so we'll keep an eye on that. I'm not seeing that black number,
the 17
black
car.
number 17 car out there in the field. So
left his college roommate Joe Blanks to fend for himself as he decided to drive down early, get down to Atlanta, Georgia, or just outside of Atlanta. Almost about an 11-hour drive. I can
maybe have an early flight. Maybe he flew up here.
Well, that is true too. All right, pace cars on the pit lane, turning the field over to Mac Harrison, and he has Joe Blanks by his side. And Brian, the green flag is in the air, and we are racing once again here at Summit Point Raceway with Matt Polk. And actually, it looks like a couple folks not here. I don't think Matt Polk made the grid either. We've got Mike Thomas and Jisoo Kim starting 3rd and 4th today. They're on the second row. Looks like Ron Rice here. Matt Polk, Trey Ayers, and Amy Gould not taking the green as the field comes out of turn number 2, makes the run down into turn number 3, and taking the early lead here, Brian, it is the number 30 machine, Mac Harrison. Joe Blanks slots in the 2nd, and then Mike Thomas in 3rd.
Yeah, Mac Harrison always getting a good start here, especially at Summit Point in that number 30 machine. Out in front, Joe Blanks in right behind him as they went up over the hill. Those guys are going to get single file. Then you got to throw in Mike Thomas, Jisoo Kim, then Michael LaMena. Look for Mike Thomas to make a little run here on these 2 cars between Harrison and Joe Blanks.
All right, as the field now, we see they're still more or less nose to stern here, coming through the carousel, through the talent section of the course here, Brian. And about, what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's about 15 cars deep right now as they're coming up the hill at a turn 9 for the very first time. We are starting to see our lead 5, 6 cars starting to open up little gaps of about 3 car lengths apiece. And first across the line, and complete lap number 1, it is going to be Mac Harrison with Joe Blanks, Mike Thomas, Jisoo Kim, Mike LaMena in 5th, Keith Frazier in 6th. And just looking at lap times here, just to get a general idea, kind of hard to judge generally on the opening lap because the racers aren't at full speed on the front straight when they take the green flag. Mac Harrison turning in a 124.1, about 3.5 seconds off of his pole setting time.
Yeah, after going up to the grid and sitting there for quite a amount of time, you've got cars in there. They're sitting out in the sun. Tire pressures are going up after they've already set them. You've got so it's going to be interesting to see here as we get through this race. How these cars start to handle. How much do they go away? I know in talking to some of these drivers throughout the course, really of last week and this week, and really throughout the years. When it goes away, it goes away.
Right.
There, you're holding on and you're really trying to make it to the end to take care of your equipment. This group is just like our regional SSM cars and our Spec Miata cars throughout the entire country. It's about momentum. You've got to have a partner there in order to do it. So I got to be honest with you, kudos to Mac Harrison. Mac Harrison comes out here and can do it all by himself.
Right.
Doesn't need to have a partner to set those fast times.
That's right. And we see here now as they come down the front straight, Mac Harrison now with just 2 laps in the books now, opens up about a 7-8 car length advantage, just about 1 second in iRacing world, that would be just about ready to break the draft, Brian. I think it's a little bit stronger than that in real life, but at the moment here, again, he gets down to a 22-2, and he is already a full second ahead of Joe Blanks, and then about a second gap back to Mike Thomas in third. Jisoo Kim about 3/4 of a second back from there. So we're already seeing the field really start to stretch things out here very early on.
Yeah, the closest battle on the racetrack right now is at 6th and 7th between Keith Frazier and that 7 machine and 75 John Milo. That Milo was right on the back gearbox coming through, coming out of turn 1 and heading up into turn 2 of Keith Frazier. And again, Keith Frazier's had a really rough weekend as well. Had that nose damage yesterday. Looks like that's gotten repaired. Came out, didn't run the entire bracket, sessions today. So we'll have to see what they do with that 7 machine.
All right, Brian, we've got with us up here today after his exploits in a Spec Miata, Dominic Mandiel, many-time announcing partner here with us here at the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. Welcome, Dominic. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right, so got our Spec Racer Ford racers out on track currently, Dominic, and obviously you've had a lot of experience in the class. Your father raced in Spec Racer Ford for many years, and I know you've been following many of these racers for quite some time and following strategies in Spec Racer Ford. Now, tell me this. We saw, obviously, a lot of these drivers brought their cars up to the grid, ready to race, just as that SSM race had finished early. It actually finished under full course caution. But as Brian said, these cars are sitting on the grid. The tire temperatures may have been rising. As a matter of fact, at the end of the SSM race, it was about 87, 88 degrees ambient air temperature. We're seeing now that it's actually gone north of 90 degrees. So the temperatures continue to go up here. And I would presume, since we've got some cloud cover, but not much, that the temperatures in the asphalt have gone up considerably as well.
Absolutely. And from having experience and having my family being involved in Spec Racer Ford, first I can tell you that everyone definitely down there was feeling like a baked potato sitting there on the grid waiting for things to get going. But as you said, these tires are definitely of a higher temperature than when they first were on the grid, and what that's going to affect, especially now that the temperature has risen significantly since the morning sessions for sure, that the down from what I was experiencing in turn 3 as well as the bottom of 5 is going to start to get slick, and so that's
very
something
greasy, yeah.
So that's something that these drivers are going to be working through as the race goes on.
Is that why Mike LeMana went back to the motorhome to get some sour cream and butter?
Oh my gosh. It's Taco Tuesday, Brian.
Starting to feel like a baked potato.
Baked potato.
A loaded baked potato.
All right, let's take a look here as we are now working lap number 5. And again, these are 20-lap or 40-minute races, whichever come first, and it is Mac Harrison still your leader. And Brian, in just 2 more laps, Mac Harrison has expanded that lead to almost 3 full seconds over Joe Blanks there, with Mike Thomas running in third, Jisoo Kim. And Mike Thomas, though, the last time we checked in was almost a full second back from Joe Blanks. Mm-hmm. He's now right on the gearbox there. We just saw him coming down through turn 5, and there they are coming through the carousel. They're right there.
Yeah, as I said at the very beginning, look for Mike Thomas to make some noise here in this race. Ran a good race yesterday. Got put out in the back there. Didn't have a good qualifying time. Ran really well in the race. Was able to move up through there. His fastest time set yesterday was in the heat race. So, if you pardon the pun with the heat. So, again, look for him to make some moves here as this race continues to go on.
All right. Yep. As they come across the line, only 0.3 of a second separating Thomas from Blanks ahead, and not all that far behind. It looks like Mike LeMana, maybe a little sour cream and chives or something, but he is now moved within about a half second of Jisoo Kim. Just ran his fastest lap of the race, about a 10th faster than what Kim managed around the course.
Yeah, and again, that car coming, that used to be his brother's car. So,
right.
Again, really starting to get that there. He had a very difficult time last weekend in New Jersey with that machine. Ran into the Armco there.
it probably didn't help him all that much, Brian, that he was going directly from Spec Miata in the Spec Racer Ford in even warmer temperatures than we're seeing this weekend.
Yes.
And Greg and Brian, speaking of last weekend's festivities at New Jersey Motorsports Park, Mac Harrison, our current leader, did score a pair of podiums after a hard-fought battle with both Teo Pepes and Steve Samet on both Saturday and Sunday. And yesterday, what we saw with this race, I was watching from the entrance of the carousel, and we ended up having 3 different leaders, which is, of course, standard for Speckers for Gen 3. The way it happened, though, was a little bit unique because Mac Harrison, similar to what we're seeing in today's feature race, had pulled a gap, and then the car started to experience a miss, which, from what I observed, started right about the entrance of 5.
Okay.
And that then allowed Trey Ayers at the time to take the lead, and then Joe Blanks was able to track down Trey in the closing laps and take what I believe was his first ever Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series.
See, and we thought that Trey Ayers he wanted to give back to his college roommate and figured that he'd give an opportunity on the very last lap. Brian, let's take a look, though, coming through turn 4 now and heading down through the chute. Side by side, they were that way all the way from turn 2. Now, as they come down under braking, finally, it looks like they've gotten that worked out. That is...
that's actually going to be Mike Thomas and Joe Blanks. So, we'll have to see. I think Joe Blanks is going to hold on to that position. I think Mike Thomas may have taken it originally,
briefly,
and then gave it back coming up out of turn 3 up over into turn 4. So again, continue to keep Joe Blanks in that second position, Mike Thomas third, and again GC Kim and Mike LeMain in that 4th and 5th position.
And another driver I want to give a shout out to in the 23 car, it's going to be Bobby Skinner. Bobby is a rookie in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, still has the rookie straps on the car. Had a great battle yesterday with Ron Reese. He is off to the University of Miami this fall, starting his college career. And his family, longtime SCCA family. His father is the founder of Dynasty Motorsports, which specializes in Spec Racer Ford prep. And both his mother and aunt are longtime racers as well.
Oh, wow.
But Bobby is going to be going to Florida for school and is excited to start studying business. So all the best for Bobby.
And it looks like, Brian, we just had a driver go for a rather wild ride through through the gravel trap at 10. I think that was Mike Kosuth, who we saw have some problems earlier today in the bracket race, I think, over at turn 1. Well, today, or this afternoon, goes for a bit of a wild ride through the long gravel trap here. There's still some dust in the air, but no harm except to maybe his ego and also to the gap that he had to Bruce Kerminga just ahead.
Well, that's actually the battle between him and Ron Reese, and as Dominic just mentioned, Bobby Skinner there. So again, that's a pretty good battle. So again, it becomes where one car starts to get a little wide, the one behind it starts to push out. You're not sure how much room you actually have, and next thing you know, you end up with 2 wheels off there.
Mike LeMain coming across start-finish line. He's starting to make up ground again on Jisoo Kim. That last time by again. Now, well, actually, it looks like Kim may have opened up about 2/10 of Brian down to turn 1. Big passing opportunity there.
Yeah, it looks like Mike Tom's going to make that move again over Joe Blanks. This time we'll see if he can hold on to it for that second position. It looks like he's going to, coming out of 2 and entrance into 3. What that actually did is that brought Jisoo Kim a little bit. Looks like LeMain falling back just a little bit now from Jisoo Kim, so probably not getting through turn 1 quite like he really wanted to because he was starting to gain ground.
Yeah, and that was the point I was starting to make is he actually had lost about 1/10 to 2/10 to Jisoo Kim ahead on the previous lap. And again, it's got to be difficult for LeMain jumping in to the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 early on in the year. The driving dynamics, and I'm sure you probably know, Dominic, and I'm sure your father has probably told you, I will bet that he was in for a very rude awakening when he jumped out of the Spec Racer Ford and started racing in what is essentially a Spec Miata.
And the big difference there is, the sideline for having a single center seat open cockpit car versus a sports car is definitely going to be a big difference. But also, when because my dad with the Spec Racer class has gone through an iteration of different tire compounds. Right. They've had BF Goodrich, they've had Goodyear, and they've had a number of different ones in between.
Hoosier, right.
And so the biggest difference was basically how the tires react to different weather. With the Spec Racer 4 tires, he found that they took a little bit of time to get up to temperature, up to pressure.
Sure.
Whereas with the Miata tires, you can usually go full tilt right out of the box, and that was a different dynamic that we had to get used to between the two cars.
Neither one of these drivers want to give that position up between Mike Thomas and Joe Blanks. The driver that's really liking this right now, Greg, is Jisoo Kim going, okay, guys, go ahead, because now it's a 3-car battle rather than a 2-car battle for that second position as Jisoo Kim gets right on the back gearbox there of both Mike Thomas and Joe Blanks, Dominic.
And those two were going side by side at the crest of the hill there in turn number 3. It looks as though Mike Thomas was able to hold on to the spot for now, but that has brought Michael Mena right back into the fray. He's currently sitting in 5th.
Yeah, and Mike LeMaina's got a lot of, he's got a lot of time in these cars as well, right? I mean, he did that early on in his career, was running these along with his brother. So, both of them have got some talent in there, in this car. But so, bringing this car back and kind of getting it rebuilt and getting it back on track has been kind of a challenge between both of them. So, he's really starting to dial this thing in. But now, again, guys, we got a 3-car battle going into turn 1 and turn 2, Greg.
All right, let's watch them as they come down into turn 1 now. And as we do, Brian, let's make a first call to the grid for our final race group of the weekend. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8. Big Bore, American Sedan, GT 1, 2, and 3, Touring 1, 2, and 3, Super Touring Under, ITE, ITR, Spec Corvette, SMX, and SPO. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 8, this is your first call to the grid.
Some of these drivers, especially in this SRFs, and Dominic, you know this probably better than anybody, as long as with your dad as well, is that they get in here and, on a Sunday when we have a longer race, it's like, okay, I know it's still considered a sprint race and over 20 laps, it's really only 40 miles that you're going. It's an all-out go, but you can take care of your car at the very beginning for at least halfway. Then it becomes go time. So as long as you can keep your competitor in front of you, within striking distance, then you can do it. Obviously, Mac Harrison, he's opened up a 15-second lead, so obviously the class of the field. But you're 2nd through 5th right now between LeMaina, Jisoo Kim, Blanks, and Thomas. Again, now that we're in the second half of this race, you got to take care of that equipment.
And the mantra for Spec Racer 4 competition is just being in there at the end, making sure that you're in the hunt when we come down to the final few laps. As we do see 2nd through 4th make their way through turn number 3. Again, running nose to tail, it's Blanks, Thomas, and Kim as they run.
As we watch them come down through turn 5 now, I'll tell you what, it is, again, Dominic, we're getting to the back half of this race in those 3 cars. And it seems, we talked about the 8 with LeMaina. He really gets down the hill for turn 4 and then really to turn 5. That's where he's able to close the gap on the back of Jisoo Kim. But as they get through the carousel and up through turn 8 and up underneath the bridge to turn 9, that's where those 3 get to tend to pull away a little bit from the LeMaina machine. So they open up that gap, especially down the front stretch.
And having watched this race yesterday from the entrance of the carousel, what I could see was that Michael Mena had a different approach than every other driver in the field. He favored the left side on the entrance at 6A, while the other drivers at the exit of 5 tended to stay more mid-track. So that was one of the distinguishing features of Michael Mena's line. As we do have our cars coming out of turn number 2. And again, Mike Thomas takes a look as they make their way up to turn number 3. And again, these side-by-side corners has allowed Michael Mena to stay within striking distance. He's about 2 to 3 car lengths back.
Looks like moved Mike Thomas back into second place. So him and Joe Blank battling it out with Jisoo Kim now. But there before, you had Thomas and Blanks battling through. Looks like we got a really hard lockup going down through turn 5. That may actually have been the 54 machine of Mike Thomas that locked it up. So now, most definitely. So now you're going to see him. As a matter of fact, guys, I don't even see him coming through there So somebody has gone off
there,
there.
and there
made
he
a
is
spun
right
that.
there. Yeah, it looks like he actually ended up. Actually, no, that looked like was that the 7 of Frazier? But yeah, it looked like Blanks ended up, or probably Mike Thomas ended up dropping off there after the lockup. And we're gonna take a look here, Brian. As
He's definitely he's dropped back behind
yeah.
Jisoo Kim, so he's back on.
Exactly.
Just flopped him back in front of Michael Lamena. But
Yeah.
big lockup there going down into turn 5, but it was able to hold it, but just lost that spot now. So now he's got to work hard to get back in there, because now not only do you got to pass Jisoo Kim, now you got to work hard to get back to Joe Blanks.
Well, so that's going to be the question here, and this may be one probably a blessing in disguise for Mike Lamena, Brian. As long as Joe Blanks and Mike Thomas were driving side by side in the corners, it allowed Kim and Lamena to make up around 4.5 seconds to get up to them. Question will be if Thomas, in trying to get back around Jisoo Kim, decides to employ the exact same strategy. Mike Lamena, he's just got to kind of sit there and wait for an opening. He may be able to find a way to sneak through and pass those two cars. But I'll tell you, Joe Blanks right now, he must be thanking his lucky stars, because he doesn't have a car with the same pace as he has right next to him.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's not like in our SM cars or our SSM cars, Dominic, where you can't push. He can't push Mike Thomas to try to get there, because you'll ruin the front.
Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 8. That's our big bore group. Please head to the grid. Our final race group of the day. Please head to the grid now. Your race starting next.
Yeah, as I was mentioning there, Dominic, he can't push him, right? Because you can't get that bumper up underneath in that gearbox. You'll do damage to that nose. So you really can only use this close to the draft as you can in order to move up. But unless you're actually making a little bit of contact there, you're not going to go as fast as you would as in another class, having that ability.
And now that we've seen Jisoo Kim start to make inroads on Joe Blanks, he'll be able to. They'll see if those two can draw away from both Kim and from Mike Thomas and Michael Mena at this point, as they make their way down the hill into turn number 5. And now Michael Mena is sitting back a few cars from where he was. So again, it's going to take him to get a little bit closer in order for him to get back into that podium battle.
Jisoo Kim, last time by on lap 14, set his fastest lap of the race. So he is not only reeling in Joe Blanks, but he was there. Now, as you see, as they come out of turn 8. So again, several drivers over the course of this race, Jisoo Kim, Michael Lamena, you can say Mike Thomas because he had that problem in turn 5. They're not getting through the back half of this section as well as Joe Blanks, and that's keeping him up there.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. And that last time by, we saw where Jisoo Kim had made up 0.8 of a second on Joe Blanks as they go and cross the line this time to complete lap number 15, starting lap number 16. Again, Kim with a faster lap time, but it was only by about 0.05 of a second there. So not a big pickup, not even 1/10 separating those two drivers at the line.
I know the question in all of their minds out there in the cars, where the heck did Mac Harrison go? Right, Mac Harrison is just taking off.
20 seconds ahead is where he went.
Up to 21, almost 22 now, so he's continued. And again, they battled there for a while, especially when you had Blanks and Thomas going side by side, which, allowed Jisoo Kim in that. But, yeah, that's really allowed Mac Harrison to get up there. Here comes Mac Harrison now out of turn 10, getting ready to come down by the start-finish line. With that, there'll be 4 laps left to go, but and he just set his personal best by himself.
Yeah, and not only personal best, just reset fast lap of the race, a 121.268. Now, not nearly where he would need to be to see a track record set, but Brian, with 90-degree temperatures out here, this is not exactly what you would call track record weather. Remember that Morgan Burkhardt reset the track record in Spec Racing 4 Gen 3 last October. He turned in a time, just to give a gauge, Mac Harrison turned in a 121.26. Morgan Burkhardt, a 119.178.
And I remember that day, and it was a little bit cooler there.
It was quite a bit cooler.
It was in the low 70s. to start the race, and I believe they were like Group 2 or Group 3 when they went out, so it still hadn't reached.
Cool, dense air.
Yeah. So, and I think he went out on sticker tires, and I think that track record, he almost set it really in qualifying. Came up, got really close to it on Saturday, and then set it within the first half of the race on Sunday. Again, our second, third, and fourth place guys starting to spread a little bit. Although Mike Thomas is reeling back in, Jisoo Kim, I think, obviously Mike Thomas is a little bit faster, although Jisoo Kim goes and sets his personal best from 16. So, Mike Thomas trying to reel Jisoo Kim back in. But, Jisoo Kim's able to stay out there in front, especially, getting through the back half of this race, Dominic.
And we had another cool battle shaping up with, it's going to be for 8th and 9th with Kevin Silbert and Phil Ackley. They were side by side both through turn 1 and turn number 2. Silbert able to hold off Ackley for the moment. But Kevin Silbert in his second full season of Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series competition. Phil Ackley, of course, coming over from small bore, having run in SPU. Also owns a BMW, so plays with a few different race cars.
He owns a lot of things. He has a brand new shiny Chevy Corvette C8 Z06 that was just delivered. He's got an Audi R8. You name it, Phil Ackley drives it, and he's been racing with the SCCA now for over 50 years. Took his first championships back in 1975, 76, and 77. And as you mentioned, he's been racing with us in our small bore groups, has a number of MARRS SPU championships as well.
Well, I tell you what, let's keep an eye on that 31 of Bruce Kaminga, because he's starting to reel those two in. You've got that 14 and the 40. We're just going to call them the 55 car, because they're kind of, they've been nose to tail pretty much the last half of this race. So we'll have to keep an eye on that.
All right. Well, Brian, we know that Mac Harrison is quite a bit in front of the rest of the field. The next time the number 30 car passes the start-finish line, he will see that 1 to go board. So just a little bit less than 8 miles, or a little bit less than 4 miles remaining. Oh. And we just had a driver run very wide there through turn 3.
Oh,
Brian.
It went dead straight. He may have a problem there, Greg, because he went dead left off of turn 3. It looks like he may have spun and then had a problem. He's right down there next to and that is actually Kevin Silbert.
Yeah, and there we go. We just got word actually from turn 2. That's Kevin Silbert in the 14 car. The call was that they saw his tire going down at turn 2. Obviously, he had issues over at turn 3, and he is up by turn 4 right now. We saw the waving yellow at turn 3.
Yeah. Definitely had that problem with that flat tire. Come up turn 3, really got loose and really couldn't turn the car. Went right to basically a flag stand right there in turn 4. So good thing he was able to slow that down. That's not a spot you want to go down the hill.
All right, Mac Harrison, our leader, comes down the front straight. Brian, there he is, the first of the 2 cars there, crossing the start-finish line. 1 lap to go, 10 miles, 2 turns. Brian, let me make a call to the grid. Final call for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 8. That's Big Bore. Please head to the grid. Your race starting in a few minutes. Race group number 8, Big Bore racers. Please head to the grid.
Pretty much total domination here by Mac Harrison and Dominic. He could be in and out of the car and out of his race suit by the time the rest of them finish their last lap.
Yep, absolutely. But the final 2 podium spots are still very much in play as they make their way into turn 1, get ready to go into 2, and they were working their way around a slower car. At the moment, it is still Blanks holding on to second with Jisoo Kim and Mike Thomas in tow as they run line of stern going into turn 3. Still about half a car in between each of them.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come down to who gets through turn 5 the best, and then who's able to get out of 6 into 7 the best between those 3. But yeah, within a half a car length of each one. Here they come down the hill. Again, Blanks holding off Jisoo Kim and then Mike Thomas as they go through turn 5. That is Michael LaMena trying to get through. That's the 06 of Ron Reese.
Yeah, and it looked like there might have been some contact there between LaMena and Reese as LaMena was trying to get back into contention there for that battle for second position there as he's now fallen just a little bit off the pace as our leader, Mac Harrison, now comes across not across the line yet.
Mac Harrison's already crossed.
Yep, there
the
he
line.
goes. Crosses. Mac Harrison takes the win in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Here's that battle for second coming out of turn 10 now, Brian.
Yeah, that's Joe Blank's going to open that up a little bit over Jisoo Kim. Mike Thomas just not close enough to make for that last podium spot. So your top three is going to be Mac Harrison, Joe Blanks in the 174, and then the 11 of Jisoo Kim. Mike Thomas is going to finish fourth. Michael LaMena is going to finish fifth. Next,
the 75, John
75,
Miello crosses the line. He'll finish sixth with Keith Frazier in that blue and white number 7, finishing in seventh. Phil Ackley should be the next driver that we see cross the line here.
He may have been a lap down and already
had already crossed the line, exactly. So Ackley will finish 8th. Bruce Kerminga in the green number 31, he'll finish 9th. And Mike Kosuth will finish in 10th. All right, Brian, I think I just made the last call to the grid for our final group of the day, and I'm looking down there. Can you count to 7?
Hold on, I got to put my shoe back on.
Yep.
I think we have 7. Maybe
I think we do. All right. So what we're going to do, instead of playing the nasty tones again, we're going to take a quick little break. And when we come back, one more feature race here from Summit Point Raceway is part of the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars. But first, let's talk about one of our great partners and sponsors, RP Performance.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and charity event the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd is well underway, with all funds raised once again being donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of both product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated, so make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Hey Dog. Belmont Classic Cars, where we take you back to simpler times. Belmont, Ohio.
And welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway for the last race of the July MARRS, presented by Belmont Classic Cars. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati. We've got Spencer Gaynor here, of course.
Changed his last name.
Yeah, I'm going to change his last name.
My son.
Yeah, yes, cookies will do that to me. Spencer Gaynor here, of course, directing all the action for us, and we want to welcome back into the booth one more time. We've got Dominic Mandiel and Brian, Dominic, Spencer, wherever you are back there. We've got our big bore group on track right now on their pace lap. And let's run down the starting order. Brian, you want to grab that?
Yeah, I'll take that. Starting in 8th position in the STU machine, that's the number 73 from Maritime, Virginia. That's Anthony Pacelli. Starting in the 7th position from Hackettstown, New Jersey, that's the 50. He's in a GT1 machine. That's Joseph Folia. Starting in the 6th position from Arlington, Virginia, in that T3 Nissan 350Z. That's the 4 of Rob Hines. Starting in the 5th position from Liberty, North Carolina. That's the 17 in a GT2 machine of Devin Mistak. Starting in the 4th position from Leesburg, Virginia, again in the GT2 machine. That's the 04 of Greg Arsenault. Starting in the 3rd position from Belmont, Ohio, you're starting 2nd in GT2. That's the 88 of Andrew Mistak. Then starting on the front row, and your pole sitter in GT2 from Hope, Florida, that's the 76 of Nicholas Karangelin. Starting on the pole for this big board group in GTX, that's the 08, that's the LMP Ligier, that is David Glassman.
And, Brian, I am fairly certain that Andrew Mistak's Chevy Camaro, the TA2 car, the gray 88 machine, which is on the thumbnail that we use for the video, I am very certain that car has an identity crisis going on right now, because it's pretty obviously a Chevy Camaro, but it's got a Dodge Challenger front end, which really confuses me. All right, pace car on the pit lane, field on the front straight, green flag is in the air, and we are off once again. David Glassman, who reset the GTX track record here at Summit Point yesterday in that number 08 Ligier, the JSP 320, we think Nissan powered, took the win and is our first racer down into turn 1. We've got Nick Karangelin in his Porsche 911 Cup car out here, and he is side by side with Andrew Mistak, Brian, as they come out of turn 2, heading into turn 3, with Karangelin getting the measure of the 88 cars. They go into 3.
Yeah, Mistak got through turns 1 and 2, turns 2 pretty cleanly there. Again, brakes and tires not up to full temperature, had to let Karangelin go. In that Porsche, and able to tuck in behind him. I figure within another lap, and there it is. As you see, as they go down into turn 5, Andrew Mistak gets in front of that Porsche in that number 76 machine, Nicholas Karangelin.
All right, so it appears as though Joseph Folia in his Chevy Corvette, that beautiful 68 or 69 C3 Corvette, did not make the grid, nor did Greg Arsenault in the Ginetta G56. Unfortunately, I really love that Ginetta. Such a beautiful looking car. However, STU Mazda Miata driver Anthony Pacelli, he is back out. He is back out here. So whatever caused him to retire early from the SSM race, he is back out on track. Also, Rob Hines, who had some issues with his Nissan yesterday, made 2 runs down the pit lane. He is out on track as well. He was the last car in that line we just saw come down the front straight.
Tell you what, Karangelin's having some handling issues early on in this race. He's dropped all the way back behind Devin Mistak in that in that Camaro. You talked about Andrew Mistak in the front of that being a Dodge. No, that is actually the newer noses.
Is it?
For the TA2s on the Camaro. So that is a Camaro.
Okay. Because it looks very much like it's a very narrow front, very low profile headlights, very un-Camaro-like to me. All right, so 6 cars out on track right now, and of course that battle in GT2, and this is for bragging rights in the family here with Andrew and Devin. As we've seen before, Brian, Andrew Mistak not shy about exerting and letting everybody in the world of social media know about his dominance over his son, Devin, behind the wheels of GT2 machines here. And now coming out of turn 10, it looks like Devin Mistak in that white number 17 Camaro, he just had some challenges getting the rear end of that car straightened up and getting out of 10, Dominic.
Yep. And interestingly, Devin is running one of Dad's older chassis Camaros. So this year, Andrew opting to go with a bit more of an updated chassis. So Devin driving one of his father's former cars. And Devin's still with rookie stripes. I believe this is his 3rd weekend in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. And as we've seen, he's been getting quicker with each weekend, and really has been getting a better feel for the TA2 platform. So definitely making some nice progress.
He started out, I believe, last year ran the Ford.
The Ford Fusion.
He had
Yes.
the Ford Fusion for a couple of races, and then
And it proved to be a very, very unreliable machine. And I think that Fusion was a newish build also, and it just I know he had a lot of brake issues with the car, especially early on, and I guess it was a good thing for him to move over to this Howe chassis.
yeah. David Glassman in that Ligier now comes across the start-finish line here. There you see, there's the Devon misstack that we were talking about. Again, Greg, you mentioned it earlier. Between the misstacks, that bragging rights going through. Here comes the Nicholas Karanglin machine. Again, dropped really far back. Didn't get a good start. Probably had a really bad run down the backside of the racetrack after lap 1.
Well, and Karanglin had some issues during yesterday's sprint race. Only made it 4 laps. And so I'm sure that part of this, and I didn't see that car out for the warm-up laps early this morning. I mean, I would have wanted to sleep in also. But this may have been a 2-lap shakedown to see that he still had the equipment underneath him, Dominic.
And Kranglin is also one who has a few different race cars in his arsenal. Also races the BMW 2002. So staying within the German marks there, but much different machine that he also contests.
Just a small difference between a 2002 and a 911 Cup car. This being a 997.1 machine, fairly new.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's one of the newer ones.
Yes. And he has started to make up some ground now on Andrew Misstack.
Kind of feel like I'm watching an IMSA race with an LNP3 and a 997.
That's right. All right, let's take a look as they come across the line. Misstack last time by turns in a 119.4, Karanglin a 17.7. So definitely making up for lost time, Brian, and that lost time being, I think, in the first 2 laps, as Karanglin starts to close things down on the number 88 machine.
Yeah, I think when you look at the top speed down the front stretch, I want to say they're pretty much even. That's where Misstack is able to pull away. But as you get down into 1 and get through turn 2, that's where Karanglin starts to gains that 2 seconds in some of these things, because he's got a little bit better handling race car in terms of of this T2 car.
Yeah, and you look here, coming through turn 5, a TA2 chassis is a pretty nimble car. It's not that heavy. It's a fairly light tube frame car. But again, torque management is paramount here. And the other thing is that the Porsche 911, that is a chassis that is known to be able to dig out of slow corners. You get onto the throttle in a TA2 car. Yes, you've got your differential sitting behind you between the rear wheels, but there's not a ton of weight back there. With the Porsche 911, you get onto the throttle, the rear end hunkers down, you've got that entire drivetrain sitting right over the rear axles.
Mm-hmm. Greg, we talked about Anthony Pacelli in that Miata run in STU. We'll see what happens as he gets to halfway through this race, because he also ran in the SSM race and only ran halfway. He got to lap 10 and then pulled out of that class. So we'll see whether or not he does that as well here, or does he go all the way through. Obviously, there was something amiss with that number 73 machine during the SSM race, because he didn't come down pit road, made the right after he made it through turn 10.
Exactly. That's why I was a little surprised to see that chassis back out so quick. But I guess the folks from RP Performance, quick turnaround there for him. And also, speaking of quick turnarounds, we just saw coming into turn 5, Karanglin, he's there right to the back of the Camaro Allinger.
Yeah.
The Chevy Camaro of Misstack. And look here, as they come out of the back portion of the carousel, they come out of turn 6B going into turn 7. As soon as Misstack is able to crack open the throttle there for a wider sweeping turn where he doesn't have to worry about a lot of throttle management, he's able to open up a nice gap on the Porsche. Where the Porsche is going to excel is under braking. We see now, and I'm having a theory that maybe Karanglin might feel that his car might have some sound control issues, because he also came down the front straight all the way driver's right, as far away from those microphones as he could. He closes things down at least a little bit under braking in the one.
Yeah, and I think he did receive it yesterday at one point. I'm not sure if it was during qualifying when we were up here getting ready to set up for yesterday's racing, or it was during the race. I don't remember off the top of my head. But that Porsche can get deeper into the corners, as you were talking about. He's not getting on the brakes really until the 400-foot mark, as opposed to Andrew Mistak getting it well before the 500-foot mark.
Right.
So, again, that power-to-weight ratio and getting on those brakes really does make a difference. But, yeah, once you get through Turn 7 and Turn 8, Mistak's able to open that up. Pretty good speed, letting that car track out. And then when you get into Turn 10, that's where he starts to open up that gap. Last time by when they went down into Turn 1, you can see here on the screen, here's coming out of Turn 10. You're going to see Mistak's going to open that up.
Indeed.
But when we look at our Turn 1 camera, when you look at that, look how much of the gap gets closed by Karanglin as they go down.
Yeah, I mean, it's just unfortunate, and I think Karanglin probably is resigned to this now, that, he can push hard into that braking zone and make up 3 or 4 car lengths at a time. The problem is that Mistak is gaining it all back at other portions around the course. And what you may see, and, the Porsche 911s, they are a very resilient chassis. We may see where Karanglin starts to give away those tires, starts to give away those brakes towards the end of the race, just trying to keep up with Mistak, who, and I don't want to be, I don't want to say that Mistak isn't pushing hard. He is obviously pushing that car hard, but he may not be pushing it as hard as he needs to in some places on the track where he knows he has a definite advantage over the Porsche. So we saw, again, under braking going into Turn 5, where Karanglin, probably as close as he's ever been, within about a half a car length of the Camaro. But as they come through the bottom portion of the course, and as the track starts to, the windy portions of the track start to straighten out a little bit, we consider from Turn 6 up to Turn 10 to be the second longest straightaway of the course. We see where Karanglin loses ground once again.
Right. And again, we noticed this yesterday, and we just talked about that with Karanglin. He comes out of Turn 10, stays very far driver's right, and then stays all the way over there just till he gets the 500-foot mark, then moves back to the left in there. Now, again, that could be the sound, but I think that's every lap is the same one, so I'm wondering, that's just the line that he likes to, he likes to run. I think maybe that car feels comfortable, especially getting into Turn 1. David Glassman now coming out of Turn 9 up into Turn 10. He's actually going to put a lap on Devin Mistak in that number 17 machine. Glassman getting ready to complete lap 9. Devin Mistak completing lap 8. So putting him now a full lap down. That's going to put Glassman lapping everybody up to the 4th position.
Up to Karanglin, yeah.
I don't think you'll see Glassman catch Karanglin and Mistak, because there are, they're within 20-some seconds, 22 seconds apart from your overall leader of Glassman. So,
and Glassman appears to be taking it a little bit easier, at least so far. Brian, we'll see what happens when the fuel starts to burn down in that Ligier. Yesterday, Glassman running as quickly as a 1:13.53 to reset the GTX track record here at Summit Point Raceway. Today, fastest lap 1:15.29. So a little bit more than 2 seconds difference over the 2 days.
Yeah, when these guys went out yesterday, it was kind of in that 3:30, 4 o'clock range. Kind of the same time as it is now, but again, under different weather conditions. Very cloudy, a little bit windier, a little bit cooler. Now you've got quite a bit, and then you've got a lot of rubber that's been put down. This track is hot and slick.
It is. Although I'll tell you, Andrew Mistak, he's managed to find a little bit of time that he didn't have yesterday, Brian. Yesterday, Andrew Mistak, he finished second overall, turned in a 1:17.842 as his fastest lap time, and about 0.3 faster than that today as he turns in a 1:17.592 as our leader, Glassman, crossed the start-finish line, completed lap number 10, Brian. So we're halfway through this final race of the afternoon.
And David Glassman is another driver that we've seen in some different cars. We've seen him out here in a Formula Regional Americas F3 spec
right.
car. Also a Ligier chassis, interestingly enough. And now moving over to the LMP3 spec car. So David Glassman's played with a few different chassis, and Ligier is always a brand, as we do see. That's going to be Rob Hines in the number 4 car making his way down the pit lane.
Yeah, now we saw Rob Hines yesterday come down the pit lane 2 times in his Touring 3 Nissan 350Z, and he comes down, pulls into one of the pit boxes, and he's got his crew taking a look at that car once again.
You also have Devin Mistak on pit road as well.
Oh, yes, we do. Right back behind. Hey, do we have our pit lane? Oh, nope, the pit lane cam is down for the count once again today or this afternoon. Darn it, Graham, move that car a little bit.
Got to get some air to that camera.
Well, talk about getting air. This is odd in a Touring 3 car because the hatchback on the Nissan is propped open now, not the hood, and it has just been closed. You know, maybe Rob has like a floor jack and some jack stands in there for ballast. They're maybe moving it around a little bit because he comes out of the pit stall and he returns to the action. There you go.
I think they're doing a lot of testing this weekend
Yes.
in that T3, so I think they're playing around with it. Yesterday when we were done, I was walking back down to check on some of the drivers that had some struggles yesterday, and I did see them. They were jacking it up, doing some stuff underneath it. So I think they're doing a lot of testing.
Well, pretty clear, Brian, as they popped open the hatch, they're making some shock adjustments in the rear of the car.
Yep.
Try to shore up the handling here. And, at this point, as he's the only Touring 3 car out here, this is good data to collect in the half.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you can get to the halfway, which he's definitely going to do. So, make all the changes you can to make sure that you get that car set up towards the end of the year, because I would assume that he is going to make his run to the runoffs at Road America this year in that T3 machine.
And now heading back out on track is Devin Mistak, the number 17 Chevy Camaro.
Maybe they were making shock adjustments as well. Hey, if Rob can do it, we can do it too.
We can do it too, exactly. Anthony Pacelli, no shock adjustments for him. Just shock and awe, Brian. Shock and awe is all that we get from Anthony Pacelli. He's now running 4th overall with Hines and Mistak down a lap after their pit stops. And Pacelli just sets his personal best lap time here at a 1:32.891.
It's got to get to that 132 flat. Got to go a little bit faster. I know that.
Right.
I know it has it in that car. But you talk about Anthony Pacelli. I guarantee you, he has to have some earplugs inside that helmet because
God, I hope so.
Normally when you're driving those, you don't really need them at that. But with all of these larger cars that he's running out here with, going through the David Glassman, the Andrew Mistak, even Karangelin, and even Devin Mistak going around him, even Rob Hines' car, that's got a rumble inside the helmet. When you hear that coming through there.
Well, I can tell you as Glassman comes out of turn 10 and right in front of us, the sound of the motor in that LMP3 machine, it is quite glorious, and I can feel the rumble and the air displacement up here on the 3rd floor of our tower.
When I first saw that machine run out here, it's been a couple years now, I thought it would be a little bit higher pitch, Dominic, but it's not. It's more of the lower rumble. Almost sounds like the Chevrolets did in the Corvettes back with Pratt Miller Motorsports. When they ran the Corvette and they had the 2-car team, it was very low rumble. Now they've moved up and it's got a higher pitch, but I expected this car to have a lot higher pitch. It just does not.
And especially when you get these big bore fields, there's a lot of different melodies and pitches that you get. Some of the cars, I know that in GT2 you're allowed to run the, I believe the supercharger version of the Chevy Corvette, so that has a bit of a higher pitch to it. So there's a number of different engine combinations, of course, that you can run in the big bore group, and all of it creates a quite melodic symphony when you get them all out there together.
Mm-hmm. The symphony of sound.
Well, as quickly as he was around to complete lap number 12, Brian, lap number 13, completing lap number 14 is David Glassman as he just turns in, and again coming off the pace just a little bit now at a 1:17.3. But we are now working lap number 18 of. Oh, and that's. No, I'm sorry. We're working lap number 15 of 20. There I go, forgetting my ability to count.
Right now, as we get to the back half, and we've talked about this a lot, guys up here, when you get the bigger bore, this is another group that when the tires go away, they're going to go away. Times are going to come way down, or going to go way up, I should say, in terms of what's going on. Fuel burns off, these heavier cars, they are a handful. I can almost guarantee that even Caranglan is having a handful coming up over that hill and headed down into turn 5. You've got, he's catching Mistack now.
He is.
Where he's been pretty much the entire event, race here through turn 5, through turn 6. That this is the closest he's been in quite a while, and this is actually for the lead in GT2. So again, maybe he was just taking care of his equipment,
trying to make it last to the end.
Right.
And again, I thought that perhaps how he was approaching his braking into turn 1, also into turn 5, that perhaps he wasn't waiting until the end. But we'll have to see. Again, Mistack still has some definite advantages over the Porsche. And right now, the advantages that Chevy Camaro has far outweigh the Porsche's advantages as they come down into turn number 1 now. We'll see if Caranglan will maybe close up a little bit under braking, but where he's able to close in is as they come out of turn 4, go down through the chute, that very high-speed downhill right-hander, whereas Caranglan stays on the throttle. We can see where Mistack is definitely for a while coasting down the hill there, and then Caranglan definitely is going and compressing the braking zones. Watch here and see how much room he makes up and then closes down to almost within half a car length. What he's also doing is in that corner, which is the highest speed corner on the course, he's letting that Porsche carry all the way out to driver's left, keeping the wheel open, braking in a straight line, and carrying as much speed for as long as he can down the hill. We saw Mistack where he grabs the car, brings it over driver's right to try and open up turn 5, which is the slowest corner, or second slowest corner on the track.
Yeah, looking at the times all the way through these laps, Andrew Mistack kind of consistent all the way across the board with those. I'm going to pull up Nick's here as well, kind of in the same range, pretty consistent all the way down. So where Nick was probably taking care of his equipment here, as the race goes on. As the race has gone on, Mistack, those brakes, they get really, really squishy in that TA2 car, that purposely built race car. Other than that, Porsche could probably go obviously a little bit longer, set to go more of an enduro than a purposely built TA2 car.
Brian, this dynamic with the TA2 spec car and then the Porsche Cup car is reminiscent, I think, back to the 2015 rounds with Jordan Bupp and John Ketchadurian. In that case, Bupp was in the TA2 car and then Ketchadurian was in the following Porsche.
Right.
And what ended up happening was each time when they got onto the banking, it was Bupp who had the legs, was pulling away, but into the bus stop and then down into the infield transition, that's where Ketchadurian's car really
Would
shined.
have the advantage there, absolutely.
Kind of the same thing here. You throw, Andrew Mistack knowing he's got a battle on his hands because at any time Caranglan can really go around him, except for the long speeds. Like throw away certain parts of the racetrack and just battle where you need to battle, and that is definitely coming out of turn 9 all the way up the hill in turn 10, all the way down into turn 1. As the next time by, Mr. Glassman, when he comes by, there'll be 2 laps to go, Greg, in this. So, again, still being consistent, although his time, He is 5 seconds off his fastest time of the pace. So again, another car that, look, this is a car that, purposely built for this type of racing. But at that time, the brakes start to go away, the tires start to go away, the fuel starts to burn off. That car gets to be a handful. Looks like it's sticking to the racetrack pretty good. But it could be now that that car could be getting a little bit tighter as the race goes on, as things start to wear off. Yeah, 121 on that lap there, so getting even slower. So just trying to finish this. Just trying to finish a race.
Well, and there's not much time remaining here as David Glassman now heading down into turn 1, Brian. He's got 9 turns remaining on this lap, and then he will begin his very last lap here at the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars.
He heads up out of turn 3, turn 4. Going to get Pacelli. He's going to get overtaken again by Andrew Mistak and Nicholas Karanglin, heading up out of turn 2 and turn 3 again. Pacelli's just saying, hey, I just need to get this race done. Let me get this done for this STU, and then let me go back and get into my front-wheel drive.
All-wheel drive.
All-wheel drive, that's true. All-wheel drive in that Subaru.
All right, here comes Mr. Glassman, David Glassman, coming underneath the bridge.
Getting that 1 to go board.
That's it. 1 lap, 2 miles remaining, 10 turns here at Summit Point. It is David Glassman. He is your leader. Then we've got Andrew Mistak running in second. He's been in a pretty darn good fight for the win here in GT2 with Nicholas Karanglin, who runs third overall. Robbie Hines in his Nissan 350Z. He's already 2 laps down after a run down the pit lane. He is under risk of falling another lap down with Glassman coming up behind him. Then we've got Anthony Pacelli, your sole STU racer, running in 5th position is Mazda Miata. Devin Mistak, your last running racer on track, running 6th in his GT2 Camaro.
Guys, let's keep an eye on David Glassman as he goes up and over the hill out of turn 4. Definitely way off the pace. I mean, he's 8 seconds off of where he's been running. And last time by when he came out of turn 10, almost at a dead stop coming through turn 10. I'm wondering if he's starting to have some of that brake fade as well, or he just said, hey, look, this is not only, I'm the only one here in the group.
I've got issues.
Or it could be that he's just, hey, this is just my cool down lap, going to run it. Let's get enough air in there as we can.
He's saving it up for the victory lap, Brian.
He is definitely, I'd be shocked if he takes a victory lap. I think he's got some brake fade as well.
All right, there he goes. There's David Glassman. He comes underneath the Toyota bridge and into turn number 10. For a moment, I thought he was going to do a Paul Marconis and come down the pit lane. But David Glassman onto the front straight and taking the overall win here at Summit Point Raceway. David Glassman from Bethesda, Maryland, in his Ligier JSP 320. Finishing second is going to be Andrew Mistak. And look at that, Andrew only finished 4 seconds in arrears because on the very last lap, Brian, he picked up 7 seconds on the last lap. Finishing third is going to be Nicholas Karanglin. He will finish second in GT2. Coming across the line now, Anthony Pacelli, who will take the win. Well, he'll finish as our only finisher in STU. Robbie Hines, same in T3. And then finally, Devin Mistak in his GT2 Chevy Camaro. All right, well, gentlemen, that is going to wrap up another weekend of racing here at Summit Point Raceway. Let's take a look at what we've got coming up on the schedule the next couple weeks, Brian, as the schedule winds down here for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. We've got just 2 more events. Next one is a big one, however.
Yeah, next one is going to be kind of a full 3 days of racing, right? That'll be our Labor Day.
The Labor Day Spectacular.
Yep, that'll be a Saturday, Sunday, and Monday race. So that all gets started actually with Friday practice, right, as we normally do here. So basically 4 days of racing. That would be, 4 days of cars on track out here.
That's right. And then just almost heck, a month and a half later, we're going to be heading up to New Jersey Motorsports Park for the Jersey Road Racing Classic, affectionately known as the Jerk. No, they're not talking about me when they named that event. But that is how we're going to wrap up the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series schedule this weekend. So want to thank all of you for listening in, for watching in here on YouTube. Remember, if you haven't done so already, I'm going to hit the big button one final time. Go ahead, give us a big thumbs up. If you haven't already done so, subscribe to the Washington, D.C. Region's YouTube channel. We want to get to 1,000 subscribers before Labor Day, because Labor Day is a charitable event and for the DC region, and we want you to be charitable. So please, if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. It doesn't cost you a thing, doesn't hurt you any as well. Yep. So for everybody that's joined us here in the booth, I think we had Marshall Lytle, we had Alex Cumming, we've got Dominic Mandiel. Anybody else? Chris Pereira. Well, he wasn't on air, but Chris Pereira and his young son Sebastian. Want to thank them for joining us here as well. Brian, I want to thank you as always here, and of course, I need to thank Spencer Gaynor for bringing cookies. Pardon me, I'm sorry, Stephanie Lamena for bringing cookies.
For allowing Spencer to bring cookies.
That's right. So for all of us here with the broadcast team for the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, thank you so much. We're going to roll out here with some of our sponsors, but first we want to tell you a little bit more about what we've got coming up Labor Day weekend.
The planning for this year's Labor Day Spectacular and Charity event, the weekend of August 31st through September 2nd, are well underway, and all funds raised will once again be donated to the Boys and Girls Club of the Eastern Panhandle to assist in funding their after-school and summer programs. We're in need of product and monetary donations to support the event, and if you have something you'd like to donate to our ever-popular raffle, if you'd like to provide a monetary donation, or if you have further questions, please reach out to Charity Event Coordinator Taylor Hyatt by visiting our website at wdcr-scca.org/philanthropy. Your donations will be greatly appreciated. So make sure to have your whole family along for the weekend, and we'll see you at Labor Day.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas, and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740. Belmont Classic Cars is a family-owned classic and collector car dealership located in Eastern Ohio, specializing in 1960s and 70s American muscle cars and other unique automobiles. Belmont takes pride in taking you back to a simpler time with iconic classic rides and never selling anything that they wouldn't want in their own collection. To see Belmont's extensive inventory of classic cars, Visit their website at belmontclassiccars.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram at Belmont Classic.